My descendants burn incense and worship me like a true immortal. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in the saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 326: Blessings protect the ancestor. Blessing, vitality, can comprehensively improve physical abilities, making one more energetic, lasting for one day. Incense -10. Yang Genshuo directly used the first blessing on himself, looking at the sky with anticipation. Like a descendant of the Yang family, Diudi golden light descended from the sky, crashing into Yang Genshuo's body. Yang Genshuo's entire body was enveloped in a warm and comfortable atmosphere. Every cell was activated. It was as if, after taking a bath and then a sauna at the Swan Lake Club, lying in the private room, the moment Lily's little hand pressed against him, his whole body was activated. As if the gene lock was unlocked. Yang Genshuo felt that his body was now omnipotent. His metabolism level increased significantly, his heart rate rose, and every inch of his body reached its best state. Sword, come! Yang Genshuo's sword ring flashed, and he casually picked up a magic weapon, Cloud Mist Sword. He began practicing the Yang family sword in the courtyard. Flowing clouds swaying willows, severing streams, celestial immortals flying from beyond the heavens, one move after another was unleashed, sword energy dancing wildly in the courtyard. He was like a martial arts master from a wuxia drama. After completing a set of moves, Yang Genshuo let out a long sigh. Awesome! The ground was marked with streaks of sword energy, not exaggerated, but very noticeable. Luckily, I gave the workers a day off. For today's ancestral worship ceremony, Yang Genshuo especially gave the workers at the food factory with the immortal energy 3 days off, paid leave. This delighted the workers. Yang Genshuo also took the opportunity to use this large space that belonged to him to tinker with things. The effect of the blessing is too good. If I were a pure martial arts cultivator, this thing would be equivalent to a comprehensive improvement in my strength, whether it's physical strength, recovery ability, or endurance. It's all incredibly powerful. Yang Genshuo himself didn't have a system panel or anything like that, but after gaining spiritual roots and opening his spiritual consciousness, he could feel that this blessing, vitality, could give him about a 30% increase in physical strength. Practicing martial arts during this blessed period would also be 30% more effective. Not bad, not bad, much stronger than the initial version Yang Shi used back then. High merit is really powerful. It should be called enhanced vitality. Now, since the Yang family has this foundation of merit, accumulating so many merit points, then we should continue to follow the path of good deeds, continue to increase merit, make the blessing attribute stronger, and unlock more blessings at the same time. As for what would happen if the family's merit became negative, Yang Genshuo didn't care at all now. Because that was too difficult. Yang Shi had spent his whole life saving the Danai dynasty to accumulate so much merit. Let alone making it negative, even returning it to zero would be difficult. The Yang family couldn't possibly destroy a dynasty, could they? This is no joke. Yang Genshuo then used another blessing on himself. Blessing, tranquility, quickly calms the mind, slightly increases comprehension, lasts for 1 day. Incense -20. Diudi another golden light fell, and Yang Genshuo felt the excitement, ecstasy, and heat of becoming a cultivator fade away, and his mind calmed down. His mind became smooth and agile, allowing him to think about more things. So, this Diudi wasn't my previous auditory hallucination. There really was a slight sound effect, like a reminder that good fortune was coming. Interesting, also, when this blessing was applied to me, the price was 10 times higher. Is that a rule of the game? Or some kind of loss in the real world? If it's 10 times the price, it's not a big problem. After all, in the game's accelerated state, 1 day for me is equivalent to 1 year in the game. This amount of incense points isn't a big issue for the Yang family now. Yang Genshuo hadn't paid attention to the incense number for a while. Mainly because he couldn't use it all. Since the previous effects were mediocre, he was too lazy to bestow blessings on every member of the Yang family, only using it for important occasions. Not only did he use it little, But the Yang family also earned a lot. Incense not only provides a large sum for groundbreaking events, but also points for daily family development events. For example, if someone in the Yang family improves their cultivation level, they'll receive dozens of points. The harvest from the spirit fields cultivated and the spirit fish raised by the Yang family will also yield different points depending on the scale. Additionally, gathering spiritual energy, refining elixirs, and earning spirit stones will also generate incense offerings upon reaching certain annual targets. But now that the effects of the blessing have greatly increased, it's time to use it on the Yang family, especially Yang Shi. Vitality and tranquility are very suitable for him. He uses 1,000 incense sticks every year just to activate it, more than I use. Luckily, I don't need to use blessing, obscuring heavenly secrets, and blessing, bloodline activation, which each consume 1,000 incense sticks. This world has lost its spiritual energy. There can't be any cultivators. Bloodline. I can't activate a Homo sapiens bloodline for me, can I? It's useless. The most expensive is miracle. Ancestor, please grant me power. Gaining an ability from a Yang family descendant consumes a lot of incense sticks. Currently, the highest is Yang Qianggao's Fool's Luck, which costs 500 incense sticks per use. If it were 10 times that, it would be 5,000 incense sticks per use. Even the cheaper ones, like Yang Qiangwei's perception ability, would cost 1,000 incense sticks if I used them. Yang Genshuo shook his head. It was too expensive. He wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. In addition, Yang Genshuo also planned to experiment with other blessings. Blessing, spirit gathering gathers the surrounding spiritual energy, increasing the absorption speed of spiritual energy, lasting for 1 day. Incense -20 due. The golden light fell and nothing happened. Yang Genshuo nodded. Just as I thought, there is no spiritual energy on Blue Star, so even if the spirit gathering is strong, it's useless. Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. However, if we change the location, Yang Genshuo returned to the warehouse. At this moment, wisps of fate spiritual energy entered his body, and his Danshin finally absorbed its first wisp of spiritual energy in this world. He looked at the large amount of spiritual materials that Yang Shi and Yang Fujian had brought and smiled easily. Just as I expected, the spiritual energy on these materials will slowly overflow into the air. And I can absorb a meager amount of spiritual power, but this spiritual power is pitifully meager, probably not even 0.1% concentration. To rely on this to cultivate immortality is still a pipe dream. I have to rely on spirit construction, 100 arts of cultivation, spirit construction. This is actually the foundation for learning formations, but Yang Genshuo's spiritual power is currently too weak to use the Dao of formations. Even if the Yang family offered him a set of formations, he wouldn't be able to set them up himself. Therefore, he could only start with the initial spirit building. By placing spiritual materials, he could create a small cultivation hut where spiritual power circulates internally. In other words, he could lock in the spiritual power of the materials and prevent it from leaking out. Over time, the concentration of spiritual energy in this hut would increase. Although the effect wasn't as grand as a formation, it was simple and practical. Yang Genshuo could simply build it himself with a mature spirit building blueprint. Blessing, gathering spirit, is useless. There's so little spiritual energy in the air, gathering it won't help, and this, let's try it too. Blessing, spiritual rain, condenses spiritual energy in a designated area to gather into rain, lasting for 9 hours. Incense -50, rumble. A golden light fell. It rained from the sky. Yang Genshuo sensed it and smiled helplessly. No spiritual power, just pure rain, and so, in the suburbs of Shimen City, a cloud only large enough to cover a village formed. Whoosh! Because this was the Shimen City development zone, with many factories, everyone was surprised by the sudden rain. Wait, can't the weather forecast be more accurate? Wasn't it supposed to be sunny? Weather forecasts are just for show. They changed them as they go. Look at your phone, it's raining and they still told me it would be sunny? Too lazy to change it? No, I have to tell my husband to drive to pick up the kids after get off work. This rain doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. At this moment, the husband, 10 miles away, received the call, looked at the clear sky, and silently replied, okay. A mature man wouldn't correct his wife at this moment. When factual logic fails, it quickly evolves into emotional logic. This peculiar phenomenon baffled even the local meteorological bureau. Is the agriculture department doing artificial rainmaking? This place doesn't look right, it's all raining into the factory. Luckily, everyone was used to all sorts of strange rain-making methods, so they didn't pay too much attention, and besides, this rain was just a light drizzle. Yang Genshuo was both amused and exasperated. So I can summon wind and rain now. It looked fun, but it wasn't very useful in practice. Blue Star didn't have spiritual energy, so the rain was just ordinary rain. The last blessing, if this works, then I'll be invincible. He was in the warehouse, looking at the purple crystal mountain deer that Yang Fujin had offered. This was a high-grade spirit beast with extremely delicious meat. Although it was only at the key refining stage, its taste and flavor were the best among the spirit beasts of the Donai dynasty. Its antlers were crystal clear, like they were carved from amethyst. Their meat was delicate, with a natural herbal aroma, and eating it could strengthen muscles and bones. This purple crystal mountain deer was the top-grade ingredient in the Donai dynasty. Nowadays, many cultivators kept it in captivity. Yang Fujin had hunted a wild one and sent it to the ancestor to taste. This was a tradition of Fujin's every year. Yang Genshuo couldn't finish his own food, so he invited Guo Xiaozi and Taoist master to his house for a bite. But today, he didn't plan to eat. He wanted to try. Blessing, absorption, can absorb essence from the corpse of a demon beast. The quality of the essence is related to the demon beast's rank and cultivation level. Incense -300, deity Udiaway golden stream of light descended from the sky, landing on the purple crystal mountain deer. A large amount of spiritual power and blood energy burst forth from the corpse. It slowly condensed into a ball of essence above the corpse and shot into Yang Genshuo's body. His Yang Genshuo first felt an extremely large amount of blood energy, an effect even more powerful than the first-grade dragon key pill, exploding within his body. His blood energy boiled, and his physical strength began to increase. His muscles, bones, and skin were all evolving. Then, a purple light enveloped Yang Genshuo's head, slightly expanding his divine sense. At the same time, his Danshin also warmed slightly, and his spiritual power increased a little. And a game notification also came to his mind. You have absorbed the purification of the high-level demonic beast Amethyst Mountain Deer, increasing your ki and blood, and spiritual power, and gaining the talent Crystal Horn, mortal rank, Crystal Horn, mortal rank, the racial talent of the Amethyst Mountain Deer, which can slightly increase your spiritual awareness. Good. As expected, I knew this would be useful. Was Yang Shi so powerful back then, invincible among demonic cultivators, because he had some extraordinary talent? No, his talent was quite ordinary. At Earth level, Madman, would likely increase luck and cultivation speed. The other, Entertainer, was even less impressive, purely for fun. His strong combat power, besides comprehending the tactics of a Batman, was largely due to the blessing, absorption, he gained. Back then, Yang Shi was hunted by the demonic path and the Xiang family of the Xuanxi Sex Enforcement Hall. He was forced to hide in the Demon Wind Forest for 10 years. He befriended Cat Soul Feather, hunted countless demonic beasts, and absorbed their essence. He rapidly increased his cultivation and gained a large number of basic demonic beast talents, thus overwhelming the demonic path in terms of raw power. Back then, this blessing greatly helped Yang Shi. Even Yang Fu benefited immensely. Now, opening their character cards, one can still see the demon beast talents they absorbed. Although not very strong, their sheer quantity was impressive. Living creatures cannot be offered as sacrifices, but corpses are fine. They're still warm. Yang Genshuo's absorption of such a high-level spirit beast was like consuming a single-use pill like a grade 2, Dragon Tiger Golden Pill, that could strengthen the body. But pills can only be consumed once, while he could absorb demon beasts indefinitely. Although the added spiritual power isn't much, it's definitely much faster than my own cultivation. Eat cultivation technique. Activate. Yang Genshuo planned to have the Yang family offer different demon beasts every year, absorbing one each day to significantly increase his cultivation speed. This was truly an unexpected delight. When Yang Genshuo planned his own cultivation path, he never imagined he would receive such a blessing. However, 300 incense sticks each time is quite expensive. The Yang family will have to earn more incense. After testing the upgraded game, Yang Genshuo was satisfied. He glanced at the images of the Yang family in his mind's eye and found nothing urgent. They were all going about their business, and the family was not in crisis at the moment. Perfect, I'll go do some of my own things. Fast forward. The first thing Yang Genshuo wanted to do was move. I need a super big house. Guo Xiaozi couldn't help but laugh when he received Yang Genshuo's call. Brother Shuo, you really know how to hold back. To be honest, as soon as I got my first month's salary as CEO, I went to look at villas. I have experience in this area. Brother Shuo, let's buy in the same neighborhood. It'll be convenient for me to come over for dinner after work. You want neighborhood? I don't want a neighborhood. I want a very private, big house. I understand. You want some peace and quiet, right? I'll pick out a few detached villas for you, 600 square meters each. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. 600 square meters? That's too small. 6,000 square meters is more like it, young master. Guo Xiaozi was shocked. 6,000 square meters is a problem. Brother Shuo, are you building a factory? The biggest villa in Ximen City is only a little over 1,000 square meters. Not enough? I don't care. Hurry up and find one. I need to move in the next couple of days. Brother Shuo, it's really not easy to earn a little bit of your poor man fee, but if you insist, I just happened to hear some news. Do you know of a manor in Ximen City? Manor. In the afternoon, Yang Genshuo and Guo Xiaozi, along with the company's lawyer, arrived at Jiuhu Mountain, located on the outskirts of Ximen City. This was a small, undeveloped mountain in Ximen City, with an altitude of over 200 meters. Occasionally, hikers from the surrounding area would climb it, or some college students would come for a spring outing. It was like a small garden for the locals of Ximen City. After the three of them parked their car at the foot of the mountain, Yang Genshuo remembered. Oh, this is it. When we were in the student council, we even camped here together once. At that time, we saw people doing construction on the mountain, saying that they were going to develop a scenic area. Yang Genshuo said this 10 years ago. At that time, he was a 20-year-old junior in college. Yet, when we were in college, this place was indeed under construction, but it wasn't a development project. It was bought by an overseas Chinese many years ago. Back then, the policies weren't so strict, and construction only started about 10 years ago. This is also the only manor in Ximen City. Yang Genshuo looked up. At the top of the mountain, a huge, magnificent building stood majestically. Wow, it's just like the English manors in TV shows, kind of similar. The group looked around as they climbed, and the more Yang Genshuo looked, the more familiar the building's structure seemed. Guo Xiaozi smiled slightly, holding back his words. Until they reached the top and saw the massive building and the gate, Yang Genshuo blurted out, Wayne Manor, bingo, you guessed it. This manor is modeled after Wayne Manor from Batman's TV show, isn't it? Not bad. If it weren't for the owner's auction, outsiders wouldn't be allowed to come in. Hearing the name, Yang Genshuo couldn't help but think of the Yang family in the game. He shuddered. How did he have such a connection with Batman? Damn, this is not a good sign. No, the more I think about it, the scarier it gets. Yang Genshuo quickly asked, this manor looks very new, why is it suddenly being sold? Oh, because the owner of this manor died, and it was inherited by his son. His son doesn't usually live here, and I heard he seems to be having some financial difficulties and needs money, so he wants to auction off this manor. Ah, really dead? Goodness, is he playing Batman for real? Guo Xiaozi laughed heartily. Relax, relax, the old man died of old age, he lived to be 90, and he died abroad. He hadn't lived in this house for many years, the lawyer also said very professionally. Mr. Yang, I've already had someone check it out. This house is excellent in terms of both construction and feng shui, you don't need to worry, that's alright, otherwise, it really would be a bit scary. Yang Genshuo put the heavenly secret talisman on this person, and then went inside with Guo Xiaozi. While Guo Xiaozi went inside to meet the owner of the house, the lawyer quickly began to introduce the property. Mr. Yang, this estate covers 4,660 square meters, approximately 7 acres. The central building occupies 1,120 square meters and includes a swimming pool, garden, garage, and a private helipad. In addition to the 4,660 square meters of estate we can see, there's another 6,000 square meters of undeveloped land on the hilltop, also covered by the land deed. This area can be expanded, but will need to go through some approval procedures beforehand. The estate is fenced off to prevent tourists from entering, and the owner has a well-functioning surveillance system that meets your need for a quiet environment. There's also a road leading up and down the mountain, making transportation convenient. However, it's a bit far from shopping malls and hospitals, which is a common issue with large estates in China. If needed, we can arrange private butlers and a resident medical team to meet your daily needs. The lawyer was clearly more knowledgeable than Guo Xiaoxi, providing a very detailed explanation, including his rights and obligations. Excellent. Excellent. This place is perfect. It was simply perfect. Yang Genshuo needed a place like this where he could find peace and quiet. Otherwise, given today's situation, the frequent occurrence of strange celestial phenomena is truly odd. This sparsely populated place is perfect for him to hide in. Alright, I'll build my cultivation residence here. As for the price, that's up to you. Would a identified cultivator like me lack money? Chapter 327 Yang Genshuo's modern cultivation abode. The Shiman Daily reported, a French-style manor in the city was bought ahead of schedule by a mysterious tycoon. The auction has been cancelled. This local newspaper, whose print edition is barely surviving and relies entirely on support from state-owned enterprises and institutions, now operates online through WeChat official accounts and Douyin, TikTok, offering local advertising and job rental information. While it's not accessible to outsiders, it still wields considerable influence within Shiman City. Thus, the day after Yang Genshuo bought the manor, it made headlines and was even reported by the local television station. Many people wanted to interview the mysterious tycoon, but Yang Genshuo's lawyers refused. Although reporters couldn't get an interview, Dan, unwilling to miss out on the hot topic, flocked to the newspaper to try and capitalize on the opportunity. Behind me is the only private manor-style building in the city, covering an area of 7 acres, located on the top of Jiuhe Mountain. It was previously the private residence of Mr. Wang, an overseas Chinese, and was sold yesterday to a mysterious local tycoon. It is said that the construction cost of this manor exceeded 20 million yuan. We don't know how much it will ultimately sell for. We interviewed several local tycoons who wanted to bid, and they all expressed a desire to meet this newly rich man and what conditions he offered to secure the deal. The new owner seems to be very low-key. We couldn't find any more information about him, and unfortunately, we couldn't go in to take pictures without his permission. In addition to the reporter's reports, some internet celebrities with selfie sticks also gathered around. Family, I've arrived. Holy crap. There are houses this big in the world? Let me find a good angle to take a picture. What did Ben Jie say? Wayne Manor? Oh, it's from TV. Ho Jie said why isn't there a blackie at the manor? That's not allowed. Liu Jie mentioned the pool party? That's something else. The streamer violated regulations during a live broadcast on Douyin and the broadcast has been banned? Huh? Why was it banned? I haven't even seen it yet. Damn it, no, I have to check if others are broadcasting. Xia Oxio, who was watching a live stream on her phone on the upper bunk, looked anxious and quickly went to find other local internet celebrities she followed. What live stream are you watching? It's so interesting, Chen Wanting, who was putting on makeup on the lower bunk, asked casually. Upon hearing this, Xia Oxio got excited and jumped off the bed. Thump. The floor made a muffled groan. Wanting, didn't you see the news? The most luxurious manor in our city, known as China's Wayne Manor, has been bought by a mysterious tycoon. The transaction just happened. Manor, that huge house on Jiuhe Mountain. A super big villa. It's magnificent. I really don't know how rich the person who can afford that house must be. Hearing the word rich, Chen Wanting felt a pang of unease. She could have lived a very wealthy life. But, she was just one step short. She had endured 2 years. Yang Genshuo had supported her for 2 years, and at the very last moment, he suddenly pulled out. After breaking up with Yang Genshuo, she realized that his talk of the murder mystery game shop going bankrupt was just a test for her. Yang Genshuo had been lying all along. He wasn't a self-made man at all. He was a rich second generation. He wasn't short of money at all. Running the murder mystery game was just for fun. He actually played with rich second generations like Zhao Xianxi. She hadn't expected to be so blind, actually thinking Yang Genshuo was heavily in debt and had no future, which was why she wanted to break up with him. And what happened? He turned around and went back to his life as a rich kid in a Bentley. All she got was 2 years of being supported, and nothing in return. She even lost face in front of her classmates. For the past few months, she'd been apologizing to Yang Genshuo, being as humble as she could possibly be, and what did she get in return? He blocked her on WeChat and called her. She clenched her eyebrow pencil and said bitterly, "Rich people are the most heartless." Xia Oxio understood immediately from his tone. "Oh, still complaining about yours, Hong then? He really is something, faking bankruptcy to test you, exactly. Chen Wanting suddenly launched into a tirade. I just wanted a better life, is that wrong? A girl can't suffer with a man, can she? Xia Oxiao tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her oily face. If you really couldn't bear to leave him, you should have revealed your rich kid status sooner. In the end, he changed his mind, exactly. While it was wrong of me to break up with him first, wasn't he completely blameless? Men who test you like that are really shameless. The two women got more and more excited, like Newton finding the truth of the earth with the apple on the ground. After talking for a while without repeating themselves, they were both hungry. What do you want for lunch? Spicy hot pot. I also want a mixu. Sigh. Let's go. Chen Wanting sighed. After leaving Yang Genshuo, her standard of living had plummeted. She used to think that a meal costing 100 yuan per person was just so-so, but now she and her roommates eat spicy hot pot for 15 yuan per person every day. Just then, Chen Wanting's phone rang. It was Fei Yang. Wait a minute, ever since Yang Genshuo humiliated her, Chen Wanting's image had been somewhat tarnished, except for Fei Yang, who had maintained his composure. Hey, Wanting, our class is organizing a picnic this week, are you coming? A picnic? Chen Wanting was a little bored. Buy some pre-cooked meat, get a barbecue grill, grill it herself, eat some snacks, have a small drink, play some old board games, that's a picnic. She was tired of board games from Yang Genshuo's shop. The food wasn't interesting either. She felt that besides making up with Yang Genshuo, she wasn't interested in anything else. Okay, where to? But it was still more interesting than staying in the dorm. She was bored anyway. Besides, Xia Oxiao was definitely going. She could show off a whole bag of snacks. Fei Yang was delighted when he heard Chen Wanting agree. She didn't refuse. She must be interested in me. So she quickly replied. The class monitor said Jiuhe Mountain. It's quiet and peaceful there, a pristine oxygen bar. It's settled. Oh, hearing about Jiuhe Mountain, Chen Wanting suddenly became interested. She was still curious about the top-tier mansion Xia Oxiao had just mentioned, and she wanted to see what the super-rich lived in. At the same time, she also harbored a faint desire for revenge. Yang Genshuo lives in a rundown little courtyard in the village, while the top tycoons live in manors. It was as if seeing it gave her a psychological advantage. Storage rings are definitely the greatest invention in the cultivation world. Yang Genshuo, with his 4th grade storage ring, only needed one trip to move all his belongings into his new home. The transfer procedures were still being processed, but Yang Genshuo couldn't wait to move in. Because he wanted to build his own cultivation manor. This was a massive project. Now, he needed to design it himself based on the current situation of the manor. Bang bang bang. Yang Genshuo stepped on the wall and jumped up to the 18-meter-high rooftop in a few steps, overlooking his manor. This is too luxurious. This is true luxury. Yang Genshuo glanced at the luxurious manor below. The building's exterior was crafted from warm yellow stone, with lawns, marble, and shrubs covering the ground. There was a fountain garden and a streamlined modern swimming pool. The greenery throughout the yard was trimmed into little figures waving, facing the main building at his feet. It was as if they were saying hello to Mr. Yang. Being rich is truly awesome. Although Yang Genshuo had been playing the game for over 3 months, he hadn't really gone out much due to the limitations of the computer screen. Apart from eating and drinking, he hadn't really enjoyed life. At this moment, he finally understood what Brother Sikun had said. You think being rich means being happy, the happiness of the rich, you can't even imagine. Yang Genshuo sat cross-legged on the roof, feeling his internal energy circulation speed up slightly. After enjoying himself for a while, Yang Genshuo felt it wasn't enough. Sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. He dialed his father's number again. Dad, I'll have my driver pick you up tomorrow. Come stay with me for a couple of days. Where did you get a driver? My company driver. You're using a company car for personal purposes. That's not good. You're making a mistake. Yang Genshuo hadn't told his parents what he was doing, and Yang Guohu assumed his son had recently found a job. Yang Genshuo was both amused and exasperated. Don't worry, we're all brothers. Sit back and relax. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning, okay? Your mom said she hasn't seen you for months and misses you. Why are you talking nonsense with the kids? Li Zifang on the other end was a little embarrassed. Okay, it's settled then. After hanging up, Yang Guohu smiled at his younger brother, Yang Guzhen, sitting next to him. Genshuo said I should stay with him for a couple of days, and we were planning to visit him anyway. After taking a traditional Chinese medicine pill given to him by Yang Genshuo, his bone injury, which required surgery, healed in just one day, which amazed Yang Guohu. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. What kind of miracle drug could work so fast? What was his son doing now? Have you paid off your debts yet? The couple were actually planning to visit Yang Genshuo in Ximen City soon. Yang Guojin raised an eyelid and said casually, I heard. Genshuo has a driver. Hey. It's his company driver, a friend of Genshuo's. He's picking us up, and we don't know the way well. Hearing this, Yang Guojin understood. As the deputy factory manager, he was the most successful of the three Yang brothers. He knew this operation all too well. Using the company car for personal business. Basic procedure. So he didn't think much of it. Genshuo's doing well, he has many friends, great. Second brother, let's have a drink, cheers. By the way, my Zai is planning to go to Ximen City tomorrow to find a decent job. I'll ask his brother to help him find one. If it's convenient, could we give him a ride? Hey, as long as the driver doesn't pick up anyone else, what's inconvenient for us? After hanging up the phone, Yang Genshuo looked quite pleased with himself. What could be better than returning home in glory? Even the oldest person, like a child, enjoys showing off their achievements to their parents. In this world, there are only two people who will always be happy for your accomplishments without being jealous. Since I'm here now, I'll have mom and dad take some pills to improve their health. After making the arrangements, Yang Genshuo had a general idea of how to renovate the house. He opened the simple spiritual construction guide that Yang Fu had given him. It contained many blueprints for the construction of cultivators' residences. First and foremost, the most important thing is my cultivation room. This is crucial to whether I can cultivate immortality. Blue Star has no spiritual energy whatsoever. To absorb spiritual energy, one must rely on consumables. He needs to bring up spiritual materials and stones from the cultivation world and absorb the spiritual energy there to cultivate. This matchbox is nice. It has a simple and welcoming feel to it. This one will do. Yang Genshuo selected a 5 elements unity room and began to work on it. There's still a lot of space in the yard. I'll build it in the garden. It'll be easy to expand in the future. Yang Genshuo began to build the house according to the methods in the spiritual construction guide. First, we need to build a 5 elements foundation, using spiritual materials of the 5 attributes to form a basic cycle, then lay a layer of spirit stones on the foundation. Then we can start building the main structure. Yang Genshuo looked at the diagrams while taking materials out of his stored ring. He had a large quantity of spiritual materials to use. Yang Shi and Yang Fujin had harvested high-quality, fresh spiritual materials for him in the Demon Wind Forest, brimming with spiritual energy. They had also cut them into standard building blocks according to the requirements of the spirit building technique, making them extremely convenient to use. Especially since Yang Genshuo was building the simplest square, matchbox-style cultivation room, it could be built without much cutting. The foundation was a little more complicated. But Yang Genshuo took out a spirit building hammer, a tool used by spirit building masters, and quickly hammered the materials into the desired shape. It was very simple and quick. Cultivating immortality is so great. The power of magical artifacts can be fully utilized, with all sorts of wondrous transformations. Yang Genshuo, wielding the spirit building hammer, hammered and hammered, completing his 5 elements unity chamber in just 2 hours. It occupied 333 meters. A very standard 27 cubic meter matchbox. It looked like a wooden cabin where the owner would relax in a garden. Moreover, the spiritual materials had beautiful patterns and a high-quality feel, exuding a very stylish atmosphere. Yang Genshuo closed the door and carefully sensed the flow of spiritual energy. Due to the structure of the spiritual building, the spiritual energy of the materials only dissipated inwards and did not flow out at all. At the same time, the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones buried underground were also constantly releasing spiritual energy into the cultivation room under the influence of the spiritual building structure. Before long, the concentration of spiritual energy in the cultivation room increased. Congratulations on building the first cultivation room on Blue Star, laying the foundation for the Yang family ancestors' path to immortality. Incense offerings plus 100. Oh, you even gave me a reward? Interesting. Yang Genshuo glanced at the cultivation family simulator in his sea of consciousness. which could even display the concentration of spiritual energy at his location, spiritual energy concentration. 10. Not bad, not bad. Although it can't compare to the spirit misty continent, it's stronger than the 5 spiritual energy concentration in ordinary places in the Great Night Dynasty. This is the spirit construction technique. I love it. This is also because Yang Shi offered second-grade spiritual materials and was willing to use spirit stones, piling up spiritual energy concentration with the money. Moreover, it's consumable. Once it's used up, more spirit stones have to be added, and after a long time, the spiritual materials have to be replaced. But it's enough for Yang Genshuo to use for a while. He placed a meditation cushion in sight and sat cross-legged on it. Begin my first cultivation. He had already chosen the cultivation method, mechanical arts. Yang Genshuo had his own reasons for choosing this. He took out a heavenly secret talisman from his pocket. If the success rate in the cultivation world is low due to the intervention of the heavenly Dao, then Blue Star doesn't have the heavenly Dao, right? Chapter 328 Yang Genshuo's Rashomon Manner. This heavenly secret talisman is a treasure. It can be actively burned to seek good fortune, or carried to ward off disaster. As a golden core cultivator, Grey Machine Taoist is considered a great cultivator in the spirit misty continent. According to the Jin family, the reason Grey Machine Taoist didn't go to the Dragon God Immortal Palace to search for treasures was because he burned a heavenly secret talisman once. And the facts have proven that Grey Machine Taoist's cultivation method is indeed unsuitable for the Dragon God Immortal Palace. The puppets and magic weapons were left outside. How could they fight? From a certain perspective, the heavenly secret talisman actually saved Grey Machine Taoist once. Otherwise, he would probably have been killed by other legitimate golden core cultivators. It's a pity Grey Machine Taoist didn't have a second heavenly secret talisman. Otherwise, if he could foresee his fate, he wouldn't have dared to invade my Yang family, but it's fortunate he came. Otherwise, how would I have obtained this cultivation method? 2 scrolls of cultivation methods appeared in Yang Genshuo's hands, fragments of the mechanical arts, volumes 1 and 2. Upon opening, they were blank books, containing no content. Yang Genshuo's hand touched it, and his spiritual sense entered it. Lines of text then appeared. Those with exceptional talent receive much help from the Dao. Even those with mediocre aptitude have their own path. The mechanical arts is a way to compensate for shortcomings with ingenuity, borrowing the power of external objects to open the door to wisdom and skill. Although this method requires abundant wealth, it allows one to reach the realm of ascension with a mortal body, truly a technique that defies fate. The opening of the technique reassured Yang Genshuo. This is the technique I need. Otherwise, how long will it take for someone with only 5 spiritual roots to become an immortal? The mechanical arts allows for shortcuts, increasing cultivation speed by creating various mechanical constructs. Even with only 5 spiritual roots, as long as one has creativity, comprehension, and resources, cultivation speed won't be too slow. The Grey Machine Taoist, a rogue cultivator whose foundation was severely damaged in his early years, was able to cultivate to the golden core stage because he obtained this extraordinary technique. However, because of cultivating this technique, even as a golden core cultivator, he didn't have many spirit stones left, as he had spent them all on various materials. This profession was extremely spirit stone intensive, and it would continue to do so. Spirit stones? I have plenty of spirit stones. Yang Genshuo smiled confidently, then sat cross-legged in his 5 elements unity chamber, and began cultivating according to the mechanical arts technique. Streams of pure spiritual energy flowed into Yang Genshuo's body from every corner of the cultivation room. Once I succeed in cultivating, I can try to create heavenly secret talismans, using special methods. Yang Genshuo was fantasizing about his bright future when ring 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 his phone rang. Damn it, the spiritual energy that Yang Genshuo had painstakingly gathered was suddenly interrupted by the ringing, dissipating immediately. Let's see who the hell is so bold as to obstruct my path to immortality. He answered the phone. Hello? Mom. What's wrong, Mom? Oh. Xiaole, just come on over. It's no big deal, don't worry. The car is a 6-seater MPV, very spacious. Come on, see where he gets off tomorrow and have the driver drop him off there. After hanging up, Li Zifang stopped complaining to Li Guohu. That's someone else's company car, and you just agreed to give someone a ride. Luckily, your son has connections. By the way, Lao Yang, what's HPV? What? HPV? Yang Guahu was jolted awake, the alcohol completely gone, and he quickly called Yang Genshuo. Shuo, how could you get this at such a young age? Don't think that just because you inherited some of my good looks you can mess around. This time, it's not like I'm going to the hospital to see you, is it, Yang Genshuo? Yang Genshuo was dumbfounded. What? What did I get? Did I get some weird cultivation fetish? After thinking for a full 30 seconds, Yang Genshuo replied, Dad, actually I'm more handsome. Bullshit. Back in my youth, the father and son discussed who was more handsome for a long time before realizing that their mother had misheard. Helplessly hanging up the phone, Yang Genshuo was just about to sit cross-legged to continue his cultivation when... Ring 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 ring, are you done yet? He glanced at the phone. This time it was Chengbo Wat. Chengbo, hearing the tone, said, Brother Shuo, why are you so fierce? Get to the point. Oh, it's just that a few days ago you stopped us from developing new varieties, and now everyone's got nothing to do. Everyone's getting such high salaries, they don't feel at ease if they're not working, and they're all very enthusiastic about this secret project, so they asked me to ask the boss what our lab should do next. Are we going to do any new breeding work? Yang Genshuo slapped his forehead. He'd forgotten about these research freaks. Initially, he had them develop all sorts of random gene-modified elixirs, not to develop any good varieties, but just to fill the quota for opening the Dragon God Immortal Palace. After opening it, Yang Genshuo told them to stop. These past few days, he hadn't adjusted the game speed very fast. A year had passed in the game, and he'd only played for 5 days straight. His own lab hadn't been used for 5 days. Clearly, the research freaks were getting anxious. Oh, I don't have any new projects right now. Yang Genshuo hadn't decided on his next step, but he definitely wanted to keep the team, because he still had a vague idea about the Blue Star's ecological environment, but he hadn't figured out how or when to implement it. Hearing this, Chengbo was somewhat disappointed. Oh, could you give us some more special soil? We've almost used up our batch, and the radiation inside is getting weaker and weaker. Spiritual soil? Yang Genshuo's eyes suddenly lit up. He had a good idea. Would you be willing to do some outdoor cultivation? Great. We'd love to. After hanging up, Yang Genshuo casually checked Wetchiden in the news. Shimin Daily, a French-style manor in this city, was bought ahead of time by a mysterious tycoon. The auction was cancelled. Seeing that the reporter had interviewed several local tycoons, wondering why the auction was cancelled, Yang Genshuo chuckled. Why was it cancelled? Because I gave him a price he couldn't refuse. The cost of building this estate was roughly the same as rumored, around 20 million, but because the land deed was signed years ago, it had significant rights. Unlike the 70-year property rights of current residential areas, the mountain top belonged to Yang Genshuo, and even developing the scenic area couldn't force him to leave. Therefore, the land was very valuable. The starting bid was 35 million, but Yang Genshuo directly bought it for 50 million, and the owner signed the contract and went to transfer the ownership on the spot. He then browsed the comments and found them quite amusing. So rich, his wealth must be ill-gotten. I suggest the authorities investigate. Jiuhe Mountain belongs to all citizens of Shimin City. Why does the mountain top belong to him privately? This place is worth at most a few million. Building a house yourself is much cheaper. The media loves to exaggerate. Yang Genshuo, surprisingly, didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he chuckled and replied to each comment, getting impatient, he getting impatient. It turns out, money really does broaden one's horizons. Moreover, Yang Genshuo's money was all legal income after taxes. Even the mayor would have to call him outstanding entrepreneur, President Yang. These sarcastic remarks, ironically, made Yang Genshuo feel strangely pleased. Unconsciously, Yang Genshuo read many more news articles about the mysterious tycoon of the city. While scrolling, Yang Genshuo suddenly startled. Wait! What was I just doing? He looked around his cultivation room and slapped his forehead. Damn it! Modern cultivation is fraught with obstacles. Playing on my phone all day, how can I have time to cultivate? Halfway through cultivation, a phone call comes in, then I scroll through news and short videos, then it's time to eat. After eating, I haven't even meditated for 5 minutes before my loving family starts tagging in the latest marketing content. The first hardship of cultivation is the phone tribulation. No, I have to throw this thing aside, because the large manor was going to be auctioned off. The previous owner's belongings had been taken away, and the place had been cleaned impeccably. Yang Genshuo went to the living room and placed his phone on the table. Then he sealed his 5 elements unity chamber, and began cultivating the mechanical arts. With a blessing, tranquility, granting him comprehension plus 30, Yang Genshuo grasped the techniques almost instantly, progressing smoothly. He closed his eyes, his breathing gradually stabilizing. With each inhale and exhale, the spiritual energy from the cultivation chamber continuously entered his body, forming a cycle according to the techniques of the mechanical arts. This cycle repeated until Yang Genshuo entered an ethereal state. He was in deep meditation. Early the next morning, an uninvited guest carrying a pile of equipment arrived outside Yang Genshuo's manor. Family members, Brother Zhao is here to do a live stream again. Today we'll continue exploring the manor of a mysterious tycoon in the city. Give Brother Zhao some free likes, and once we reach 1,000 viewers, I'll knock on the door. Chi Zhao, a famous internet celebrity in Ximen City, does various trending live streams, going wherever the trend is. By being good at creating entertaining content, he has actually amassed 1 million followers. Today, the news of the mysterious tycoon in Ximen City buying a manor is generating considerable buzz online. He started his live stream early in the morning. The number of viewers in the live stream quickly exceeded 1,000 and was still rising. Alright. Let's see your Brother Zhao meet the mysterious tycoon. However, he rang the doorbell for a long time, but no one answered. Wait a minute, the car is inside, there should be someone here, right? The live stream was filled with booze, many people were watching him make a fool of himself, and Brother Zhao quickly tried to be funny to create a good show. But no one opened the door. Could he really not be home? Chi Zhao wondered to himself. At this moment, 2 cars drove up from the foot of the mountain, and 9 people got out. They were wearing work clothes and looked like workers. Chi Zhao's eyes lit up, and he went over. Brother. I'm Chi Zhao, a local self-media person. You guys are here to work, what the hell? Let's go. Changbo looked impatient, then entered the password at the door, opened the gate, and led his lab people into the manor. Hey. Hey big brother. Bro. Dad. Take me with you. Let me come in with you, I can do any job. I don't want money, Chi Zhao shouted from behind, but Changbo ignored him. Today, he brought the 8 elite members of his lab to Yang Genshuo's manor. 1 PhD and 7 master's students, all young scholars under 30, possessed an air of scholarly refinement untouched by society, which was what Changbo and Yang Genshuo valued most. Looking at the magnificent manor before them, the 8 couldn't help but gasp. Changbo held back. As the head of the lab and Yang Genshuo's good friend, he had to put on a show. Of course, he had already gasped many times since finding out yesterday. Brother Bo, the mysterious tycoon that's been all over the city these past few days, could it be? Female lab technician Zionanan pointed at the manor, her voice trembling slightly. Yes, Changbo looked inscrutable. Although it wasn't his own, it didn't stop him from showing off. While the 7 exclaimed simultaneously. Changbo's deputy, Song Qiao, adjusted his monocle and calmly said, reasonable, given the technology we've seen and that special contract, this kind of wealth is befitting the boss's capabilities. A single discovery or set of data from our lab is enough to blow up the scientific community this year. The Nobel Prize is a joke. Changbo smiled at Song Qiao, his deputy and the lab's second in command. At 28, with a doctorate, Song Qiao was very methodical, and many things required consultation with him. Humble yet assertive, reasonable arguments. You all still have a lot to learn from Song Qiao. The others chuckled and followed Changbo to the manor's large garden. Wow, so luxurious, just like in the TV dramas. Zionanan rushed over and couldn't resist running around inside. Giggle at 25, her youth blossomed more beautifully than any flower. As the youngest girl in the lab, Zionanan was everyone's source of joy. Huh? There's a wooden house here too, so neat and tidy, but the door won't open? It seems to be locked from the inside. Changbo couldn't help but look at the huge manor, his heart filled with excitement. Brother Shuo is really rich. Tianzhe and I will ascend to heaven together. As a close friend, he was happy to see Yang Genshuo's current achievements, because he just needed to stick close to his coattails from now on. While the others were looking at the manor, Song Qiao took a few steps, squatted down on the large mound in the middle of the garden, pinched some of the unusual soil in his hand, and smelled it. This is the special soil we use in our lab. Everyone was surprised. So much? Digging it up with a bulldozer, Song Qiao then looked at the antique-looking boxes next to him and opened them directly. Colorful spiritual plants emitting a faint spiritual light were revealed. So many mutated plants, Yang Genshuo had never told them that this oil contains spiritual energy, and these plants were spiritual plants, so the people in the lab had always thought that spiritual energy was a gas that could emit special radiation, and the spiritual plants were mutated plants affected by this radiation. Everyone crowded around, their eyes lighting up at the sight of so much experimental material. This will last us a long time. They were eager to explain various phenomena using modern science. They needed observation, testing, and a large amount of data to form a coherent theory. This was all their material. Chengbo looked around, a little puzzled. Did Brother Shuo say he'd wait for me at home today? Why hasn't he come out yet? Did he oversleep? But he wasn't in a hurry to find Yang Genshuo. His own work was already arranged. He clapped his hands. That's right, this is the work we'll be doing these next few days. Planting all this oil and plants in this garden to observe the growth process of this mutated plant firsthand. Song Qiao adjusted his glasses, a smile appearing on his face. This plant can absorb radioactive substances from this oil and convert them into energy for its growth, much like photosynthesis, and it will also release some radiation into the air. If it's arranged according to the boss's instructions, the entire garden will be filled with radioactive substances. Obviously, the boss thinks the same way we do. This radiation is beneficial to the body. Interesting. The lab technicians were all very interested in this project. Alright, let's get started. Chengbo and the 8 lab warriors transformed into gardeners, planting spiritual plants. Since it was a cultivation abode, they definitely needed to have some spiritual energy. What kind of place would it be with just a cultivation room? Yang Genshuo wanted to make his manor look like a place filled with ethereal beauty. While everyone inside was working hard, Chizeo outside was still peering through the door, eagerly watching. Let me in too, Brodad. Please. The number of viewers in the live stream remained high. Everyone wanted to see the clown. Chizeo, however, was secretly thinking, a bunch of stinky workers are still babbling at me. They'll behave if I raise their fried pancakes by 2 yuan. At this moment, a group of students carrying equipment arrived from the foot of the mountain. Wait for me. I bought your favorite beef today. I'll grill it for you later. Is it as good as what you get at a Western restaurant? Chen Wanting thought to herself, but encouraged them aloud. Okay, sure. Upon hearing this, Fei Yang smiled like a puppy. She asked me to cook for her, so she must like me. Fei Yang was carrying many bags, while Chen Wanting was carrying nothing and looked very comfortable. The class leader looked out over the manor on the mountaintop, where there was a large open space. Let's climb a few more steps and have a picnic on the mountaintop. Lately, the guys have been complaining that each chapter isn't enough, so I'm working overtime to write more. There will be another chapter later, but it will be a little late. Check it out tomorrow morning. Chapter 329 Yang Genshuo's Rashomon Manor. Chizeo was delighted to see a group of students approaching. You are camping and picnicking. Your teacher Chizeo? Fei Yang recognized the internet celebrity immediately and quickly wiped his hands to shake hers. Chizeo smiled slightly, feeling extremely comfortable. You're university students, right? Camping? This is a great spot, beautiful scenery and quiet. Even the super rich choose this place. Yes, teacher Chizeo. Can we take a picture together? Sure. Chizeo gave what he considered his most approachable smile. Wanting, let's go together. It's teacher Chizeo. I often watch his live streams. Come on. Fei Yang was as boisterous as if he'd seen a celebrity, making Chen Wanting a little annoyed. She shook her head. Never mind, I'm a little tired, you guys take the picture. After leaving Yang Genshuo, she increasingly felt that the people around her were childish and seemed like they'd never seen anything before. If only Yang Genshuo had brought me camping. Thinking of what had happened in the tent before, Chen Wanting's pretty face flushed slightly, her fair neck turning a rosy blush. Chizeo's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Wanting, a girl with long, slender legs and a shy expression. This student was stunning. Her natural beauty far surpassed that of those internet celebrities. As a live streamer, he knew how murky the internet celebrity industry was. He'd feel like throwing up his dinner if he tried to kiss those online goddesses offline. It was this kind of naturally beautiful student who was the real deal. If he weren't live streaming, he would have definitely asked this long-legged beauty for her widget. Then he'd use his usual tricks, experiencing the world's wonders with naive young girls and taking worldly wise women on a carousel, and win her over. Despite his unremarkable appearance and even somewhat sleazy looks, his wealth and fame made him incredibly competitive. He'd already won over many girls like her. But this one was truly the most stunning he'd ever seen. While the online celebrity Chizeo was still live streaming his attempts to knock on the door, the 20-odd students chose not to disturb the owner of the manor. Instead, they found a flat spot with a wide view on the mountaintop and started playing around. But amidst their play, they couldn't help but frequently glance at the enormous structure beside them. Xiao even nudged Chen Wanting with her elbow. See that? This is where the ultra-rich live. It's so luxurious. If I could live there, I'd be willing to be dressed up in all sorts of ways. A boy next to her glanced at Xiao's oily face, which even thick foundation couldn't hide, pursed his lips, and sat a little further away. Chen Wanting feigned nonchalance, saying, "Stop being so flirtatious. The most important thing for a woman is self-reliance and self-love. You just need to become excellent, and people will naturally discover your beauty." But actually, a glint of shrewdness flashed in her eyes. If only I could move in there. Then I could show Yang Genshuo what a real rich person is like. Bah. That snobbish guy, Fei Yang, who was cleaning up the barbecue, heard Chen Wanting's words and gave her a warm, puppy-like smile. "Wanting, what I like most about you is your independence. I think the same way you do. As long as we work together, we'll definitely have everything we need in the future." Hey, Chen Wanting chuckled, already imagining what kind of life the owner of this manor would lead. In the manor bedroom on the mountaintop, waking up in the morning, you can overlook the entire city of Ximen from the bedside. There's also a private swimming pool, so you don't have to worry about anyone peeing in it anymore. After swimming, you can lie naked on the lawn, feeling the comfort of nature at night. In the bathroom with its large French windows, you can take a milk bath and admire the night view of Ximen City. It feels like this life is worth it. The more she thought about it, the more engrossed she became, and the more she felt that this was the kind of life she should live. Anyway, someone has to live this kind of life, so why not me? Xiao, I'm just wandering around. Go ahead, I'll come find you after I've eaten. Xiao was happily munching on a synthetic meat patty, her mouth dripping with oil, so naturally she wouldn't join Chen Wanting. Chen Wanting walked around the wall, tracing the stone's texture with her middle finger, feeling a sense of elevation. Finally, as she reached the manor gate, she glanced at the still grinning Good Morning Internet celebrity pool, pursed her lips, and then peered over the fence. She saw the streamlined private swimming pool, the enormous garden, and a small wooden cabin. There were also some gardeners tending the garden. This manor has more gardeners than my 3,000-plus household neighborhood, but one of the gardeners looked familiar. He resembled Yang Genshuo's best friend, Cheng Bohei. She called out, only to be greeted by a voice behind her. "Don't bother, classmate. These are just workers, they don't have the authority to let you in." Hearing this, Chen Wanting thought, that makes sense. Cheng Bo was their school's doctoral supervisor, mentoring graduate students. Why would he be here as a gardener? He must just look alike. Besides, she instinctively felt that such a luxurious manor couldn't possibly have any connection with Yang Genshuo. "Oh, which university are you from, classmate? I'm planning to do a few live streams in the university town recently. You seem to have a good presence and are quite photogenic. Want to try it out together?" "No," Chen Wanting replied coldly and left. This level of flirting was too low class. She liked fishing, not being treated like a fish. After lingering for a while, seeing the manor's luxurious grandeur, she returned absent-mindedly, feeling the whole activity was rather dull. "Wanting, here you go. I grilled a big steak for you. Eat up." Looking at the half-burned, half-undercooked steak that Fei Yang had grilled, Chen Wanting frowned. "Give it to Xiao. I'm not hungry." "Then I won't be polite." Xiao's hands were covered in oil, and she shoveled it onto her plate. Kyuku started eating, getting oil stains all over his hair. After they finished eating, they played some board games and then got bored. At this moment, the class monitor suddenly said, "It would be so much fun if they invited us into the manor as guests." This remark resonated with everyone. "That would be so much fun. I want to take pictures. I could take pictures all day and never get tired of it. I want to play the Castle of Horrors game. I just want to lie on a soft lawn and sunbathe. Such a big manor must have a chef. I want to try the private chef's cooking at a wealthy family's house." Wanting, what about you? "Me. I'll go swimming. I like clean private pools." Hearing this, all the boys in the class felt a surge of excitement. That would be amazing. Fei Yang, on the other hand, looked determined. Wanting, don't worry, after I graduate and get a good job, I'll definitely buy you a villa with a private pool. Wow, everyone cheered. Chen Wanting just found it amusing. She smiled at me. She must have been moved by me. Seeing everyone cheering, Fei Yang volunteered. I'll go knock on the door. The book says, opportunity always favors the brave. He ran over and knocked on the door. Hello, please open the door. We are students. Open the door. We are university students. Students aren't allowed in. Everyone. Chi Zhao, who was already bored, looked at Fei Yang. Hey, more traffic. Just as they were all thinking about the manor, another large MPV drove up from the foot of the mountain. It stopped at the manor gate. The driver, dressed in a black suit, got out. His muscles were so big that the suit couldn't hide them. He looked like a top-notch suit thug. Now, he stood respectfully below, waiting for the electric door to open. The first to jump out of the car was a young man with a full head of blonde hair. What the hell? Where did you come from? Is this still in China? Yang Lei looked surprised. He had only hitched a ride with his second uncle to Ximen City, and now he found himself up in the mountains. There was even a European-style manor in front of him. At first glance, it really looked like he was abroad. Nearby, internet celebrity Chi Zhao and the students also noticed them, their eyes filled with curiosity. Chi Zhao looked at the car and said, look at this big domestic MPV, it's so cool. Fei Yang, on the other hand, was delighted. Are you the owner of this place? Can we go in and play for a while? When Chen Wanting saw Yang Lei, she felt a little strange. Why does he look a bit like Yang Genshuo? Am I going crazy? Why do I think of Yang Genshuo whenever I see him? Since the breakup, she found that she could actually recall the good things Yang Genshuo had done for her. And the more Yang Genshuo ignored her, blocked her, and spoke coldly to her, the more she wanted to get back together with him. She would even fantasize about sitting in Yang Genshuo's Bentley, being ravished by him while imitating Spider-Man's gestures. She shook her head, thinking she needed to see a psychologist. Yang Lei looked at so many Chinese people and realized that he hadn't come to visit a foreign country. I don't know, second uncle, second aunt, please get out of the car. We're here to enjoy the scenery on the mountain, aren't we? Yang Guohu and Li Zifeng got out of the car. The two of them looked at each other, also very puzzled. Master Wang, is there a wrong place? Did my son tell us to go directly to his house? The seemingly cold-looking driver in the black suit, upon hearing this, said in a flustered voice, Uncle Yang, you can just call me Zhao Wang. This is Mr. Yang's house. Mr. Yang asked me to pick you up. Huh? There's no residential area here. Yang Guohu is still puzzled. Yet, I'm so confused. And these kids outside are so pitiful, living in tents on the mountain. I wonder if Zhao Shuo is living in a tent too. Li Zifeng even wanted to rummage through the camping tents. Other students, feeling offended. Yang Lei grinned and pointed to the manor, saying, second uncle, who knows? Maybe my brother Shuo lives in this big villa. How the bodyguard looked at him and nodded. Yes, after Yang Lei and the bodyguard stared at each other for 10 seconds, the smile on his lips gradually disappeared. Yang Lei, no, not at all. But Yang Guohu still didn't believe it. I'll call Zhao Shuo and see what's going on. That kid's always been full of tricks. I wonder what he's up to now, but after trying for a long time, the call wouldn't go through. Driver Wang Wu was somewhat helpless. It was his first time driving for the big boss's family, and he was quite nervous. Boss Guo had said that the big boss was an incredibly wealthy and powerful man in disguise, and that he had to serve him well, otherwise he would lose this high-paying and prestigious job. He could only try his best to force a smile that wasn't so menacing. Uncle Yang, Auntie, this is Boss Yang's house. I didn't lie to you, Boss Yang should have given you the password. You can enter it to get in. Yang Guohu glanced at his phone. His son had mentioned a combination lock. But he hadn't said that combination lock was for such a large manor gate. Just as they hesitated about whether to go in, one person present froze. Chen Wanting. At this moment, looking at what Yang Genshuo's parents and the driver were saying, she was completely petrified. She had been to Yang Genshuo's house before and met his parents. Back then, Yang Genshuo was still full of vigor. Chen Wanting's mind raced, eliminating all the impossibilities, leaving only one possible option. This manor belonged to Yang Genshuo. And these two wealthy old men in front of her were still putting on an act. Look at Yang's father's simple clothes, without even a brand name. Italian handmade, custom made. The more you look at it, the more stylish it becomes. The simple handbag in Yang's mother's hand, seemingly ordinary on the outside, but upon closer inspection, you could see the delicate hand-stitched seams inside, and the tag had been deliberately torn off. LV Global Limited Edition. A substantial amount, no way. Their hairstyles were slightly messy, but their hair quality was definitely not something a poor family could afford. They frequently went to Korea for hair treatments. Absolutely. And this domestically produced MPV, while seemingly inexpensive, offered a far superior riding experience compared to foreign luxury brands. It was exactly what these two low-key tycoons wanted. Those two old babies, they're such good actors. If I hadn't just watched Claw Machine, I would have fallen for it. The first time I went to Yang Genshuo's house, it was his parents testing me. Unfortunately, I was too oblivious back then. Yang Genshuo's acting skills are learned from these two wealthy old men. Chen Wanting had seen through everything. She scanned everyone, feeling a sense of exhilaration, like the only one sober in a world of fools. And suddenly, she had a new idea. A way to salvage this relationship. She smiled slightly, walked over, and took Li Zifang's arm. Mom, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Huh? Isn't this Wanting? Where's Xiaoshuo? Why isn't he answering the phone? This big villa, is it really his? Li Zifang was a little confused, not even noticing the problem with the way she addressed him. Still pretending? Old baby, testing me? You didn't know about the estate you bought for him? Let's go in. At that moment, Fei Yang suddenly realized something. No. No, no, no. How could you be so rude? He quickly moved closer. Hello, Auntie, I'm Fei Yang, Wanting's classmate. Fei Yang, who's been working hard to make a name for himself, is currently pursuing Wanting. I hope you can support me. I will do everything I can to be good to Wanting. Then he flashed what he thought was a very appropriate smile. Li Zifeng, huh? Chen Wanting, get lost. This child, why can't I get through? Is the signal bad up in the mountains? Yang Guaho shook his phone, trying to enhance the signal by cutting the magnetic field lines of Blue Star. Chizao, who was live streaming, was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? The woman was the villa owner's boyfriend? This person was the villa owner's mother, and who is that person confessing his love? What an idiot. It was all a bit confusing. He silently turned the camera towards Yang Guaho and the others. No photos or videos, thank you. A large, calloused hand covered Chizao's phone camera. Wang Wu looked up at the 1.85-meter-tall, suit-clad thug in front of him. Chizao readily turned his phone aside. Haha, I took a picture of the scenery. It's really beautiful. Wang Wu stood beside him, not saying anything, just looking at him. Yang Guahu also pressed his hand on the keypad lock and entered the password. The gate, which had been closed all morning, opened. More than 20 students couldn't help but peek inside. Chen Wanting took Li Zifang's arm and followed her in. Although Fei Yang had been scolded, he still looked puzzled. Wanting, how did your dad know the password? Is he here guarding the gate? Let us in too. Slap. Chizao slapped his forehead. If Wang Wu hadn't been watching, he would have definitely shown the camera to this prodigy. All his efforts to play the clown online were like childish absurdity in front of him. Some people, just by standing there, are an insurmountable mountain. Their debut was the peak. Meanwhile, the other students were stunned. They were pondering a very serious question. How could I be in the same university as someone like this? Xiao was shocked. Forgetting all politeness, she smeared the oil on her hands onto her skirt, lifted it up, and ran after him. Wanting, wait for me. Duong duong duong. She was stuck at the last moment before the electric gate closed. Help. I can't breathe. My breasts are too big. Someone push me. The students behind her covered their faces. Big breasts? You're just fat. Nobody wanted to push her, they all felt embarrassed. I'll push you. Fei Yang, as always, was very helpful, grumbling to his classmate as he pushed. What's wrong with giving someone a push when they were tired? Honestly, then he whispered in Xiao's ear, Xiao, go in and find out what's going on. I feel like something's not quite right. This whole sequence of actions was as natural to him as breathing. Xiao gave him a deep look. Okay. Wait for my news. Chizao was dumbfounded. He said to Wang Wu, no. She just squeezed in. You're not going to do anything about it? I'm just a driver, huh? You weren't treating me like that just now, because my boss likes to keep a low profile. If you keep taking pictures, I'll have to take you down the mountain. No walking, no car needed. The scenery is really nice today. Yang Lei, who had been following Yang Guahua, was even more bewildered. Luxury cars, special forces bodyguard driver, top-tier mansions, beautiful women, abusive romance, face-slapping, all these elements combined. Wasn't this the hottest short drama right now? And there was even an internet celebrity secretly filming outside. Suddenly, everything became clear. He finally knew what his cousin did. He rented the venue to film a short drama. There were probably a bunch of cameras pointed at him outside. All his reactions had been recorded. He had become a part of the short drama. At this moment, seeing a gardener jogging over, before he could even open his mouth, Yang Lei had already answered. If I'm not mistaken, your next line is, "Sir, Mr. Yang has been waiting for you inside for a long time, and my brother's identity is a domineering CEO?" Chang Bo glanced at him, noticing the resemblance to Yang Genshuo, and seeing him being led over by Yang's parents, and immediately understood. Yang Genshuo was one of their own. How this brother has a good eye for people. Your brother is indeed a domineering CEO? Very domineering. When you go for a foot massage, they say they'll change the massage team, and they change the team right away, without any room for argument. Uncle and auntie, I'm Shuo's college roommate. We even had dinner together when you saw Shuo off. Oh, yes, yes. Ziobo, right. Yang Guahu had a good memory and remembered immediately. Yes. Shuo told me you were coming today and asked me to greet you in advance. He has some things to do at the company and won't be back for a while. Oh, he'll be busy first. We're not in a hurry. After saying this subconsciously, Yang Guahu was a little puzzled. Ziobo, tell uncle the truth. What exactly happened today? What are you doing in such a big villa? Working, hey. Second uncle, my brother is filming a short drama here. This stuff makes a lot of money now. Just play along, pretend you don't know anything. When my brother comes, we'll all be shocked together. Yang Lei looked confident, then winked at Changbo and said, my name is Yang Lei, a former internet celebrity. You know what I mean. Don't worry, I definitely won't mess things up for you. What's your account number? I'll follow you later. Changbo's brows furrowed deeper as he listened. Besides Yang Lei being a bit outrageous, he also noticed Chen Wanting's flirtatious antics. He knew exactly what had happened between Yang Genshuo and Chen Wanting. Back then, he had always advised Yang Genshuo not to get involved with this woman. She was a complete green tea bitch, just someone to scam you out of money and then dump you. And he was right. He wanted to rebuke her, but seeing Chen Wanting sweetly clinging to Yang Genshuo's mother's arm, he was confused. Hello, Brother Bo. Chen Wanting smiled sweetly, very obediently. Hello, wait, what's going on today? Why is she with her family? Did Brother Shuo go back to his ex? Changbo didn't know what to do. He hadn't actually accepted Yang Genshuo's request, he just made it up on the spot. They were practically family. How could he say he had been missing all morning and couldn't be reached by phone, leaving the two of them stranded? Hello, Brother Bozia Oxeo, her bangs covering half her oily face, said in a high-pitched voice. Ah. You are, Chen Wanting, also on edge, desperately needed support. She took Zia Oxeo's arm, my best friend, we came together, Brother Shuo knows her, Zia Oxeo blushed and gave Changbo a couple of flirtatious winks. She wasn't stupid. It was a certainty that Yang Genshuo was a rich second-generation heir, and a good brother who could greet his family on his behalf was definitely a die-hard friend. And a PhD, supervising graduate students, if she could avoid getting punched 13 times in the head, she could get a direct admission to graduate school. Changbo rolled his eyes, he was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Brother Shuo, where the hell are you? I'll arrange accommodations for everyone first. As for food, what are we going to eat in this desolate place? Food delivery is already beyond our reach. I'll go find a chef who can cook. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by the melodious tinkling of wind chimes. Second update delivered, over 10,000 words in total. Please give me a monthly ticket, brothers. More long chapters and double updates tomorrow. Chapter 330 Yang Genshuo returns. Chizao, standing at the gate, was stunned by the girl before him. The student from before was already a stunning beauty, and now this ethereal, otherworldly version? Luxury homes attract beautiful girls, huh? However, his attention wasn't on her looks, but on a question. Boer, who are you? Workers can come in, students can come in, relatives can come in, even a real fat pig can squeeze in, but I, a blogger with 1 million followers, can't. You're riding an electric scooter, you can't just let me in because I'm pretty, can you? Lin Yu smiled serenely, pointed to her ear, and waved her hand. The string of purple wind chimes jingled pleasantly ding-a-ling-ding-a-ling. Then she entered the password, rode her electric scooter inside. Shizao. After a long pause, he leaned against the gate and shouted, does anyone here respect a 1 million follower internet celebrity? He'd gone viral. Completely gone viral. This time he didn't need to play the clown, he was completely immersed. The number of viewers in the live stream reached a new high, topping the trending charts. Cheng Bo, who was already in a flurry of activity inside, was even more bewildered when Lin Yu rode in on a small electric scooter. He glanced at Chen Wanting and saw that she hadn't changed at all, still smiling and talking to Yang's mother. He looked at Lin Yu again, who also looked completely at ease. You've got some skills, brother Shuo, so, sleeping together in a big manner, huh? Now, he couldn't interfere anymore. Whatever, let them do what they want, they're all guests. Lin Yu recognized Cheng Bo, because communication was difficult, they had WeChat. She greeted him and then took out her phone. Brother Bo, brother Shuo asked me to cook, where's the kitchen? You cook. There are so many people here, it's my job, I can do it. Oh, okay, the kitchen is over there, pointing Lin Yu towards the kitchen. Li Zifang also noticed this sweet and quiet girl at this moment. Hey? Whose child is this? So pretty. Is she Xiao Shuo's colleague too? Chen Wanting cursed a little bitch in her heart before sweetly saying, this is the nanny Shuo hired. Ah. Such a young nanny. Li Zifang was surprised. Usually, nannies are older. Meanwhile, Yang Guohu and Yang Lei were still discussing the filming techniques of the short drama and their shocked expressions. Yang Lei, see, second uncle. I told you we needed a nanny. The production team has thought of everything, but I think they're very natural, not like they were acting. What family has such a pretty girl as a nanny? That's what professional actors are like. They look natural, that's the effect the director wanted. Oh, I see. Yang Guohu watched his nephew Yang Lei's smooth talk, but something still felt off. He called Yang Genshuo again, but no one answered. We won't eat for a while, everyone can wander around or rest for a bit, Cheng Babo interjected, acting as the housekeeper. Everyone was indeed very interested in this luxurious and extravagant manner, and they began to explore it. Second uncle, come on, we've finally come to their filming location, let's go inside and take a look. Okay, Yang Guohu and Yang Lei went inside to look at the interior. Chen Wanting clung to Li Zifeng, her only lifeline. She bet that Yang Genshuo hadn't told her wealthy parents about the breakup. She bet right. As long as she could get through to the higher-ups, she could apologize pitifully. Tie her hair up, kneel down at night, and halfway through, look up at them with a pitiful expression and ask, Brother Shuo, what's our relationship now? She'd be set. Mom, let me take you for a walk in the garden, the air here is so fresh, I feel like my mood has improved. Hey, Wanting, don't call me that, we haven't given her the change of address fee yet. At this moment, Li Zifeng noticed that Chen Wanting kept calling her mom, and quickly waved her hand. It's all the same, Mom. Our family isn't old-fashioned. We don't need dowries or change of address fees. My mom said that as long as I can find a reliable and good-natured boy who treats me well, nothing else matters. Your mom is quite open-minded. But for now, don't call me mom yet. Wait until you get your marriage certificate. Li Zifeng was secretly pleased. Her son's girlfriend was so sensible, saving the family a lot of burden. College students are so open-minded. Their education wasn't wasted. She was quite satisfied and strolled around the garden with Chen Wanting. Xia Oxio, left behind, looked at Cheng Bo shyly. Brother Bo, I want to go see that wooden house, but I'm so afraid of the dark. Can you take me there? If you can help out in the kitchen, then go. If you can't, find somewhere to sit. I have things to do. Cheng Bo turned and left, cursing inwardly. If he talked to her any longer, he wouldn't be able to eat Longjiang pork trotter rice anymore. Cheng Bo continued planting spiritual plants with the people in the lab. TCH, I'm not cooking, just watch me eat. I'll eat you all out of house and home, you clueless Hongdeng. Xia Oxio was bored too, and after wandering around for a while, her eyes lit up. She walked towards the main gate, looking at Fei Yang and a group of classmates who had no interest in picnicking waiting outside. Wow, this manor is so nice, Xiaoxiao. How about it? Did they kick you out? Kicked out? I'm a VIP, okay? The chef is preparing my food. I wonder if I'll have abalone or lobster later. Wu Chizeo from the other side also quickly came over. Little sister, open the door, let me in for a look. I'll just take a look and come out. If I don't go in, I'll be bombarded by fans offline. No way, the host is very particular, not just anyone can come in. Xiaoxiao looked at the envious eyes of everyone and felt a little smug. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Lin Yu had already changed her clothes and started preparing lunch. She opened the large refrigerator, saw the various spiritual meats and fruits inside, and smiled slightly. The boss always has delicious meat and fruits here. Although she had never cooked for so many people before, she still cheered herself on. Boss, Lin Yu can do it. Then she got to work. But thinking of Chen Wanting arm in arm with Yang Genshuo's mother, she still felt a little lost. Chen Wanting would eat with a boss's family, but she could only cook for Chen Wanting. If only there were no boss's wife for the rest of my life. Thus, during the time Yang Genshuo disappeared, a strange harmony was established between the manor and the outside world. Everyone had their own unique and self-consistent understanding. 2 hours later, everyone was sitting at the largest rectangular European-style dining table in the main hall of the manor. Chengbo held Yang Genshuo's phone, which he had just found. Strange, Brother Shuo's phone is right here, why can't I see him? Looking at the cars parked in the yard, he felt that Yang Genshuo was in the manor, but he had searched everywhere and still couldn't find him. What are you doing, Brother Shuo? If you don't come out soon, we'll eat first. It's already 1:30 p.m. Whether he eats or not doesn't matter, he can just grab a piece of bread to tide him over. He's let the people from his lab eat some bread they brought. But Yang Genshuo's parents and brothers are here, he can't let his elders go hungry, can he? There's also Chen Wanting, whose identity is unclear, whether she's a wolf or a god, and she brought along a blatant idiot. Never mind, I won't wait for you. I'll greet them for you first, he said to Yang Guahua. Uncle, Brother Shuo isn't finished yet, he wants us to eat first. It's okay, I'm not hungry. I'll wait for him. Yang Lei quickly pulled him aside and whispered, Second uncle, listen to the director. Oh, then let's eat. Yang Guahua sat in the main seat, and as soon as he said that, they started eating. Lin Yu started bringing out the dishes. She brought over a plate of translucent spiritual fruits. Seeing Chen Wanting and Xiaoxiao still sitting there so calmly, Chengbo frowned. They really have no sense of propriety. So many people's meals, and you expect a little girl to serve them all herself? She's been cooking for 2 hours. Chengbo went to help in the kitchen. Li Zifang quickly stood up too. I'll help. Chen Wanting quickly grabbed her arm. Auntie, just let the nanny serve them. That's what she does. She's different from us. After saying that, she put on what she thought was a proper elegant lady's smile. Old lady, still pretending. Li Zifang was a little embarrassed, but I see the little girl is quite tired. Let's help together. Chen Wanting's eyes lit up. She understood. She's testing me. Okay, Auntie, you sit down. I'll serve them. It'll be quick. After serving a few plates, she found a corner, took out her phone, typed 2 lines, and nodded at Lin Yu. Lin Yu took out her phone and saw it, tears immediately welling up in her eyes. You eat in the kitchen later, it's a family gathering. There's no place for an outsider like you. From now on, understand your place. We're different. Chen Wanting walked away with her head held high. Lin Yu took several deep breaths to recover, then wiped her eyes, biting her lip as she served the sumptuous spiritual food. She then hid in the kitchen, hugging her knees and burying her face in them. Brother Shuo, your new house is so cold, I want to go back to our old home. Seeing everyone was about to eat, Li Zifang asked, puzzled, Wanting, why isn't that girl eating? Her? She's just a cook, she doesn't eat with us. Chengbo frowned. When I went to Brother Shuo's house, Lin Yu always ate with us. That was before. Now, what are we? Does she even deserve to sit at the table? Chen Wanting was furious at the mention of Lin Yu. She was losing her temper. She felt that the reason Yang Genshuo had been ignoring her all this time was because this little bitch was talking badly about her behind her back, trying to seduce Yang Genshuo. Only by getting rid of her could she come back. Chengbo's face darkened, wanting to curse. Who do you think you are? 100 of you wouldn't be as good as Lin Yu. What on earth is Brother Shuo doing? But he couldn't say this in front of his parents, so he could only sulk. Yang Guohu and Li Zifang also found his words rather harsh, exchanging confused glances. Xia Oxio, however, strongly supported her best friend. Exactly. Even large families have to respect hierarchy. Confucius said that the larger the family, the more they should know etiquette. At this moment, the atmosphere had reached its coldest point. Only one person could still laugh out loud. Yang Lei. He closed his eyes, looking completely in control. 3, 2, 1 come out, domineering CEO, clap 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 applause rang out from outside. Wonderful, wonderful. I just took a nap, and so much trouble has happened at home. Yang Genshuo strode in. He carried an aura of pressure from a cultivator towards mortals. Everyone felt their breath catch in their throats, and they had to look up at Yang Genshuo before daring to look at him. After a day of meditation, he had completed the 64th cycle of the mechanical arts technique, becoming a master cultivator at the first level of the fetal breathing stage. Before they could speak, Yang Genshuo pointed directly at Xia Oxio. According to Confucius, you're not allowed at the table, stand up, PFFT. Chengbo burst out laughing. Good, 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 only my brother Shuo can be so energetic. Before, when he couldn't win an argument online, he always had Yang Genshuo do the talking for him. Xia Oxio was so frightened she stood up immediately, her face turning a deep purplish red. Chen Wanting quickly said, Brother Shuo, she didn't mean that, you stand up too, where did you come from? You big bastard, sitting in my house for dinner? Did I let you in? No, Brother Shuo. I just happened to see auntie and uncle, so I came in with them. If you're still angry with me about what happened between us, I can apologize. I'm willing to do anything, as long as you forgive me, I'll even kneel down for you. She finished speaking pitifully, making a move to kneel, looking at Li Zifang, her eyes reddening. Li Zifang was about to say something kind when Yang Guohua, noticing something was wrong, gave her a wait-and-see look. At this moment, Yang Genshuo's spiritual sense swept across the area, and he saw Lin Yu sobbing with her legs tucked in her hands in the kitchen, and then he saw the contents of her phone. His face darkened even more. Fine, you want to kneel down and apologize, right? Now, go to the kitchen right now and kneel down to apologize to Lin Yu. Why should I apologize to her? What is her status? A disabled nanny. Upon hearing this, Yang Genshuo's eyes turned cold. He took 2 steps to Chen Wanting, grabbed her by the neck, and threw her into the kitchen. Kneel down. Lin Yu, who was sobbing with her legs tucked in her hands, quickly wiped away her tears when she saw the person who suddenly appeared in front of her. Chen Wanting still wanted to struggle, but when she saw Yang Genshuo's icy eyes, she shuddered and almost wet herself in fear. She took out her phone and typed, I'm sorry. Yang Genshuo lifted her up again, face to face, and said word by word, now, do you know what her status is, and what your status is, Wang Wu? Throw them both out. Yes, Mr. Yang. Chen Wanting and Xia Oxio were grabbed by Wang Wu and thrown out of the manor like 2 clowns. Chi Zhao and the students, who were waiting outside for Xia Oxio to come out and reveal the truth, were all shocked. What happened? Why were you thrown out? Fei Yang looked at the disheveled Chen Wanting with heartache. Wanting, they hit you? No way. I'm going to get justice for you. Call the police. We have to call the police. The law cannot yield to illegality. I will make them pay the price. Get out. Chen Wanting went down the mountain with her hair disheveled. Fei Yang was not angry at being scolded, but was secretly delighted. She was injured, so wouldn't it be his turn to show off his warm-heartedness? This was his specialty. Wanting, wait for me. Chi Zhao was dumbfounded. What kind of plot is this? I'm so confused. How inside the manor? Yang Lei laughed loudly at the dinner table. Everyone's done acting, right? Cousin, your acting skills are really domineering. This is your job. Give me a role, I'll follow you from now on. You get out too, you're crazy. Yang Lei was also asked to leave by Wang Wu. He already disliked this blonde cousin, who had made sarcastic remarks about him while his father was hospitalized. Since his parents were relatives and he couldn't refuse, he didn't bother pretending. You've cultivated immortality, why stay trapped in the mortal world? What's the point of cultivating immortality, he thought. Get lost, you idiot. For his first meal after moving, Yang Genshuo only wanted to eat with family and friends. Looking at his surprised parents, Yang Genshuo scratched his head. Mom and Dad, It's a long story, haha. Some readers have opinions about this part of the plot. Okay, the main theme is listening to advice, so this chapter ends here. The next chapter will return to the main plot, printing talismans. I heard that readers will criticize at 4,000 words, find some justification at 6,000 words, collectively forget at 8,000 words, and start whitewashing at 10,000 words. So, there's another long chapter coming up. Forgive my whims, I want to write about reality. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Spirit Banes, Spirit Academy, Spirit Pool, Resources maximized to assist Yang Genshuo's immortal cultivation path. Yang Genshuo's domineering aura surprised both Yang Guohu and Li Zilfeng. Li Guohu secretly pondered. How could his son have changed so much? He had the air of a factory director. No, more like a town mayor. Because when a town mayor reprimands a factory director, it's like he's scolding a servant. But that's even stranger. This large estate sounds like it really belongs to his son. Could it be? What has his son done to deserve this? Li Zilfeng was very worried. She pulled her son aside. Xiaoshu, what kind of fight did you have with Wanting? You don't have to treat her like this, Mom and Dad, let's talk while we eat. Yang Genshuo called Lin Yu to the table, then casually grabbed a large basket of spiritual fruits from the kitchen and placed it at Changbo's table. So you're just letting the researcher eat bread? I thought we couldn't afford to eat here. I'm sending this over so we can all eat together. Changbo looked at the various spiritual fruits and his mind suddenly clicked. These are, that, Yang Genshuo nodded. Take them and eat them, they're all good stuff, okay. This is more precious than anything. Changbo understood the value of these spiritual fruits best. Because he had been researching the radiation-mutated plants that Yang Genshuo had brought him, and it seemed that the radiation was entirely beneficial to the body. This was also the first time he had come into contact with mutated fruits that could be eaten directly. It was very meaningful. As a Chinese laboratory, they had long wanted to research how to eat mutated plants. Lin Yu sat at such a large long table, feeling a little awkward, keeping her head down and not daring to speak. Moreover, she was sitting in the same spot as Chen Wanting, right next to Li Zilfeng, making her even more shy. Li Zilfeng chatted for a while and found that Lin Yu seemed not to hear her at all. She found it very strange. Mom, Lin Yu was born without hearing and can't speak. The meal lasted a long time, and everyone praised Lin Yu's cooking skills. Li Zilfeng felt sorry for Lin Yu and kept holding her hand. Thinking back to how Chen Wanting had said so many awful things to this kind of girl, she felt no goodwill towards her at all, and told Yang Genshuo that he did the right thing. He should be driven away. Yang Guohu also learned that Yang Genshuo now owned 2 large companies and had made a lot of money. He even tasted the second-grade spirit wine, drunk in immortal brew, that Yang Genshuo had brought. As an old wine connoisseur, he knew from one sip that this stuff would definitely make him rich. It was impeccably delicious. And it was good for his health, so he didn't feel guilty drinking it. In the end, the 2 elders reluctantly accepted that Yang Genshuo was now a wealthy man. In the blink of an eye, just a few months, my son has become a self-made millionaire. Since chatting with his parents, Yang Genshuo's smile hadn't faded. He loved seeing his parents marvel at his achievements. Praise from his closest relatives made him happy. It's alright, Mom and Dad. You've raised me for 30 years, saved up all your money for my first business venture, and then lost it all. The villagers have been nagging you about it for half a year. It's time you enjoyed your retirement. Yang Guohu gently stroked the long dining table made of pure black walnut wood with his calloused hands. This is too much? Can we afford it? This yard is so big. You definitely can't manage it all by yourself. Your dad and I will help you. Your dad's good at gardening, let him take care of the outside, and I'll take care of the inside. Yang Genshuo held his parents' hands, his eyes full of encouragement. Mom, someone else will do all this. Dad, these are your son's things. Use them however you want, enjoy whatever you want, from today onwards. Dad, Mom, you don't need to take care of me anymore. Live again for yourselves. Li Zilfeng's eyes reddened as she stroked Yang Genshuo's head. My son is amazing. Yang Guohu rubbed his beard and smiled freely. Great. I never thought I could enjoy a few more good years with my son. This afternoon, I'm going to buy that Dewa fishing rod. Fishing. I'll have plenty of time. I'll fish for 10 years. Your mother won't have a reason to stop me this time. Li Zifeng was also infected by Yang Guahua, and stopped being sentimental, instead thinking about many things she wanted to do. Your dad has wanted to buy that Dewa fishing rod for 3 years, I've even memorized its name. Sigh, while you can still fish these next few years, go ahead and fish. I heard from Sister Wang that fishing can prevent Alzheimer's. Li Zifeng sighed, feeling that she was almost 60 now and wouldn't be able to spend many more years with her son. 10 years isn't enough. Dad, you can fish for another 50 years without any problem. Nonsense. I'll be over 100 by then. Trust my dad, your lives are just beginning. Stop being so mysterious. In the evening, Cheng Bo and the others left, agreeing to come back to work the next day. Yang Genshuo's big courtyard was handed over to them. As the only team in the country researching spiritual plants, they knew how to take care of these spiritual plants better than gardeners. Yang Genshuo wanted to bathe the entire manor in spiritual energy. These spiritual plants and flowers were essential. Suddenly, Yang Genshuo felt a jolt in his spiritual sense. The Yang family descendants are holding an ancestral worship ceremony. 2 years have already passed in the game. How fast time flies. Yesterday, because he was practicing the mechanical arts, he missed the ancestral worship ceremony. Seeing that their ancestor hadn't responded, the Yang family assumed he was traveling the world as usual and didn't think much of it, offering only a few things casually as in previous years. Another benefit of the game's ability to collect spiritual energy also became apparent. The offered items could directly enter Yang Genshuo's already refined storage ring, eliminating the need to prepare a large open space each time. Very convenient. Today, after waking up, Yang Genshuo saw that the garden was well arranged, with spiritual energy slowly emanating from it, which was very comfortable. But this wasn't enough. He instructed the Yang family to prepare some more things. Spirit construction technique is the most suitable spell for me at this stage. Yang Shi offered you 10,000 second grade 5-element spirit construction blocks. Yang Fujian offered you the corpse of a demon beast earthly violent bear and several spirit trees. Yang Kaiyang offered you 109 heavens profound yellow paper, 100 azure jade marrow ink, and 1 crane feather brush. Yang Kaiyangjian offered you a superior grade magic artifact, Lingbo treasure bottle and a miniature spirit bane. Yang, aside from what he had already mentioned, Yang Genshuo hadn't looked at the others in detail. Here it comes. This manor is too big, I need more spirit construction blocks to modify and expand it. As for why it was only second grade, it was because even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't cut through third grade spirit construction materials, even with a magic artifact. Moreover, he could only manipulate superior grade magic artifacts at most, and even then, he had to rely on his status as a grandmaster to barely use them, unleashing about 20% of their power. His cultivation was too weak right now. To wield better magical artifacts, one needs to improve their skills. In the spirit builder industry, a standard spirit building block is a 111 meter cube, facilitating subsequent operations. Furthermore, spirit builders possess their own magical tools and techniques, allowing them to freely stretch and alter the shape of the spirit building block, making it extremely convenient. Originally, Yang Genshuo only wanted a cultivation room, but with the spirit plant garden almost completed, the swimming pool next to it couldn't be ordinary, could it? Yang Genshuo loved swimming, and Chen Wanting learned to swim from him. However, Yang Genshuo really liked the streamlined shape of the swimming pool and didn't want to change it. His beginner-level spirit building technique could only produce a square, boxy shape. So, he came up with a good idea. A flash of light appeared on the ring, and a nice blue treasure bottle appeared in Yang Genshuo's hand. Lingbo treasure bottle superior magical artifact, supportive, attribute, water spiritual liquid holy spring. After use, the spiritual liquid inside the bottle can be poured out, turning into a spring on the ground. In the spring water, injuries can be quickly healed and vitality restored. Water repelling shield. Activating the bottle can form a highly resilient water attribute protective shield around the body. Holding the bottle also allows one to swim underwater. The natural spiritual land Lingbo spring is collected into the bottle and refined into a magical artifact, possessing healing and defensive effects. Throwing low-grade spirit stones into the bottle will automatically replenish the artifact's spiritual energy. The bottle was unclaimed. Yang Genshuo's divine sense circled around it, and then he refined the artifact, leaving his own divine sense imprint. Haha, in the cultivation world, people are afraid of having their magic weapon stolen during battles. I don't have to worry about that at all. As long as it's not broken after being refined, it's mine alone. It's useless to others if they find it. Heaven and earth, I alone am an immortal. Awesome. Yang Genshuo used his stored ring to directly absorb the water in the pool, and then placed the Lingbo treasure bottle in the center of the pool. He activated his spiritual power. Spiritual liquid holy spring, come out. Glug glug. A large amount of light blue spiritual liquid gushed out of the mouth of the Lingbo treasure bottle, filling the pool. Collect. A deep blue spiritual pool was created. Yang Genshuo took off his clothes and plunged in. Splash. After swimming around, Yang Genshuo felt refreshed. Spiritual power was constantly brushing against his skin, like having a spa treatment in the water. His fatigue was swept away, and he was full of energy. This is more worthy of my garden 5 elements cultivation room, spiritual plant garden, spiritual spring pool. Yang Genshuo looked around. Why does this mountain feel so lifeless? Yang Genshuo chuckled, looking at the miniature spiritual vein in his stored ring. Once my cultivation level is high enough, I'll bury this spiritual vein beneath the manor, and the mountain top will become a true spiritual land. In the cultivation world, spirit stones are used for cultivation and as currency, so naturally, there are places that produce them. Those are spiritual veins. The reason the Lingmeo continent has 10 major immortal sects instead of 8 or 12 is because it has 10 large spiritual veins. These veins produce a large amount of spirit stones every year. Whoever controls a major spiritual vein can quickly establish a sect. The 10 major immortal sects represent not only the highest martial power on the Lingmeo continent, but also the highest level of capital. Yang Fu had heard that only the 10 major immortal sects control the 10 major spiritual veins, which produce a small amount of high-grade spirit stones. This stuff is a top-tier resource in the cultivation world, the foundation for nascent soul stage cultivators. Without high-grade spirit stones, even golden core stage cultivators cannot advance to the nascent soul stage. However, besides the 10 major spiritual veins, there are also many medium, small, and micro-spiritual veins, which can serve as the foundation for a sect. Those with high cultivation levels can even refine the spiritual veins and remove them entirely. With the Yang family's wealth, they can only afford a micro-spiritual vein on the ghost shadow black market. It's said that a late-stage golden core cultivator discovered it, refined it, and sold it. This micro-spiritual vein contains approximately 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Because the vein is intact, the Yang family acquired it for a hefty sum of 1,200 mid-grade spirit stones. 1,000 are the vein's original value, and 200 are the reward for refining it. Yang Genshuo specifically entrusted Yang Qiangjin with the task to train the 3rd generation of fire maidens in the Yang family. After all, she's the only one capable of handling things now. Unfortunately, excavating the mountain and placing the spiritual vein is a huge project. I don't have the ability to do it yet. As for placing it directly on the mountaintop, Yang Genshuo doesn't want to be arrested. That thing is too conspicuous. The spirit stones are sparkling, much prettier than diamonds. He'll reveal himself tonight, and tomorrow morning he'll be photographed by satellite and the results sent to higher-ups. Then it'll be like this: fellow villager, open the door. Don't be afraid, we're here to invite you for tea. It's no exaggeration, the satellites can see everything clearly from this mountaintop. I'll need to find a way to create an illusion array to hinder outside reconnaissance. I'll also get a few more mechanical puppets to protect the manor, lest it be stolen while I'm away, and I should get my mechanical printer working on too. Yang Genshuo has so many things he wants to do. Modern cultivation is so interesting. Unfortunately, his strength is too low. This morning he just entered the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, officially becoming a cultivator. Speed up. Speed up. I need to cultivate quickly. At least, get the mechanical printer working. This thing is crucial to the Yang family's grand plan. The Yang family went on a shopping spree in Dragon God Town, and in addition to repairing the teleportation array, they also bought him a miniature spiritual vein. They're not rich anymore and are desperately short of spirit stones. Yang Fu has already sold 3 strands of liquefied natural gas to replenish his resources. Right now, Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo, the brothers, are tinkering with the Yang family's new grade 3 pills in Medicine God Valley. Improving my strength is the most crucial thing. Yang Genshuo took out a huge Earth Storm Bear corpse from his storage ring, Earth Storm Bear, high-level demonic beast, attribute, Earth, realm, key refining level 3, dead, characteristics, thick hide, Earth rank, infinite stamina, Earth rank, Earth mastery, mortal rank. A faint golden light shone in Yang Genshuo's eyes. He could see the cards of the offerings from his descendants in his divine sense. Seeing this demonic beast, Yang Genshuo felt a sense of familiarity. Back then, the first demonic beast Yang Shi absorbed was the Earth Storm Bear. I'll have 1-2, blessing, absorption, incense -300, a ball of golden light landed on the Earth Storm Bear, condensing all its flesh and cultivation into a ball of golden essence, which then flew into Yang Genshuo's body. Boom! A burst of golden light erupted, and Yang Genshuo felt an even more intense surge of energy within his body than the purple crystal mountain deer from the previous day. His physique was rapidly improving, and a wisp of earth elemental energy entered his body, causing his cultivation level to slowly rise. Half an hour later, boom! Boom! 2 explosions rang out, and Yang Genshuo's aura suddenly surged. You have absorbed the essence of the demonic beast Earth Violent Bear, your energy and spiritual power have increased, and you have gained the talent Thin Skin, mortal level, Thin Skin, mortal level, a weakened version of the Violent Bear's racial talent, slightly increasing skin toughness, which can offset some physical and magical damage. Congratulations on breaking through to the second level of the innate Grandmaster realm. The Yang family ancestors' martial arts path is prosperous, incense offerings +100, congratulations on breaking through to the second level of the fetal breathing realm. The Yang family ancestors' immortal path is unobstructed, incense offerings +100, absorbing the essence of this key refining third level Earth Violent Bear allowed Yang Genshuo to directly upgrade both his physical body and spiritual power. Awesome! However, Yang Genshuo also felt his body rapidly merging with this essence, though not completely, and his body was still slowly growing. The essence of this earthly Violent Bear is too high, it seems I can't absorb any more tomorrow. I'll digest it first and then absorb more. This stuff can't be absorbed indefinitely, otherwise the body won't be able to handle it. Yang Shi had been too eager for quick success for a while, absorbing multiple demonic beasts in a row, almost causing his body to collapse, and he had to rest for a month to recover. After all, it's the essence of fused demonic beast flesh and blood, the body needs an adaptation period, then now, supplementing it with cultivation is best. For example, cultivate for 10 years first. Yang Genshuo took out a wisdom fruit, and went into his cultivation room. Chapter 332 Printer Making, Heavenly Secret Talisman. Wisdom fruit, 1 is equivalent to 10 years of arduous cultivation. Yang Fushuo offered 3. If Yang Genshuo relied on his own slow absorption of spiritual energy to cultivate immortality, it might not even be possible to reach the foundation establishment stage in 100 years on Earth. He still needed treasures. According to the records of the Heavenly Mystery Sect, in ancient times, there was a towering tree of life in the center of the Lingmiao continent. It was a top-tier spiritual tree nurtured by heaven and earth. It could grow a wisdom fruit, which could improve one's cultivation. Moreover, after the wisdom fruit had grown on the tree for 1,000 years, it produced a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, the seed of life. The tree was full of treasures, one could even absorb heaven-level wood-type spiritual energy from its canopy. This tree of life was a treasure of the entire continent. At that time, human cultivators were not yet the masters of the continent, and many other races lived on the road. Countless human sects were established based on this giant tree of life. It can be considered a great opportunity for the rise of human cultivators. In ancient times, the human race ruled the continent, killing, driving away, and sealing away other races. Finally, a civil war broke out among humans. The tree of life, which had stood strong for thousands of years while resisting other races, fell in the civil war. From then on, the tree of life became extinct, never to be seen again. But no one expected that the dragon race, who loved collecting treasures, still possessed one, located in the dragon god's immortal palace. The wisdom fruit, and the seed of life, also became treasures of the palace. Therefore, Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo were able to find it. Alice, what a pity, there are only 3 left. If only I could go to the dragon god's immortal palace again in exchange for more of these, I could quickly improve my cultivation level. Yang Genshuo decided to eat one now to quickly overcome this period of weakness. A cultivator of his level could only conjure a fireball or a wind blade. His abilities were extremely limited, even less powerful than a Glock pistol. Before eating, Yang Genshuo made some preparations. He took out a large number of low-grade spirit stones and placed them beside him. These 10 years of cultivation weren't for nothing. They involved absorbing a vast amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. In the cultivation world, spiritual energy exists naturally and can be consumed directly, but not on Blue Star. He had to rely on spirit stones and materials to create it, extracting its essence. Once I reach the key refining stage, combined with the mechanical arts, I should be able to insert a spiritual vein into the mountain below the manor, and with the help of a grand array to lock the spirit, I can create an area with spiritual energy on the mountain. Yang Genshuo chose to learn the mechanical arts not only because it could accelerate the cultivation of low-aptitude cultivators, but also because the mechanical arts inherently includes array formations. In modern cultivation, array formations are an essential tool. There's so much to learn. I can't just watch games every day anymore, I have to cultivate. After preparing, Yang Genshuo swallowed the wisdom fruit. Boom! Yang Genshuo's mechanical arts technique rapidly activated, and a tremendous suction force emanated from his danshan. The spiritual energy in the cultivation room, which was originally quite concentrated, was instantly drained. Bang bang bang. The spirit stones in Yang Genshuo's hand were quickly drained, turning into dust. The immense suction force continuously devoured the spirit stones around him and the spiritual energy of the cultivation room. Yang Genshuo's strength was also rapidly increasing. Congratulations on breaking through to the 3rd level of the fetal breathing stage. The Yang family ancestors' immortal path is clear. Incense offerings plus 100. Congratulations on breaking through to the 4th level of the fetal breathing stage. Congratulations. 3 hours later, the wisdom fruit was completely absorbed, and a thick layer of spirit stone dust surrounded Yang Genshuo. He opened his eyes, a hint of vicissitude flashing across them. His cultivation technique circulated freely, powerful streams of spiritual energy swirling around his body. It was as if he had truly cultivated for 10 years. A realization flashed in Yang Genshuo's eyes. The wisdom fruit is completely different from pills and demon beast essence. After consuming it, it's like having a very, very long dream, in which I truly cultivated for 10 years, a pipe dream, but the powerful spiritual energy within his danshan and the knowledge of cultivation techniques in his mind told him it was real. If he had to use one word to describe this feeling, it would be that his mastery of the mechanical arts technique had reached perfection, surpassing even the beginner level. With a thought, the technique circulated several times faster than when he first started. What a unique experience! No wonder it's the fruit of the heavenly spirit tree. At this moment, Yang Genshuo also sensed his current realm. 8th level of the fetal breathing stage. With my aptitude, even if I cultivated with all my might for 10 years, I could only reach the 8th level of the fetal breathing stage. That's really pathetic. Yang Feng, at 20 years old, was at the foundation establishment stage. Even if he had been born with automatic cultivation, Yang Feng would have reached the foundation establishment stage in 20 years. If I had another 10 years, I'd probably only reach the early key refining stage, but with only 5 spiritual roots, I really can't compete with Yang Feng. However, Yang Genshuo didn't plan to use another wisdom fruit. Because there was a hurdle in between, absorbing a wisp of pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth into his danshan. This process also had its own requirements for the mechanical arts technique, not just accumulating spiritual power. I'll cultivate these next 2 levels myself. It'll also be a good opportunity to practice my mechanical arts and hone my foundation. My spiritual energy is much more abundant now. I can start creating mechanisms. Yang Genshuo's first mechanism to create, or rather, to modify, was not so much creating a mechanism as modifying one. I need to get a spiritual energy printer. He pulled out a heavenly secret talisman from his pocket, looking at its intricate patterns, and remembered what Yang Qiang had told him that day. The creation of a heavenly secret talisman is extremely complex. The placement of every drop of spiritual ink is crucial. A slight deviation renders it ineffective and may even provide incorrect information, misleading the user. Even now, at the foundation establishment stage, my success rate in drawing this talisman is still less than 100%. The timing, location, and circumstances, a wisp of wind, a ray of sunlight, even my mood on the day I draw the talisman, all greatly affect it. Everyone in the heavenly secret sect is like me. The sect leader said that the heavenly secrets are mysterious beyond measure. If heaven grants success, it succeeds. If not, it fails. Yang Genshuo held the heavenly secret talisman himself. Your heavenly Dao won't let you succeed because heavenly secrets can't be revealed, and it will hinder you? I don't even have spiritual energy, so surely there's no heavenly Dao here, right? Yang Genshuo felt there definitely wasn't a heavenly Dao on earth. Otherwise how could everyone have fallen silent after the Land Rover driver beat up a retired soldier in the street? So if there's no heavenly Dao to restrain me, wouldn't I be able to draw whatever I want? As for Yang Qiang's claim about the complexity of the drawing process and the precise placement of the spiritual ink, is that even a matter? Have you heard of a modern printer? Even Yang Qiang might not be able to draw every talisman exactly the same, but a printer can. To test this idea, Yang Genshuo had Yang Qiang bring over the materials for making heavenly secret talismans. During this year's ancestral worship ceremony, he wanted to try it himself. Stepping out of the cultivation room, Yang Genshuo glanced at the moon in the sky. It was exceptionally bright, and his vision was exceptionally clear. He could even see some stars hidden behind smog and light pollution. It's not that the stars from my childhood are gone, it's just hard to see. Yang Genshuo hadn't slept tonight, but he was full of energy. Before starting to work on the printer tomorrow, he had an important thing to do. Yang Genshuo jumped into his parents' room. He took out a sleep-inducing talisman and activated it with his spiritual power. Whoosh, a light white mist enveloped them, and the two entered a deep sleep. Yang Genshuo's palm produced 2 marrow-cleansing pills. He placed them into his parents' mouths one by one. He used his spiritual power to help them neutralize the medicinal effects, carefully guarding them and waiting for the full release of the medicinal power. Strange sounds emanated from their bodies, their muscles, bones, and skin were being purified, and their bodily functions rapidly increased. His father's back injury from years of hard work and his mother's damaged eardrums were both recovering. They were completely refreshed. The next day. Yang Guahua, you threw up on the bed again? It stinks, get up. Li Zifeng was woken up early by a stench. Yang Guahua got up, looking bewildered. Really? I didn't drink much yesterday. He quickly got up to take a shower. Li Zifeng pinched her nose and looked at the bed. A layer of black stains covered the sheets, not like vomit. Then she looked at her own sheets. She also rushed to the bathroom. Early in the morning, a middle-aged couple, both in their 50s and 60s, lingered in front of the mirror, unable to look away. Zifeng, the mirrors in rich people's homes really make people look good, younger. Li Zifeng rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. Men who don't understand skincare are like this, they rarely look in the mirror. But she could see that she really had changed. The crow's feet she couldn't smooth out even after trying hard yesterday were now much less noticeable. Her skin was also much better, as if she had become 10 years younger. She looked at Yang Guahua with the same expression. Guahua, I think I can hear clearly with my left ear now. Have you noticed any changes in your body? Now that you mention it, my back doesn't hurt today. It's strange, everything feels better. That's a bit of a feeling. Hey. Look, there's a note from our son. Yang Guahua picked up a handwritten note from the table. Mom and Dad, welcome to your new life. The two looked at each other. Zifeng, I feel like our son is, something's wrong with him. I felt it yesterday. Didn't you notice that our son is 30 now, but he still looks like a college graduate? Yang Guahua sat down, lost in thought for a long time. He slammed his hand on the table. Why are you thinking about him? Our son wouldn't harm us. Don't be a fool. Yang Genshuo arrived at a printer shop in the computer mall early in the morning. Boss, I want to buy a high-performance printer that can adjust its own ink. The performance has to be top-notch. Oh, you're into DIY? You can't adjust the ink yourself. You have to use the manufacturer's ink. Otherwise, if it gets clogged, there's no warranty. It's okay. I don't need warranty. Color printing? Sort of. Printing high-quality photos. Right. Yes. Then get this one. A commercial inkjet printer. Large ink tank, top-notch machinery and materials, almost no paper or ink jams. It also has a laser scanner and supports ultra-high precision printing, up to 4800 dpi. Okay, this is it. You haven't even asked the price yet. Too lazy to ask. Awesome. This is my business card. Call me if there are any problems. Repairs are included, but it can only use the manufacturer's ink. Then I don't need it. Dude, are you just planning to mess around with it? Yang Genshuo spent 15,000 yuan and took away an inkjet printer. Back at the manor, he found a room, closed the door, and started studying it. The 3 elements for drawing talismans, talisman paper, spiritual ink, and talisman brush, the corresponding printer components, printer paper, ink tank, and print head. If I want the printer to replicate a heavenly secret talisman, I need to modify all three to suit the talisman drawing process. The talisman paper and printer are easy, just change the size, no problem. Yang Genshuo took out the 9 heavens profound yellow paper, and compared it, finding it similar to an 8-inch photo, ready to use directly. First one done, the second challenge is adding the spiritual ink material, azure jade marrow ink, to the ink tank to ensure proper operation. Yang Genshuo took out several empty ink tanks, opened them, added the fine, azure jade marrow ink, then closed the tanks, using his spiritual power to sense the ink flow path of the printer. Okay, this spiritual ink is finer and won't clog. Finally, the print head. This is the most troublesome. Yang Genshuo took out the crane feather brush, a highly prized spiritual brush used by heavenly secret sect disciples for drawing heavenly secret talismans. The most crucial role of the spirit brush in drawing talismans is to channel spiritual energy along the ink into the talisman paper, ensuring the talisman's effectiveness rather than being merely random scribbles. Mechanical arts can modify objects, imbuing them with spirit. I need to use my mechanical arts to fuse the print head and the brush, changing their working method, so that when the printer sprays ink, it not only sprays ink but also spiritual energy. First, I need to install a mechanical core on the printer, imbuing it with spirit. Yang Genshuo took out a first-grade mechanical core from his stored ring. This was a legacy from the Grey Machine Taoist. There were many such low-level ones, and Yang Genshuo used them freely. Of course, Yang Genshuo could also try making them himself now. He would do so when he had time. The mechanical core contains stored spiritual energy, which could be replenished with spirit stones. Mechanical arts, imbuing with spirit. A ball of white light flew from Yang Genshuo's hand, embedding the first-grade mechanical core into the side of the printer, with thin lines of spiritual energy connecting to the print head. This way, we'll have a synergistic effect. Then, Yang Genshuo placed the crane feather brush into the first-grade ingenuity core. This crane feather brush was no ordinary item. It was a unique treasure of the heavenly mystery sect. If you frequently use this brush to draw certain talisman, it would record every stroke of the user's brush. Later, when drawing talismans, it would correct the user mistakes, significantly increasing the success rate. Yang Qiang used this brush to draw talismans, except for heavenly mystery talismans, and after drawing a few dozen, he would never fail again. The brush in Yang Genshuo's hand wasn't the one Yang Qiang usually used. This one was specifically for drawing heavenly mystery talismans. Anyway, this thing depended on fate, so even if the record was accurate, it wouldn't be of much use. But it's incredibly useful to me. I only need to extract Yang Qiang's process of drawing heavenly mystery talismans from the crane feather brush, and then use the ingenuity core to simulate Yang Qiang's use of spiritual power, and then the machine will be complete. After some operation and fine-tuning, the mechanical printer was ready. Yang Genshuo looked at the modified printer he had created and was extremely satisfied. He placed the heavenly secret talisman into the scanning area. Start printing. 2 chapters today, over 8,000 words. To make up for some readers feeling the previous chapters were padded, there will be 2 chapters every week for the next week. If you think it's okay, please give me a monthly ticket to encourage me, please, it really means a lot to me. Chapter 333, Taking Action, Heavenly Secret Talisman. Sizzle. The laser in the scanner swept across the heavenly secret talisman, recording every pixel and transmitting a successfully scanned image to the printer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rollers started, dragging a blank sheet of 9 heavens profound yellow paper into the printer. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The printer head began working according to all the read image information, spraying out azure jade marrow ink. Simultaneously, the first-grade ingenuity core flashed. The crane feather brush inside emitted spiritual light, and every change in spiritual power used by Yang Qiang in drawing a heavenly secret talisman was transmitted to the first-grade ingenuity core. Puff, puff, puff. Streams of incredibly fine spiritual power spewed out, keeping pace with the ink spraying from the printer head. As the rollers slid, a sheet of yellow paper slowly emerged from the modified, mechanical printer. It must succeed. It must succeed. Yang Genshuo's hands were sweating. After the printer stopped working, buzz, a flash of light. The talisman instantly gained a spiritual light, containing a peculiar rhythm. Success. Yang Genshuo took out the still warm talisman, and with a slight sense, he knew it was the heavenly secret talisman. His mechanical printer had successfully replicated the heavenly secret sect's treasure, the heavenly secret talisman. Yang Genshuo looked at the sky outside the window, but there were no unusual phenomena. Yang Qiang said that when the heavenly secret talisman is completed, one will have a feeling, touching a wisp of the heavenly Dao, but it seems nothing has happened here. Yang Genshuo then printed 9 more heavenly secret talismans, all successfully. It seems that Earth and the cultivation world are indeed different. There is indeed no heavenly Dao here. This time, as an experiment, Yang Genshuo asked Yang Qiang for 100 sets of materials for making heavenly secret talismans, and simply printed them all at once. However, when he printed the 11th heavenly secret talisman, the machine suddenly stopped working. Huh? What's going on? Could it be? He suddenly looked up at the sky, vaguely feeling that this scene was somewhat familiar, as if it had happened before. Is the heavenly Dao warning me? After pondering for a while, the mechanical printer suddenly started moving on its own. A heavenly secret talisman rolled out from it. What's going on? Yang Genshuo was shocked. He carefully checked it over and over. Ugh, the printer overheated. He thought the heavenly Dao had intervened. How can I cool it down? Yang Genshuo flipped through the first volume of Mechanical Arts, which contained various arrays inscribed on mechanisms. He discovered that overheating was actually a common phenomenon. Therefore, creating mechanisms often required some cooling arrays. The current temperature isn't high, so those freezing level arrays are useless. Just inscribe a cooling array on it. This array could activate water elemental power through the mechanism's core, creating gusts of cool wind to blow on the mechanical creation. I understand, it's like a computer's water cooling system, except this was done using an array. Yang Genshuo took out a first-grade mechanical core, and, learning the inscription technique, slowly inscribed it with a carving knife. He succeeded in just 3 tries. The 30 points of comprehension added by blessing, tranquility, are really useful. My brain feels sharper. Yang Genshuo maxes out his blessing every day, and the improvement is immediate. Reinstalling the first-grade ingenuity core fixed the overheating issue, keeping the printer cool even while printing. I'd be quite adept at computer water cooling. Haha. Yang Genshuo printed all 100 pages in one go. Except for one that failed due to ink stagnation, the other 99 heavenly secret talismans printed successfully. A 1% error rate? That's pretty good. This printer is excellent. Holding the 99 heavenly secret talismans, Yang Genshuo felt invincible. This wasn't a protective shield, but a passive premonition. If something you are doing was life-threatening, it would burn to warn you. Prevention is better than cure. Of course, the heavenly secret talisman could also actively burn to ask for directions. On the Lingmiao continent, even a golden core cultivator like Hu Jidoran would consider the heavenly secret talisman a life-saving treasure. How much would it cost? Yang Genshuo's spiritual sense entered the game and manifested before Yang Fu. What is the price of the heavenly secret talisman? On the black market, priceless. Because it's so rare, it's mostly given away by cultivators of the heavenly secret sect to those with affinity, rather than appearing as a commodity, priceless. That's troublesome. If we want to sell a batch of heavenly secret talismans, we'll have to figure out the price ourselves. What? Sell a batch? Yang Fu was shocked. What kind of language was this? Yang Qiang had only accumulated 10 heavenly secret talismans in all his years in the heavenly secret sect, keeping them for the Yang family to protect their lives. Each one was extremely precious and wouldn't be sold for any price. Where would a batch come from? Could it be? Yang Fu could only think of one possibility. I've been having some free time lately, so I casually drew a few dozen. Yang Fu knew from Yang Qiang that each heavenly secret talisman depended on whether the heavenly Dao allowed it. Could it be that the ancestor's cultivation level had reached a point where he no longer needed to consider the heavenly Dao? Ancestor's power is boundless. Prepare well this year. On the day of the ancestral worship, I will give you 80 heavenly secret talismans. You need to find a way to sell them. Do you remember the scarcity marketing method I taught you? I remember. Intentionally hiding the goods, making people feel that the goods are rare and even more eager to obtain them. In this way, everyone will compete to buy them, and although the quantity of goods is not large, their value can be multiplied. This is the way of scarcity marketing. Good, Yang Fu. the head of the family, had been taught by Yang Genshuo since childhood and had self-studied many modern books. He was already proficient in many modern terms and strategies. Now, with an automatic printer, as long as Yang Qian could continue to supply raw materials, the Yang family's heavenly secret talismans would be more than enough. This resource, extremely scarce in the Lingmiao continent, naturally needed to be sold well using scarcity marketing. Otherwise, selling too much would be tantamount to driving down the price. After discussing the details, the grandfather and grandson left satisfied. A while later, Yang Fu found Yang Fushuo and talked about the matter. Yang Fushuo waved his hand. "Brother, you handle it. My new pills are about to be released, and I need to keep an eye on Medicine Master Valley. If this deal goes through, a steady stream of spirit stones will flow into our Yang family." Yang Fu nodded. "That's true. In that case, you continue to supervise them in Medicine God Valley. I'm going to the Ghost Shadow Black Market." Yang Fu calculated the time. The 3-year agreement has come to an end. Baji should be back soon. 3 years ago, the Dragon God Immortal Palace ended, and Baji took leave to return to his hometown, the Silverland Dynasty. Now, the 3-year agreement is very close. The Ghost Shadow Black Market, judging from the name, is inextricably linked to the Ghost Shadow Tower, the #1 assassin organization in the world. Baji often deals with the Ghost Shadow Tower and has been to the black market several times, so he is more familiar with this than Yang Fu. Yang Fu boarded the treasure ship and returned to the Yang family's residence, waiting for Baji's return. A month later, a skull ship hovered above the Yang family's territory. Baji jumped down with a dark-skinned female cultivator and a chubby little boy. "Patriarch, this is my wife, Elisa, and my son, Ruba. My youthful wish has been fulfilled. Greetings, Patriarch Yang." The dark-skinned female cultivator was very polite. The chubby little boy looked around curiously. Good, Baji, now you have a family too." Yang Fu hugged Baji and then said, "Come with me, I have a gift for you." What good thing? Baji and Yang Fu had a good relationship. Yang Fu was like an older brother and patriarch to him. Yang Fu smiled mysteriously and led him to the Jin family's immortal clan's territory, which was right next to the Yang family's immortal clan's territory. At this time, the place was deserted. There were no cultivators left. "This will be your base, Baji, from now on." Baji was shocked. "Where are the Jin family? I told them to leave, and they had no choice but to leave. This. Tell me quickly what has happened these past few years." "A lot of things." Yang Fu's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, a lot had happened in the past 3 years. The entire Jin family was wiped out. Not a single spirit beast escaped. Moreover, the 3 foundation establishment peak descendants of the Jin family were all inner disciples of the Myriad Beast sect. When the Myriad Beast sect returned, they were furious. To have an entire immortal clan wiped out, if it were an ordinary immortal clan, that would be one thing, but to have their inner disciples' immortal clan wiped out was tantamount to defecating on their heads. So they came to the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect to reason with them and demand that they hand over the people. Long Hong, the pavilion master of the Earth Spirit Pavilion, as the biggest beneficiary of the Dragon God Immortal Palace incident, would he tolerate this? Did he not know that Yang Fu was the treasure of our Earth Spirit Pavilion? Others might not see Yang Fu's potential, but did he? Moreover, the sect leader had said that the Yang family was likely from an ancient immortal clan. Not to mention, the Yang family had recorded the entire incident with a recording stone, making the Jin family completely in the wrong. What else was there to say? They started fighting. The hot-tempered Long Hong transformed into a dragon, terrifying a group of spirit beasts from the Myriad Beast sect. A dragon claw descended from the sky. The vice-sect leader of the Myriad Beast sect arrived, only to be sent flying 100 miles away. "If your sect continues to cause trouble for my disciples without any reason, this will be the consequence," Long Hong declared domineeringly, leaving a dragon claw mark at the entrance of the Yang family's territory before departing. No one knew what kind of opportunity Long Hong, at the nascent soul stage, had obtained at the Dragon God Immortal Palace, but he had shown everyone that even nascent soul cultivators had varying strengths. The vice-sect leader of the Myriad Beasts sect was no match for the power of a single claw. With that, everything calmed down, and the Myriad Beast sect never mentioned the Jin family again. The Zhao and Jin families, both border immortal clans, were ecstatic. Finally, they had stood up for themselves. No more being extorted by the Jin family every year. Then Yang Fu arrived. He gave the Jin family a sum of spirit stones, allowing them to move away. The Yang family wanted this land. From now on, this will be the residence of the Baji immortal clan. Yang Fu patted Baji. Baji was so excited he couldn't speak. This was an immortal clan residence. Even if it was the smallest, most insignificant immortal clan residence, it was still a place that belonged to him. It was registered with the Union Spirit sect, proving that Baji was now the head of an immortal clan. His family would multiply, cultivate, and harvest here, establishing the legend of his Baji immortal clan. Of course, the Baji immortal clan was still an appendage of the Yang family, a collateral branch. But that was enough. He knelt on one knee. Patriarch, I have no way to repay your kindness. Baji and my immortal clan are willing to go through fire and water for the Yang family. You are a collateral branch of my Yang family. There is no distinction between you and me. This is what you deserve. Yang Fu flicked a wisp of white light from his hand, helping Baji up. Baji didn't mince words. Since he had chosen to be bound to the Yang family, he had to accept their gifts. He would use these gifts to strengthen himself and become a guardian of the Yang family's immortal clan. At this moment, Baji had a very strong premonition. He would rise smoothly with the Yang family to an extremely high level. If someone in the Yang family achieved the nascent soul stage, his immortal clan would become one of the most prominent families on the entire continent. Thinking of this, he lifted his big, fat, dark-skinned son. Son. This will be our home from now on. When I was little, I was picking cotton in the fields. You were born so lucky, I envy you. Ha ha ha. His wife, Elisa, chuckled. Husband, if you hadn't suffered the hardships of picking cotton as a child, you might not be what you are today, and you wouldn't have caught the eye of the Yang family head. There's a cause for every effect, Baji pondered for a moment. That makes sense. When our child grows up a bit, we'll let him pick cotton for a few years. Ha ha ha. Yang Fu looked at the happy family of Baji, a hint of warmth flashing in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. But he quickly returned to normal. He was the head of the Yang family, and had to consider the family's interests more. The Jin family's location was closer to the territory of the 10,000 Beast sect, almost touching it. They were the wings of the Yang family's immortal clan. If anyone from the 10,000 Beast sect came, they would have to pass through the Jin family first. The Jin family was weak and easily bullied, allowing themselves to be oppressed without uttering a sound, so naturally they couldn't shoulder the responsibilities of a wing. But Baji could. From now on, there would be no more Jin family members driving straight in. The Baji immortal clan would stop the 10,000 Beast sect's enemies. He wanted to reward Baji, but he also had consideration for the Yang family. Yang Fu knew Baji wasn't stupid and could see through it. But neither of them said it aloud. As a wing of my Yang family, you will also receive resources from the Yang family. Taking risks is also an opportunity for your rise, Baji. I won't treat you unfairly. After returning, the two headed to the Ghost Shadow Black Market together. This year, let's test the waters with one heavenly secret talisman. First, let's see what price we can get. Can we sell it for more than Fushuo's pills? In Yang Fu's heart, he vaguely had the idea of competing with his younger brother to see who could earn more spirit stones. Chapter 334. The Black Hunter. Master, the Ghost Shadow Black Market is another business of the Ghost Shadow Tower. The Ghost Shadow Tower has killed countless people, and often the stored rings on the victims become extra income for the assassins. Therefore, the Ghost Shadow Tower holds a secret market every year to sell these goods at low prices. Because it's clandestine, many people come secretly to buy, and over time it has evolved into a black market where strangers trade with each other. Now, this black market has become a pillar industry of the Ghost Shadow Tower. Those who enter the Ghost Shadow Black Market must disguise themselves, have no names, only numbers, and their goods are separated from their people, all managed uniformly by the Ghost Shadow Tower. Buyers cannot see sellers, and sellers cannot see buyers. Secret and safe, it's very suitable for trading many illicit goods. And some demonic and evil materials that are not sold on the market are also available. Baji explained the Ghost Shadow Black Market to Yang Fu in detail. Yang Fu nodded from time to time. So it originated from selling goods from the dead. Interesting. This was the first time Yang Fu had learned of this history. Let's disguise ourselves and enter first. After a few maneuvers, they entered the Ghost Shadow Black Market, buried deep underground. Master, this place is not only extremely well hidden and protected by a powerful array, but it also has countless interconnected paths. Cultivators who have finished their transactions can exit through any of these paths, making them extremely difficult to track. A hint of approval flashed in Yang Fu's eyes. No wonder it's famous throughout the continent. Ensuring the safety of buyers is the cornerstone of a black market's long-term development. The controller of this ghost shadow tower is indeed a shrewd individual. After disguising themselves and obtaining their number plates, the two went to the sales area of the black market. A flash of light, and they entered the powerful array. Inside the array sat an elderly cultivator, fanning himself. What treasures do you two wish to sell? If they are rare treasures, you can participate in the auction 3 days later. An auction, that's right. The annual treasure auction is a long-standing tradition of the Ghost Shadow Tower black market, but we only accept rare items. Ordinary items can simply be listed here with a price. Yang Fu was slightly pleased. This suited him perfectly. Rather than setting the price himself, he'd rather auction it off directly. This way, he could see how much cultivators were willing to spend on this heavenly secret talisman. After thinking it over, he directly took out a heavenly secret talisman and placed it in front of the old man. Talismans aren't anything special. The old man was initially a little bored with a talisman. There were always cultivators who treated their scrap metal as treasures, setting the prices on the black market higher than the market price. They'd hang it up like idiots, waiting for some complete fool to buy it. But after hanging it up for so many days without selling, someone would leave a message under the item's description saying, who would buy it at such a high price, and they'd immediately lose their temper, yelling and shouting things like, poor bastards, don't talk nonsense if you're not buying, I'll set the price whatever I want, and who do you think you are? It was all just laughable. He'd seen too many people like this. If they disrupted the black market order, he'd just have an assassin throw them out. He initially thought it was another person like this, but wait a minute, he sensed a mysterious aura emanating from it, along with the exquisitely crafted talisman. He took out a magic mirror and examined it carefully for a long time, then became excited. Could it be the legendary, heavenly secret talisman, that can glimpse the secrets of heaven, avert danger, guide the lost, increase fortune, and communicate with the gods? The old man was extremely surprised. The last time he saw this thing was 120 years ago. Senior, you have excellent eyesight. This talisman is a treasure of the heavenly secret sect, given only to those with a destined connection. You actually possess one. Truly rare, very rare. Senior, I wonder if my treasure is qualified to be auctioned. Boy, you know the answer already. The old man stroked his beard, regaining his composure, and observed the two people before him again, feeling slightly surprised. There's even a disguise I can't see through. This person's cultivation might not be below mine. His magic mirror could detect treasures and also see through disguises. But he only saw the aura of a key refining stage cultivator in Yang Fu's eyes. Clearly, the other party's disguise technique was extremely sophisticated. Surely he couldn't really be a key refining stage cultivator? Just leave this with me. Come to the auction in 3 days. After it's sold, I'll take 10% of your spirit stones. Don't we need to set a reserve price? The old man glanced at Yang Fu. If you trust our ghost shadow black market, then let us auction it ourselves. We'll try our best to sell it for the highest price, so we can earn your spirit stones, right? Yang Fu thought for a moment and didn't hesitate. Then I'll rely on you, senior. After leaving, Baji said, the ghost shadow black market, like the ghost shadow tower, maintains absolute neutrality and never associates with any faction or other cultivators. This is their way of survival, we can rest assured. Indeed, Yang Genshuo wasn't worried that the people from the ghost shadow tower would steal his heavenly secret talisman and kill him. Because his heavenly secret talisman hadn't given any warning, it proved that there was at least no life-threatening danger in this line of work. This was his confidence. He was thinking about something else at the moment. The Ghost Shadow Tower is incredibly organized and disciplined. This force is not only mysterious but also has a stellar reputation. Everyone trusts this assassin organization, boasting an extremely high success rate in the most reputable black market on the entire continent. They have money, manpower, and a good reputation. How can such an organization be defeated? Even the top 10 sects would find it hard to say they could wipe out the Ghost Shadow Tower. Baji, what do you think we should do if our enemies hire us from the Ghost Shadow Tower? Baji pondered for a moment. The Ghost Shadow Tower takes orders and fights to the death. If that day ever comes, our best course of action is to do what Feng Zhuang did, erase everything, live in anonymity for the rest of our lives, and never come out again. Feng Zhuang was captured and killed on the spot by Ghost Shadow Tower cultivators who came to carry out a mission because he couldn't let go of his teleportation array and went to the Dragon God Immortal Palace to find special treasures to repair it. Yang Fu thought for a while and then said, if we can't control this kind of organization, it's best to destroy it. Otherwise, our descendants will inevitably incur the wrath of enemies one day. If someone really places an order, even a god can't save us then. Yang Fu disliked this kind of unstable factor. Even though Ghost Shadow Tower had helped him kill several enemies, the thought that his own enemies might use Ghost Shadow Tower against him and his family sent chills down Yang Fu's spine. He had experienced the despair of being hunted down through Feng Zhang's experience. This is Ghost Shadow Tower. Even nascent soul cultivators are helpless against it. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago, Yang Fu said calmly. Beyond nascent soul, there are other realms? Forget it, let's not talk about that. It's too far removed from our reach. Yang Fu truly had no other choice, so he decided that from now on, he must be ruthless in his actions. No future troubles. Enemies must die. 3 days later, the auction was exceptionally lively. The appearance of the heavenly secret talisman indeed caused quite a stir, with many masked and disguised cultivators bidding against each other. I'll offer 300 mid-grade spirit stones. 300 for this treasure? I'll offer 500, gentlemen, please give this old man some face. I need a life-saving item for my grandson, and this is perfect. I'll offer 1,000, those who could participate in this black market were at least Foundation establishment cultivators, and everyone used mid-grade spirit stones as the currency. At this moment, the old cultivators' offer silenced the entire hall. After all, this was a one-time use talisman. It could only predict fortune or misfortune once 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones was already an extremely high price. A golden core immortal clan's entire family's annual income might only be about that much. This price could buy some more powerful life-saving treasures, which could be used indefinitely, even passed down to descendants or sold. The old man's price had reached everyone's limit. Yang Fu was also very surprised. It's actually over 4 figures. Excellent. He had originally estimated it to be around 600 mid-grade spirit stones. After all, it was the first heavenly secret talisman, something that hadn't appeared in a long time, and it really could save lives. Baji couldn't hide his excitement. Patriarch, even after deducting the Ghost Shadow Tower's share, we can still get 900 mid-grade spirit stones, almost equivalent to our Yang family's annual income. Both of them were already very satisfied. But it wasn't over yet. A person wearing a pig's head mask stood up. 1,001 mid-grade spirit stones. Everyone burst into laughter. They saw this kind of troublemaker every year, and now the pressure was on the old man. HMPH, 1,100. Fellow Taoist, don't maliciously raise the price. This old man is determined to get this item. Let's stop here and leave some good karma. The man looked around, and seeing that no one else was bidding, he sat down. Alright, everyone was a little disappointed. Boring, it's over after just one bid. I thought it would fetch a sky-high price. What a coward. What's an old man afraid of? Ultimately, it sold for 1,100 mid-grade spirit stones. Yang Fu was somewhat surprised. Looking at the person who bid, he felt something was off. But at least they raised the price by 100 spirit stones, meaning he could earn an extra 90 mid-grade spirit stones. Not bad. Yang Fu, who was about to continue watching the auction, felt a surge of heat in his chest. His heavenly secret talisman had ignited. What? Yang Fu was immediately shocked. This was a warning of mortal danger. Yang Fu instinctively tried to leave with Baji, but just as he was about to stand up, the heavenly secret talisman burned even hotter. Leaving would be more dangerous? Yang Fu hesitated, looking around, his mind racing. Is the Ghost Shadow Tower cheating me? Trying to steal my 1,100 spirit stones? It burned right after the auction. The timing is perfect. Did the people from the Ghost Shadow black market get greedy? But Yang Fu thought about it and ruled it out. This auction is full of treasures. Although my heavenly secret talisman is considered a rare treasure, its value isn't that high. Some of the treasures for nascent soul stage cultivators are truly priceless. If I were to covet even these 1,100 mid-grade spirit stones, then I'd have to kill most of the owners of the treasures at this auction. The Ghost Shadow Tower isn't that stupid. In Yang Fu's understanding, The Ghost Shadow Tower's biggest characteristic was following the rules. This reasoning didn't hold water. He then considered what was wrong between the two of them since they entered. But he couldn't figure it out. The two of them were very low-key, hardly speaking to anyone, and only people from the Ghost Shadow Tower had seen the treasures. He nudged Badgie and transmitted his thoughts. I have something to tell you. Don't get excited. My heavenly secret talisman has burned. My life is in danger. Badgie's expression remained unchanged, but a tidal wave of emotion surged within him. He understood the heavenly secret talisman. Then let's go now. Forget about the spirit stones. Leaving now is even more dangerous. Think carefully. Who would kill us? It's definitely in this auction house. Badgie thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. The Black Hunters are a force that has been entrenched in the black market for many years. They move out every year during the Ghost Shadow Black Market to intercept participants, steal treasures and spirit stones, and come and go like the wind, making them extremely difficult to detect. Could we be being watched? Yang Fu was puzzled after hearing this. There are so many exits here, leading to different places. Isn't it very safe? Yes. That's why even the Ghost Shadow Tower doesn't know how these Black Hunters operate. Their exits are often changed, even by their own people, and you only find out after you've exited. Strange. How could we be being watched? If we're being watched, it can only be because of the heavenly secret talisman, Badgie said. Yang Fu thought for a long time, then suddenly remembered something. Wait, timing. He looked at the cultivator who had just bid 1001 spirit stones, but he could no longer see him. While people coming and going is normal at auctions, this person's disappearance and his sudden bidding were very strange. This person was definitely suspicious. Yang Fu's heavenly secret talisman had burned out completely. He slowly began to understand some things. The next day, Yang Fu and Badgie left with the spirit stones they had won at auction. After emerging from the underground passage, they arrived at a city on the border of the Buck sect. Yang Fu and Badgie went directly to board the treasure ship to return to the cloud-hidden spirit sect. Their shadows were exceptionally dark. After the two boarded the treasure ship, conversations could be heard in the air outside the city. They actually spent a fortune hiring assassins and bodyguards from Ghost Shadow Tower. Not only did they not make any money, they even lost a lot of spirit stones. We've been discovered. That proves he's the person we're looking for. He has more than one heavenly secret talisman on him. These heavenly secret sect people are really hard to kill. Damn bastards. Don't worry, since he can sell a heavenly secret talisman once, he'll definitely sell it a second time. We'll erase the heavenly secret next year and come back to wait for him. By then, his heavenly secret talisman won't be able to save us. The two hidden hunters in the air watched the treasure ship fly far away and prepared to leave. PFFT. PFFT, two sharp blades emerged from the ground, directly piercing out two figures. They wore black bagua robes with hoods, and their bodies exuded black and white aura. They were both golden core cultivators. The light of their golden core shone brightly, withstanding two sneak attacks. It's Ghost Shadow Tower assassins. How did they discover us? Run! But at this moment, 4 more golden core assassins attacked from all sides. In an instant, the aura of war enveloped the area outside the city. A chilling atmosphere filled the air. Countless wronged souls and bloodlust surrounded the two. Behind them, in the city of Shuzong, the city lord jumped out and glanced at them, only to be met with a gigantic ghost face glaring at him. Get lost. Shuzong cultivates righteous energy. How could they tolerate such a thing? The city lord roared. Righteous energy of heaven and earth. A surge of righteous energy soared into the sky. The city's grand formation activated, instantly sealing off the outside world. Now, we can't see anything. The city lord breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the two black hunters, their faces disheveled, were enveloped by a terrifying pressure. A late-stage golden core assassin. Why? The ghost face swooped down. Countless wronged souls and blood-red blade light enveloped the two. A moment later, the ghost face sucked out 2 golden cores. The strange phenomena in the world dissipated, revealing 2 black hunters covered in blood, their cultivation destroyed. At this moment, Yang Fu and Badgie emerged from the shadows. I'm sorry, you won't have a next year. The two men's pupils widened. How could this be? Did you two leave? Why would Ghost Shadow House help you so much? Yang Fu seemed to have heard something amusing, pointing at the two men and shaking his head. Because I'm very rich. Today, another 2 8,000 word assignments. Aside from being a little tired, There weren't any difficulties. Chapter 335 Countercurrent Sect. Two men dressed in black robes with white patterns and Bagua symbols were subdued by 6 assassins from the Ghost Shadow Tower. Their golden core stage cultivation had been captured, leaving them completely crippled. They glared resentfully at Yang Fu, who was disguised as Baji. You actually hired 10 golden core stage assassins to set this up. The Heavenly Mystery Sect rules forbids entanglement with the mortal world. Where did you get so many spirit stones? Yang Fu pondered. Even the Baji and I have changed appearances. You can still recognize me at a glance. It seems you don't rely on spiritual sense or aura. You have other methods to identify me. Yang Fu directly lifted one of the men's hair, a surge of water-based spiritual energy appearing in his hand. With a vigorous rub, the disguise on his skin vanished, revealing his true appearance. Above his eyes, a hidden ram's head pattern appeared, identical to the one on Yang Fu's eyes. Just as I thought. Your eyes are enchanted by the Yama goat, so you can see my soul. No wonder you were able to track us, you. How did you know? Upon hearing about the Yama goat, the man became somewhat flustered, seemingly surprised that he could recognize such obscure and rare knowledge of the demon realm at a glance. If I couldn't see it, why would I have sent so many people to kill you? Rewind to a day earlier. At the auction, Yang Fu observed that the cultivator who bid 1,001 spirit stones had disappeared. Coupled with the Baji's account of the Black Hunter's ambush, a flash of inspiration struck him. In this black market where everyone disguised themselves and was shrouded in a grand array, who could accurately locate someone? Aura spells, tracking spells, none of them worked. The Ghost Shadow Tower did just that. They could think of anything others could think of. And this Black Hunters organization had managed to ambush and plunder multiple cultivators for several years without being discovered by the Ghost Shadow Tower's assassins. They must possess something unique. This ability was very likely not a cultivator's ability. Yang Fu immediately thought of the Eye of Yama, possessed by the Yama goat in Zhangyang City. It was a racial talent of the Yama goat, allowing them to mark souls and hunt down enemies. Stepping outside the cultivator's perspective, the problem was immediately solved. Yang Fu deduced that the other party might possess a similar ability, which was why they were able to hunt him down. He had just activated the Heavenly Secret Talisman, precisely because someone had marked his soul. Yang Fu immediately knew this, and his conventional methods of evasion were useless. However, the activation of the Heavenly Secret Talisman gave him room to maneuver. He only needed to seek help from the Ghost Shadow Tower, pay a sum of spirit stones, and a golden core cultivator would escort him home, the most direct method. Any normal person could see that this calamity would be temporarily averted. But Yang Fu didn't think that way. He wanted to kill these people. This was the Ghost Shadow Tower. He had just discussed with Baji what would happen if the Yang family members were bought off. That would be a disaster. The Yang family currently had no ability to deal with the Ghost Shadow Tower. Besides changing their appearance, abandoning everything, and hiding their identities, hoping not to be discovered, there was nothing they could do. Therefore, the enemy must die. We can't give them time to deal with me, Baji. According to rumors, how many Black Hunters are there, and what is their strength? Although the Black Hunters have repeatedly succeeded, the Ghost Shadow Tower assassins can analyze the Hunter's strength based on the battle traces and residual spiritual energy at the scene. 2. Probably at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Alright, please have the Ghost Shadow Tower kill them. I'll provide the spirit stones. Yang Fu wanted to be absolutely certain. He even hired Ghostface, a top assassin from the Ghost Shadow Tower and a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. His highest achievement was single-handedly ambushing and killing a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. With the help of 5 other mid-stage Golden Core assassins, killing 2 mid-stage Golden Core cultivators would be a piece of cake. You guys follow behind us. If anyone makes a move, immediately turn the tables and kill them. That was the original plan, but Genshuo stopped it. There's a loophole. The other side realized you're the seller of the Heavenly Secret Talisman, so they'll definitely use it to warn you. With your ambush like this, those 2 hunters probably won't make a move, and it'll be impossible to find them later. You need to combine deception with reality, and so, today's scene unfolded. Yang Fu and Baji boarded the treasure ship first, hiding 4 assassins around to protect them. Sure enough, no one attacked until they left. But after they left, the real show was just beginning. The 6 assassins, who had been afflicted with heavenly secrets by Genshuo, locked onto the enemy. They subdued him. Seeing the contempt in Yang Fu's eyes, the two finally understood. Everything they had done was within the calculations of the person before them. The successor of the heavenly secret sect is indeed difficult to kill. Calculating the heavenly secrets, even if you escape today, you will still die by our hands. Yang Fu didn't explain when he heard successor of the heavenly secret sect, but coldly looked at the two. You have a lot of grievances against our sect, such a deep understanding of the heavenly secret talisman, and you're cooperating with the demon clan. If I'm not mistaken, you're from that place, aren't you? Yang Fu's words immediately made the two men understand. They couldn't hide it anymore. If their cultivation were still intact, they could use their sect's techniques to conceal their secrets, but now, before the successors of the heavenly secret sect, they were as transparent glass. That's right. We are the successors of the reverse flow sect. Didn't expect that, did you? We're back. In this great struggle, we will never let your heavenly secret sect seize the destiny again. Today you have the upper hand, but wait, we will return. We will definitely set foot on the heavenly secret sect and slaughter all of you hypocritical, distorted beings, reverse the universe. The two men had lost all their cultivation, but their spiritual consciousness remained. Two orbs of energy, one black and one white, emerged from their heads, intertwining to form a yin-yang tai chi symbol, and they charged forward. Their divine sense was vast, and a mysterious and profound power protected them. The ghostly face in the air opened its massive maw and swallowed the swirling spiritual energy in one gulp. Baji laughed loudly. You really think those late-stage golden core assassins don't exist? Trying to escape, since they'd made their move, they were fully prepared, determined to annihilate the two beings. But at this moment, the sky-covering ghostly face suddenly began to writhe in pain, its spiritual energy unstable. A black wind arose around them, and thunderclouds rolled across the sky. It was as if a mysterious force was preventing it from erasing the two beings' consciousness. The late-stage golden core cultivator's body began to age rapidly. He frowned. How strange. I can't hold them back, otherwise I would have lost 100 years of my lifespan too. I'll refund half the spirit stones, and I'll let them go. 100 years of lifespan, that was something he couldn't bear. A golden core cultivator only had a lifespan of 500 years. Spirit stones couldn't be earned indefinitely. Lifespan was the foundation of a cultivator. No, Yang Fu shouted. If these two escaped, the Yang family's future would be in danger. Daring to challenge the heavenly mystery sect. If they've got their eyes on you, the Yang family is doomed. Don't underestimate the heavenly mystery sect just because they're small. Even the 10 great immortal sects wouldn't dare disrespect them. This is the only sect to survive the ancient war, a being that transcends all other immortal sects on the spirit continent. These people want to slaughter the heavenly mystery sect. This is outrageous. No, they can't leave. Ancestor, help me, Yang Fu shouted in his soul, even startling Yang Genshuo's consciousness. Damn it, I'm watching. Why are you shouting so loudly? Yang Genshuo knew, of course, that these two had to die. He was currently examining what the thing formed a clump of their consciousnesses was. Reversal of heaven and earth reincarnation technique, a unique skill of the reverse flow sect. When a fetus is implanted with a reincarnation flower, when faced with a life-threatening crisis, it can reverse the inevitable death of breaking through yin and yang, allowing for a fresh start. Those who obstruct the reversal will be entangled in the karma of reincarnation. The two are about to return to age zero. Holy crap, is this the protagonist of a rebirth novel? Wait, is your reverse flow sect really this rebellious? Yang Genshuo couldn't help but complain. This is too invincible. Who can defeat this sect? They just start over when they're about to die. Would that allow them to live for eternity? How did the heavenly mystery sect manage to defeat these people? That's right. Since the heavenly mystery sect can defeat them, they must have a way to counter them. Yang Genshuo immediately found Yang Kang. How do we break the reverse flow sect's reversal of heaven and earth reincarnation technique? Yang Kang was drawing talismans in the sect when he heard the voice and was startled. The reverse flow sect has a successor? This is the reverse flow sect's #1 evil technique, extremely difficult to break. How do we break it? Yang Kang looked serious as he used the crane feather brush in his hand to draw a black and white bagua diagram on the talisman. Reversing the universe can reverse yin and yang, but the way of heaven is fair. For every dead who lives, there must be a living who dies. Once this method succeeds, two people planted with a seed of reincarnation will die in their place. It is an evil art that takes lives. It is extremely immoral. Those with great merit can use the merit mantra to counteract it. This is one reason why members of the Heavenly Mystery Sect cultivate the merit mantra and perform meritorious deeds, when necessary. With great merit, one can act on behalf of heaven. Ancestor, my merit is not enough. Only my master can capture the two, but my master is not in the sect, and I am also bound by restriction, forbidden from leaving the Heavenly Mystery Sect. Yang Qiang looked conflicted. Yang Genshuo, however, had a bold idea. The great merit mantra. Yang Fu can have it too. Seeing that they were about to escape, Yang Genshuo's spiritual sense moved. Yang Fu, beg me. Yang Fu immediately understood and shouted, Ancestor, please grant me power. Ling, your descendants request a miracle. Do you wish to respond? Respond. Lend Yang Shi's merit to Yang Fu. Lend Yang Qiang's merit mantra to Yang Fu. Requires 800 incense points. Do you wish to grant a miracle? Yes. Incense points minus 800. A 7-colored light flashed above Yang Shi and Yang Qiang's heads. Then, these two 7-colored divine lights instantly descended upon Yang Fu. Buzz! Buzz! A sudden surge of power emanated from Yang Fu. The golden rank assassin ghost face felt a golden light above Yang Fu's head, so bright it blinded him. He felt extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, he immediately released his ghost face, letting the two intertwined black and white lights fly towards the horizon. The two souls broke through the encirclement and chuckled. Luckily, we didn't encounter any great virtuous figures from the Heavenly Mystery Sect, otherwise we would have perished here today. If it were that hypocritical big shot, we wouldn't have had a chance to act. He destroyed my centuries of cultivation. I will avenge this. With a great era of contention beginning, all the opportunities of heaven and earth are emerging, and with the treasures we left behind, achieving the golden core stage again won't be so difficult. At most 100 years, you and I will be even stronger than we are today. Yes, yes, yes. The two breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had lost all the cultivation they had accumulated in this life, their accumulated treasures were safely stored. After reincarnation, they only needed to cultivate step by step, and then retrieve their treasures. Within 100 years, they would surely return to their peak. After obtaining the miracle, Yang Fu seemed to be showered with divine light, directly comprehending one of the three techniques of the Heavenly Mystery Sect, the merit technique. Yang Qiang's understanding of this technique was entirely transferred to Yang Fu, as if he had cultivated it for so many years himself. Golden body of merit. The merit accumulated by Yang Shi throughout his life enveloped Yang Fu. The merit of saving millions of civilians and benefiting the cultivators of the dynasty shone brightly. Bathed in the merit of heaven and earth, Yang Fu stood up, instantly transforming into a 1,000-meter giant. In that instant, even the ghostly face at the late golden core stage instinctively avoided Yang Fu. Yang Fu flashed and stood before the black and white spiritual consciousness. He had a kind face and eyes full of divine light. Where do you think you're going? Then, with a gentle squeeze, he grasped the two people in his palm. Sizzle. Sizzle, countless black mists emerged from the hand of merit. Mixed with the heart-wrenching screams of the two. A golden body of merit. How could this be? How could you possess the merit of saving a small world? Who are you? At this moment, the two had no chance of escape. Yang Fu, however, remained expressionless, like an emotionless Vajra. Today, your death is nigh. Everything will vanish, dust to dust. Before I send you on your way, do you have any last words? No. You can't kill us. We shouldn't die today. We must meet again on the day of the final battle with the Heavenly Mystery Sect. We have no calamity to befall us. Why is this happening? If you kill us today, even if you change the Heavenly Dao, you will not have a good end. Their master had said that they would stand on the day of the final battle with the Heavenly Mystery Sect. Today is definitely not their death day. Unless a powerful figure from the Heavenly Mystery Sect has deceived the heavenly secrets and reversed the Heavenly Dao. This is a great taboo in the Heavenly Mystery Sect and even the Reverse Flow Sect. I can kill them? Yang Fu suddenly had an idea. Finger, old man, flash of inspiration. JPG. Chapter 336. Yang Qiang Gaiao, the Dragon Rider. Yang Fu pretended to frown, calculating with his fingers as if deep in thought. After a long while, he sighed softly. You're right, the two men were overjoyed. I knew it. Please let us go back, and we'll fight again next year. Then, we'll spare your life. It's a gentleman's agreement. Yes, we swear by the Reverse Flow Sect. If you fall into our hands in the future, we'll spare your life just as you spared ours today. Although Yang Fu didn't quite understand the mystical talk of the heavenly mystery sect, the unspeakable secrets of heaven, the chosen ones, the injustice of heaven, he could sense that these people truly believed in it. That was fine. He had been educated by his ancestors since childhood, and the books he read were given to him by his ancestors, making him even more convinced that human will could overcome fate. Especially with his ancestor from the immortal realm constantly helping him, why would he need to consult the heavenly way? His ancestor didn't even consult the heavenly way when drawing talismans. Although I can spare your lives, you must answer a few questions for me. There are some things I haven't been able to understand lately, could you please enlighten me? He tried his best to imitate Yang Qiang's speech. Please speak, why do you have dealings with the demon realm? I don't recall the reverse flow sect being very close to the demon race, just a bunch of inferior races. We're merely using some of the demon realm's power. Don't you also use the power of other small worlds to do things for you? Is it the Night Demon Palace? That's right, they're considered one of the more intelligent demons. Where are they? What are you plotting? The two men exchanged glances and shook their heads. I don't know. We're just cooperating and exchanging what we need, communicating through formations. Formations can transmit living people, of course not, otherwise the demons would have been running rampant on the spirit continent long ago. What else do you know about the Night Demon Palace? Tell me, the Night Demon Palace, their power isn't great. They're among the few benevolent demons, and they keep their word. That's why they can trade with our reverse flow sect. We don't know anything else. Benevolent? Are you sure? Yang Fu was shocked. The Night Demon Palace was benevolent? What about the Feng family? The Feng family also claimed to be good people. And the demons teleported to the demon wind forest said the Night Demon Palace would give them food and help them break the formation, also claiming to be good demons. No. My Yang family is the real villain? You can't do this, you have to kill them. Besides, I'll become the big bad guy. And the Night Demon Palace isn't powerful? I feel like they were all powerful. Are these two lying to me? Seeing Yang Fu's doubts, the two snorted coldly. We swear by the reverse flow sect that everything we've said is absolutely true. Alright, swearing by one sect is a taboo in this cultivation world. Because the sect's ancestral land is the foundation of cultivators, especially those who believe in the heavenly Dao, they wouldn't swear lightly. Yang Fu believed him. That's strange, why did the Night Demon Palace take Xiao Feng and Qiang Wei away? What are they going to do down there? Could there really be another reason? No, his mind was a bit confused. Yang Fu asked the two more questions about the Night Demon Palace. But the two didn't really know much either, only that they had exchanged supplies with the Night Demon Palace a few times. Among them, some things from the demon realm were needed by the reverse flow sect to rebuild its sect. Moreover, according to their descriptions, they were using the same incomplete version of the teleportation array as Feng Zhuang. Can you repair that teleportation array? Send someone up. Why would we need to repair it? We don't need to go to the demon realm, and we certainly don't want the demons causing trouble. On this point, it's rare that your heavenly mystery sect and our reverse flow sect share the same stance, isn't it? Then can you repair this array? Spatial magic, isn't that your heavenly mystery sect's forte? Do you need to ask us? At this moment, the two men looked at Yang Fu with some suspicion. The reverse flow sect wasn't skilled in spatial magic, otherwise they wouldn't have been driven to oblivion. Hell, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll get entangled in karma and crush you. No, the two men answered honestly. We've answered you about what we know. Can you let us go now? Unable to get any more questions about the Night Demon Palace, Yang Fu remembered something else. I think I just heard you mention some hidden treasure. The two men were startled. Don't go too far. That's our chance for rebirth, Yang Fu said slowly. With your talent, you'd definitely reach your current cultivation level even if you did it all over again. It's just a matter of time. Leave the treasure to me, otherwise, I'm afraid you'll appear too soon and disrupt my plans. The two men already sensed something was wrong. You don't mean to kill us and take the treasure? We certainly won't fall for your trick, Yang Fu sneered. HMPH. Are you the kind of faithless people from the heavenly mystery sect? As long as you tell me what treasure you've hidden, I swear in the name of the heavenly mystery sect, I'll let you go immediately. The two men exchanged a few words. Although the heavenly mystery sect is hypocritical, their oath is still credible. He wouldn't dare swear on the sect so easily. It's just a pity about our treasures from this life. Survival is the priority. The two men said, all the treasures we've collected are hidden in the spatial rift of the demon realm outside Zhangyang City. Just use this spell to summon them. and you'll see our treasures." They gave him an activation incantation. Yang Fu stared at them without speaking. "Alright, we swear by the reverse flow sect that the above is absolutely true." Yang Fu was delighted. With a flick of his golden hand, crack, he directly crushed the souls of the 2 reverse flow sect members. The 2 men, they died without understanding why the disciples of the heavenly mystery sect were like demons. After thousands of years of silence, had the heavenly mystery sect's rules changed? Had it turned evil? Was it true that their master said they were the righteous path? Unfortunately, the 2 men had no chance to prove it. Correcting reincarnation, immeasurable merit, a resounding voice appeared in the sky, and a golden light entered Yang Fu's head. Yang Fu performs a meritorious act, merit plus 300. At the same time, a small tower-like mark on Yang Fu's back also emitted a ray of golden light. The merit accumulated in the small merit pagoda suddenly increased dramatically. Meanwhile, at the Yang family's residence, the 3-tailed fox Bingayao, who was taking a nap, suddenly felt a warmth in her stomach. She looked down at the small merit pagoda she was holding, which was now faintly glowing and floating. A ray of golden light returned from the distant east. The small merit pagoda caught it, and its body trembled violently. Then, it slowly expanded. Inside the pagoda, there were Buddhist chants, bird song, fragrant flowers, children's laughter, and the transformation of demonic beasts into spirits. The beauty of all things in the world emanated from it. In a moment, the small merit pagoda had grown a full circle, and a picture appeared on its surface, countless living beings kneeling in worship towards the heavens. At the same time, strands of golden threads emanated from the small merit pagoda, bestowing gifts upon every member of the Yang family on the spirit continent. Yang Qiangjin, who was cultivating, felt the spiritual energy suddenly become more welcoming, and at the same time, she felt a strange light appear in her eyes. She went outside for a walk and saw that each of her fellow disciples had a golden light above their heads. Some were dim, some bright, and some even emitted a black light. Is this their merit? I can see other people's merit now. At this moment, the fire spirit pavilion master passed by, his head shrouded in white mist, unable to see anything. Is the difference in cultivation level too great? Yang Qiangjin felt very strange. She seemed to be able to see the merit of cultivators of similar cultivation levels. Yang Genshuo, on the other hand, clearly saw the update of this magic weapon. The small merit tower has been upgraded to a mid-grade treasure, with changes in attributes, the new ability Myriad Spirits Diagram, and the Spiritual Light Enlightenment ability upgraded to Spiritual Light Enlightenment II. Myriad Spirits Diagram, the person bound to the merit tower can see the merit of all spirits, resolving sins can yield merit. Spiritual Light Enlightenment II, when merit is positive, all bound family cultivators are enlightened by merit light, increasing their comprehension and cultivation speed, and gaining the merit protection state. The deeper the merit, the more obvious the effect. Merit protection can passively resist some evil magic attacks. Yang Genshuo glanced at it. The Myriad Spirits Diagram just adds a heavenly eye. It doesn't have any direct abilities. Actually, I can use it anytime, without being limited by my cultivation level, but I don't have time to keep an eye on it every day. I need to cultivate. Let the Yang family members increase their merit on their own. Upgrading, Spiritual Light Enlightenment, 2, Spiritual Light Enlightenment II, adds a merit protection state, which is pretty good. Sometimes you're afraid of evil things messing with you, for example, the eye of the Yama sheep. It's great when you use it yourself, but not so great when someone else uses it. If you could resist it, that would be wonderful. The description isn't that clear, it depends on the actual usage. But after this treasure's upgrade, the Yang family has indeed gained a lot. Li Yao is a good person. Yang Fu didn't give him this opportunity for nothing. This is called mutual benefit. The small merit tower, which increases abilities by continuously accumulating merit, is a rare clan-protecting treasure, perfectly suited to the Yang family. Li Yao has put a lot of thought into it. It's a mid-grade magic weapon now. To upgrade it to a high-grade magic weapon, it needs 3,000 merits, which will take a long time to accumulate. Fortunately, I have the Myriad Spirits map, which shows where I can accumulate merits. It's like having an extra pair of eyes to discover missions. On the other side, Yang Fu also completely dealt with the 2 black hunters from the reverse flow sect. His 1,000-meter golden body slowly descended, returning to the size of a normal person. The late-stage golden core assassin, Ghost Face, was completely buried in a black and red robe, without a head or limbs, as if he were floating. No one had ever seen his face or body. He looked at Yang Fu's appearance now, extremely surprised. He was actually a person with great merits. It was truly rare in their line of work. No, it should be said that it was rare even in the current cultivation world, because the cultivation path that everyone talked about was survival and plunder. Seize opportunities, seize cultivation, seize time. Their ghost shadow tower lived by this. Although people with great merits didn't have any strength bonus, they often had some mysterious abilities. For example, their luck would be inexplicably good, and they would be favored. The tribulation was easy to overcome. However, it was irrelevant to him. Ghostface said indifferently, "I failed. You don't need to pay the remaining 7,500 mid-grade spirit stones, but we want the corpses of these two. Let's go." A puff of smoke drifted by, and 10 assassins disappeared with 2 others. "Damn it, we were the ones who killed them, but Ghost Shadow Tower took the storage ring and bullied us," Badgie said angrily. "It's alright, we saved 7,500 mid-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, I would have had to sell all my treasures on the black market to make up the difference." Yang Fu had gone to great lengths to assemble this lineup. All the spirit stones of the Yang family had been used. It was only enough for the initial payment of 7,500. To pay the balance, he would have to sell a batch of treasures on the black market. He would have to sell all of his ancestors' liquefied natural gas and 2 5th-grade spiritual materials from the Dragon God Immortal Palace to make up the difference. At this moment, he didn't have to sell his assets. But Yang Fu only had 200 mid-grade spirit stones left. "Suddenly I feel so insecure, however, I should have spirit stones next year." Yang Fu had achieved his goal for this trip. The market for Heavenly Secret Talisman was good. Even if he couldn't sell it for the 1,100 mid-grade spirit stones he had this year, he could at least sell it for 600. If he sold 10 of them, he could recoup a significant portion of his losses. "Before going home, I'll collect the inheritance from those two. It's been a long time since I've been to Zhangyang City." Just as Yang Fu was about to set off for Zhangyang City, the previously dormant Dragon God Immortal Palace suddenly trembled. A roar echoed across the continent. Yang Qianggao, who had been asleep for 3 years, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 337 The Dragon Lord is hungry. The Dragon God Immortal Palace, after its closure, once again echoed with a dragon's roar, resounding throughout the spirit continent. All cultivators were startled. The Immortal Palace has reappeared. This was top-tier news. Last time, many cultivators failed to find their opportunities, especially those kicked out by Yang Fushio. They had barely entered before being thrown out by a group of thugs. Even the Foundation establishment peak prodigies from the 10 major sects suffered the same fate. When had they ever endured such humiliation? "We will fight the Immortal Palace again." Many prodigies stood up across the continent, uttering these words in unison. Unfortunately, the dragon's roar only lasted once before fading into silence, with no further movement. The spectacular golden light that had illuminated the sky did not appear. It was as if a dragon had woken up, stretched, and then gone back to sleep. Some cultivators who had been waiting around the Dragon God Immortal Palace excitedly rushed over to see, only to find that the Dragon God Immortal Palace had not reappeared. "That's strange, there was definitely a sound. If it's not open, then don't make a sound. Could it be that something else has opened?" This matter spread among many cultivators, eventually becoming a strange occurrence. Only Yang Genshuo knew that Yang Qianggao had awakened. And not only had he awakened, but the black dragon scale that had been lying in his arms had also awakened. Dragon God Immortal Palace. In the golden dragon pool, amidst a pool of black liquid, Yang Qianggao opened his eyes. He looked at his hands groggily. His muscles were strong and powerful, his blood surging, as strong as his father's. "I'm not dead, with me here, you won't die." Behind him, a huge black dragon head peered out, speaking in a deep, resonant voice. Yang Qianggao glanced at it and exclaimed in surprise, "Little Black. Is that you? How did you grow so big? Have I been asleep for hundreds of years?" Yang Qianggao recognized it at a glance as his black dragon spirit, feeling an immense sense of familiarity. Only 3 years, but it's equivalent to hundreds of years of change. The huge black dragon head slowly straightened up, looking at Yang Qianggao with a complex expression. The moment he made his decision, he entrusted his fate to the little boy before him. But thinking of how Yang Qianggao, covered in blood and with his heart stopped beating, still managed to obtain the golden cicada's remains, His soul condensed and undissipated, protected by golden light, he felt his choice was right. Yang Qiangyao stood up from the golden pool, looking around in amazement. Are we still in the Dragon God's palace? How is my father? Did he succeed in his ascension? Can we go find them now? A happy smile graced Yang Qiangyao's face. Being resurrected was truly exhilarating. Your father succeeded, but the Dragon God's palace is now closed. Only we are here. Oh, can we leave? Or do I have to stay in the Dragon Palace forever? Stay forever, the Black Dragon said quietly. Alright, let's go for a walk. I feel like I haven't had any activity in ages. Come on, let's go find the fox demon to play chess with. The Black Dragon was a little surprised. Don't you regret it? Being trapped in the immortal palace for the rest of your life, it's good enough to be alive. I can't have it all. Yang Qiangyao was very optimistic. After all, he thought he was going to die. The moment he opened his eyes, he was blessed with great fortune. When Yang Qiangyao tried to leave the golden pool, he found that he couldn't move at all. His feet seemed to be stuck in something. Huh? He pulled hard, and then the Black Dragon helplessly snorted twice. Fine, I won't tease you anymore. Hold on tight. Roar. A dragon roar. The Black Dragon carried Yang Qiangyao and soared into the sky. Man and dragon flew to the top of the immortal palace. Wow, so high. After all the black liquid flowed away, Yang Qiangyao was shocked to find that his feet had become one with the dragon's head. My feet are gone. Oh no, Yang Qiangyao exclaimed. What's the panic? It's just inside my body. As dragon riders, we become one during battle, forming this state to prevent you from falling. We can separate after you get off. You scared me to death. Yang Qiangyao steadied himself, standing firmly atop the massive black dragon's head. As the black dragon coiled, he looked down upon the entire Dragon God Palace. Magnificent, beautiful, and spectacular. The Dragon God Palace was now unified, its previously separated palaces merging into one, restoring its original appearance. Among them, the towering tree at the very center was the most striking, its golden green leaves swaying in the air, exuding an aura of antiquity, making it clear at a glance that this tree had weathered countless years. This is the Tree of Life, the cornerstone of the Dragon God's Palace. My brothers and sisters and I have played on it since we were little. Its fruit is quite delicious. Eating one allows you to skip cultivation for 10 years. There used to be one on the spirit continent, but it was destroyed by your human race. It's the fruit of wisdom, isn't it? Why would the human race destroy such a divine tree? We're puzzled too. The Black Dragon didn't mention that even the combined might of all the dragon race's strongest members couldn't destroy this tree. This shows just how terrifying the human race was in ancient times. One race against 10,000. Even a powerful race like the dragon race, with its long lifespan, had to avoid its sharp edge. By the way, what do you mean by dragon tamer? Is it the same as our human race's beast tamer? Will we fight together? Yang Qiangyao's understanding of beast taming was limited to the techniques of the myriad beast sect. We will fight together, but we are completely different from those beast tamers who come to the Dragon God Palace. Dragon taming is an ancient profession. According to the history left by our dragon race, humans have short lifespans and are weak in their youth. They do not have the powerful bodies of us, the bloodline of the demon race, or the innate magic power of the demon race. They lack many characteristics of other races, so they have always been in a very weak position. Back then, the strong humans found us, wanting to use the powerful strength and lifespan of our dragon race to do some great things. The dragon ancestor saw the potential in your human race and agreed, but he required that if humans wanted to use the power of the dragon race, they must also assume the responsibilities of the dragon race. Thus, dragon tamers appeared. Humans sign a contract with dragons, becoming partners who will never be separated. Humans enjoy the long lifespan and powerful bodies of the dragon race, while dragons learn human magic and enjoy the fortune of the human race. Yang Qiang nodded slightly upon hearing this. So, in that case, we're partners. Haven't I hit the jackpot? He, a man on the verge of death, had become a dragon tamer, enjoying the lifespan of a dragon, and gaining the protection of a giant dragon. Could such a thing really exist? The black dragon circled in the air, heading towards the top of the Tree of Life, where a palace stood. As a dragon tamer, from this day forward, you are also a member of my dragon race. The rise and fall of the dragon race are inextricably linked to you. My responsibility becomes your responsibility. What responsibility? To revitalize the dragon race. To reshape the dragon race's destiny? Huh? Me, Yang Qiangyao pointed incredulously at himself. Me? Revitalize the dragon race? You overestimate a key refining stage cultivator. Wait. Why do I feel like I'm not in the key refining stage anymore? Dragons are born at the foundation establishment stage. You became a dragon tamer by merging with a portion of my bloodline. With the blood of my dragon race within you, you naturally reached the foundation establishment stage? Yang Qiangyao was extremely surprised. Even with 3 years of cultivation, he might not reach the foundation establishment stage. He slept one night and had already reached the foundation establishment stage. What is my foundation establishment spiritual object? My father said the higher the quality of the foundation establishment spiritual object, the stronger the power. The foundation establishment spiritual object is the dragon god scale. A black scale shimmered within Yang Qiangyao's Danshan, and the spiritual power within his body actually changed form, becoming an extremely domineering spiritual power. Dragon essence. The dragon essence within his body and the dragon essence within the black dragon beneath his feet were perfectly integrated, mobilizing them as easily as breathing, as if the two were originally one. How amazing! Then together we're invincible at the same level. Although I am the youngest child in the dragon clan, my realm is also at the late golden core stage. Ordinary golden core cultivators can't even break my scale. If it weren't for your cultivation level holding us back, we could already be laughing at the golden core stage. His brother, you're so strong. Yang Qiangyao now truly understood. He had picked up a late golden core stage dragon as his bodyguard. Revitalizing the dragon clan is fine. But before that, revitalizing our Yang family first. Is that alright? Yang Qiangyao couldn't wait to tell his family this good news. Thinking this, he silently chanted in his heart, Ancestor, I've signed a dragon as my partner. I'm a dragon tamer now. Can you see me? The call from a family member made Yang Genshuo instantly sense it. Yang Qiangyao has awakened? Good. At this moment, he glanced at Yang Qiangyao's strength. He had already reached the first level of foundation establishment, and his own cultivation technique had changed to dragon taming technique. A dragon knight. Cool, this is a blessing in disguise. Yang Qiangyao truly deserves to be called the chosen one. Fool, a fool's luck. He quickly responded to the child, I see you. This is your opportunity, seize it and befriend the dragons. Hearing your voice, it's so good. Yang Qiangyao had thought he would never hear the voices of his loved ones again. Now, reborn, everything felt so wonderful. By the way, I've always called you Little Black. I never imagined your true form was a real dragon. You must have a name, right? What's your name? Mingayan. Okay, Big Black, we've arrived. Come with me to see the Dragon Lord. At this moment, the black dragon had already flown to the grand hall above the treetops. Yang Qiangyao felt a stirring in his heart and pulled his foot off the black dragon's head. He jumped down from the dragon's head and took a few steps. The black dragon's dragon essence shone, transforming into a young man dressed in black. He cupped his hands and said, Dragon Lord, the dragon tamers Yang Qiangyao and Mingayan have awakened and have come to pay their respects. Yang Qiangyao greets the Dragon Lord. Yang Qiangyao also paid his respects in the manner of Mingayan. Sitting in the grand hall was a girl in red, wearing the dragon god's crown. Yang Qiangyao, you also share the surname Yang, which reminds me of an old friend. Speaking of which, I was able to become the Dragon Lord because of him. She recalled for a moment, then looked at the black dragon and said, Mingayan, why did you willingly become his partner? The ancestors' instructions didn't mention the need for a dragon tamer, because I didn't want him to die, so I did it. Yes, Daohui did it to save me. Daohui, the fire dragon frowned, reminding her of that impolite old friend. Do you know the responsibilities of a dragon tamer? To revitalize the dragon clan. To reshape the dragon clan's destiny, Yang Qiangyao said proudly. Oh? You seem to know quite a bit about what Mingayan told you, but he was too vague. After you become a dragon tamer, you are half a dragon. From now on, you must obey the dragon clan's arrangements, work for the dragon clan, and no decision you make can harm the dragon clan's interests. You must obey me, then what reward will I receive? Yang Qiangyao asked. How he the dragon god's palace is filled with countless treasures. When it opened, it only released some peripheral treasures. If you can be a good dragon tamer, what reward can't you ask for? Can I still go back to the spirit continent? Yang Qiangyao's biggest worry was whether he could go home. He thought his mother and father must be very worried about him. What's a dragon tamer doing if he doesn't go back to the spirit continent? Are you just staying here eating and drinking for free? The fire dragon girl rolled her eyes, looking rather cute. That's good, that's good. The girl had a plan in mind. Although they had no intention of training dragon tamers, since it was Mingayan's choice, having a dragon tamer as the dragon clan's representative on the spirit continent wouldn't be bad. We are too weak now. It's not the time for the dragon clan to emerge, but the changes on the spirit continent cannot be missed. It's a good opportunity to let the dragon tamer explore and make thorough preparations for our dragon clan's emergence. Moreover, Mingayan carries the last wisp of our dragon clan's fortune. Only the true chosen one can receive his protection. After merging with a key, it can also bring some new opportunities to my dragon race. The fire dragon girl made up her mind. She tossed a golden token into Yang Qiangao's hand. This is the Dragon God token. Holding this, you can be teleported back to the Dragon God Immortal Palace at any time. It can save your lives in critical moments. You can also often go to the Immortal Palace to cultivate. There are many wonderful uses here. The shadow of myriad races can help you. When I need to find you, the Dragon God token will be sent to you. You must come back immediately. Okay, no problem. Can we go now? Yang Qiangaya wanted to go home now. What's the rush? I still have a task for you to do. What task? Mingayan and Yang Qiangaya both pricked up their ears to listen. With the opening of the Dragon God Immortal Palace, some immortal races from ancient times have appeared. They have even hidden their strength and will surely fight for a share of the fortune in the future. After you leave, go and investigate their whereabouts. Those people have been marked by the Immortal Palace, and Mingayan can see them, but my strength is very weak. Will I be killed? He still remembered the person who fought his father to the death, who was also from some ancient immortal race. It was too much for him, a Foundation Establishment Level 1 cultivator, to challenge them. What are you afraid of? Mingayan is here. They can't hurt you. Go. The fire dragon girl waved her hand, and a golden gate opened, pushing the two out of the Dragon God Immortal Palace. The next moment, Yang Qiangaya activated the Dragon God token, and jumped back into the Dragon God Immortal Palace. He saw the fire dragon girl eating a fruit of wisdom. What are you doing? Yang Qiangaya smiled innocently. Oh, I'm just trying to see if it works. Nonsense. The fire dragon girl waved her hand again, sending the two away. Luckily, I didn't let Yang Fushuo become a dragon tamer, otherwise I might have been driven crazy by him. Yang Fushuo has a long history of misdeeds and always challenges his own bottom line. The child Mingayan is bound to seem much more honest. She stuffed the wisdom fruit into her mouth. Whoosh! A flash of golden light, and Yang Qiangaya and Mingayan were back. Fire dragon girl, what are you doing again? Alright, I forgot to ask earlier, can I bring others in? Sure. After a moment of silence, the fire dragon girl held up half a wisdom fruit and asked, are you alright? Can I have some of that fruit? I haven't eaten for 3 years. Dragon Lord, I'm hungry. Yang Qiangaya looked pitiful. Yang Genshuo encouraged Yang Qiangaya in front of the screen. Yes, that's right. We can't throw away the wisdom fruit just for a face. This is a good thing. The fire dragon girl paused, looked at the half wisdom fruit in her hand, then at the weak cultivated Yang Qiangaya, and pouted. A complete wisdom fruit appeared in his hand, which he tossed to Yang Qiangaya. Here, have one. Yang Qiangaya happily caught it. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the ancestor speak. Then he pitifully turned his head back. My aptitude is so poor, I don't know when I'll be able to cultivate to the golden core stage. I don't care about myself, a slower pace is fine, but I'm afraid it will delay our dragon clan's grand plan. How about another life seed? Dragon Lord Weekly Yang Genshuo chuckled. Anyway, she's already agreed once, so I can make even more outrageous requests. This is called taking an inch and wanting a mile. I'm on duty at work today, working 24 hours straight, a bit tired, can't finish 2 chapters, will continue tomorrow. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 The Dragon God Immortal Palace has become the Yang family's back garden? Bang! Yang Qiangaya was swept out of the Dragon God Immortal Palace by a dragon's tail. Tch, it didn't hurt at all. Yang Qiangyao got up from the ground, clapped his hands, and stretched whoosh. The dragon god token disappeared into the back of Yang Qiangyao's hand, transforming into a red dragon pattern. Qiangyao, where are we going now? Are we going to investigate those ancient immortals? Mingyan rubbed his back, grimacing. No rush, let's go back to my house first. I want to eat my mom's fried chicken, our Yang family's specialty. What's so special about food? As long as it's filling, Mingyan smiled disdainfully. What hadn't he eaten in the dragon god immortal palace? Ugh, Mom, it smells so good. Qiangyao, tell me how they make this cola stuff. It's so satisfying. No wonder they say humans are powerful. It's true. Mingyan sat in the Yang family courtyard, a glass of cola in his left hand and a fried chicken leg in his right, eating with a rosy glow. A small mountain of chicken bones had already piled up at his feet. Dragons have enormous appetites and can eat endlessly. Yang Qiangyao had been full for quite some time. He patted Mingyan, who also looked like a young boy. See? I didn't lie to you. I told you about my Yang family's specialty. My granduncle has been eating at my house for years. Live and learn. The strength of the human race isn't just a myth. If we had this, those other races would be your dogs. The black dragon Mingyan looked even younger than Yang Qiangyao. Although he was 180 years old, in the long lifespan of dragons, he was still considered a boy. Eat as much as you like, there's plenty. My Yang family made our fortune in restaurants, and we have several ancestral skills: barbecue, hot pot, milk tea, and coffee, all novelties never seen in the cultivation world. If you like, you can try them all these days. Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo accompanied him with smiles. Although Mingyan was Yang Qiangyao's partner, he was, after all, a dragon. A dragon who controlled the dragon god palace. Not to mention his late-stage golden core strength, a single sneeze could create a hole in the fourth-grade grand formation the Yang family had rebuilt. We still need to be careful in our hospitality. And some good food, okay? Mingyan mentally apologized to Qiangyao, taking back his previous words. He'd never seen anything like it. Growing up in the dragon god immortal palace, what good food had he ever eaten? He'd just eaten whatever grew on the trees. The wisdom fruit was considered the best-tasting fruit. So, when the ancestor said dragon riders would enjoy a unique human talent, he meant being able to eat delicious human food. Humans really know how to cook. No wonder there were so many dragon riders in ancient times. They couldn't stand the food cooked at home. After this fried chicken meal, can we go back to eating fruit and raw meat? Don't be ridiculous. If we were in the dragon god immortal palace, Mingyan would have told Yang Qiangyao, remember, you have half dragon blood. Now, Mingyan just wants to raise his head and say, I have half human blood. Noble dragon riders must eat this. Mingyan, eating fried chicken and drinking cola, was moved to tears. Yang Qiangyao asked, why is Dahi crying? Did it remind you of something sad? It's not very tasty anymore. The outside world is so wonderful. It's a pity my other brothers and sisters can't leave the immortal palace yet. They can't eat it. Mingyan thought of his beloved dragon lord, who was also his sister. Yang Fu chuckled. He hadn't expected the dragon race to be so straightforward. What's so difficult about that? Xianhuo, don't you have the dragon god's token? After I finish making it here, you can take it back for them to eat. Didn't you come out early to work for your fellow dragons in the dragon god's immortal palace? Mingyan's eyes lit up. Is that okay? But, we eat a lot. He glanced at the mountain of chicken bones at his feet, his face slightly reddening. A dragon, ate more than the entire Yang family combined. The fried chicken chef hadn't rested since he entered the house. Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Although my Yang family isn't a wealthy immortal clan, we can still afford to provide the dragons with some delicacies. Please allow me to prepare today, and we'll send the food to the dragons tomorrow. Won't that be too much trouble? No problem. You and Xianhuo are partners, so from now on you're part of the Yang family. We're family, no need for formalities, can I? Mingyan suddenly felt a warmth in his heart, like lying in his mother's arms. Humans didn't seem as arrogant and domineering as the dragon ancestor had described. Of course, from today onwards, my family is your family. Yang Qiangyao put an arm around Mingyan's shoulder. The innocent little black dragon, fresh out of the gate, was just tricked into becoming a member of the Yang family. PFFT. A giant dragon at the late golden core stage has become a member of the Yang family? Who can we reason with this? A giant dragon has fallen from the sky? Yang Genshuo almost burst out laughing at the scene. Mingyuan had no idea how terrifying his strength was. Just a whisper of his name was enough to have countless immortals worshipping him. In the end, it's all about Yang Qiangao's good fortune. He turned misfortune into blessing, survived death, and became the last dragon rider on the continent. After watching for a while, Yang Genshuo noticed something else. Why does it seem like everyone, whether it's the demon race, the monster race, or the souls of all races that have survived to this day in the dragon god's mystic realm, has an excessively biased view of the human race's power? Everyone seems to assume that the human race is the strongest, an existence that has suppressed all ages, especially the demon race with the exploding demon mouths. Golden core cultivators are practically worthless, and nascent soul cultivators are everywhere. This is what the Yang family learned from several demons who escaped from the myriad demon domain. Now, even the dragon race thinks so. This seems very strange. Was the human race really that strong in ancient times? Then why has the human race become weaker now? Nascent soul cultivators are already the masters of the continent. Yang Genshuo wasn't exaggerating. In all these years, even after the Dragon God Immortal Palace opened and so many experts flocked to the continent, he had never seen a cultivator stronger than the nascent soul stage. And these are the sect leaders and masters of the 10 great immortal sects. The strongest on this continent. What's the next level above the nascent soul stage again? I've forgotten. This level has rarely been mentioned even after all these years. Yang Genshuo flipped through some of the system's chat logs and finally saw that the previous level was the deity transformation stage. That shouldn't be the case. Humans don't even have a deity transformation stage, so how can they suppress all ages? Strange. Yang Genshuo felt that something significant must have happened after the human race's civil war at the end of the ancient era, leading to humanity's current state. What if other races knew that humanity had become so weak and came back from their small worlds to fight their way back? Never mind, if the sky falls, the big guys will hold it up. We little immortals don't need to worry about it. If all else fails, we'll send the Heavenly Mystery Sect. Let's maintain the Dragon Clan's power first. In case there's a major conflict in the future, at least we can protect ourselves with the Dragon Clan's help. By the way, since the Dragon God token can allow people to travel to and from the Dragon God Immortal Palace, is it possible to let the Yang family members enter the Dragon God Immortal Palace? We have to try. Yang Genshuo instructed Yang Fu to try to enter the Immortal Palace with Yang Qiangaoao tomorrow. Yang Fu quickly said, "Ancestor, there is currently a problem we cannot solve and urgently need your help." "Oh? Speak." Yang Genshuo frowned slightly. Apart from the Heavenly Mystery Talisman, there was very little he could do for the Yang family now. Most of it was tactical guidance. If they encountered a thorny problem like Yang Qiangwei and Yang Feng being dragged into the demon realm, he wouldn't be able to handle it. "Ancestor, there's not much coke left. Look at him, he keeps drinking. He hasn't stopped." Yang Fu secretly pointed to Mingyuan, who was demonstrating to Yang Qiangaoao how to eat a chicken in 3 bites and a can of ice-cold coke in 1 gulp. "This stuff is quite magical. I've searched the entire cultivation world for materials, but I can't recreate the same taste and texture. If the Dragon Clan likes it and wants more, I can't produce any more." "Oh, that's all? Just wait. When we offer sacrifices to our ancestors, we'll reward you with an endless supply of coke. Even immortals love to drink happy water." This amused Yang Genshuo, who grabbed a can. "Watching Mingyuan eat fried chicken has made me hungry. I'll order some too." Yang Genshuo glanced at the table. It was Thursday. He was overjoyed. Then he looked at his vast manor. He couldn't be happy. "Yang Genshuo, even though you're rich, you still live with a loser's mentality, huh? Today, you'll show the delivery guy what a rich person is like." Crazy Thursday, I don't order any discounted items. Can you believe it? Yang Genshuo directly ordered 3 full-price family buckets, delivered to his villa. He was completely satisfied. The best thing about martial arts is that your body has high energy, a high metabolism, and you can eat a lot, with almost no food each period. Fried chicken and cola were a momentary pleasure. He kept eating and enjoying himself. The second day in the game. The Dragon God token shone. Yang Qiangaoao, Mingyuan, Yang Fu, and Yang Fushio entered together. Yang Fu and Yang Fushio were pushing 2 large baskets of steaming hot fried chicken, with a simple flame array slowly heating them, keeping the chicken at its crispiest and juicy state. "You really came in together," Yang Fushuo was surprised, not expecting to return to this familiar place. He missed the power of the myriad races shadows that he had devoured. Back then, he was so powerful. Although one arrogant dragon was always saying some unpleasant things, the overall experience was still very good. I wonder if Little Red is still alive. With such a bad temper and a face that looks like it'll be ostracized by other dragons, it'll be hard for her to get by. After Yang Fushuo finished speaking, he felt a cold wind blow through, and the temperature in the entire Dragon God Palace dropped several degrees. "You want me dead?" a cold voice came from above the palace. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yang Fushuo's body stiffened abruptly. He saw a girl sitting above, wearing a dragon crown and fiery red clothes, looking at him with an icy expression. A ghostly blue flame rose around them, and ice shards grew along the girl's line of sight. "Yang Fushuo," she said, enunciating each word clearly. Yang Fushuo was terrified. "Holy crap, my best golden crispy fried chicken." He quickly lowered his head, channeling spiritual power into his fire array to raise the temperature and resist the icy blue flames, preventing his fried chicken from freezing into ice blocks. "Don't mess around, this is a gift for you." "A gift?" The Fire Dragon Lord paused for a moment, then unconsciously withdrew his ghostly blue flames. Yang Fushuo breathed a sigh of relief, otherwise, all the fried chicken he had prepared for a day and a night would have been ruined. There were a full 500 fried chickens here. Mingyuan clasped his hands in a fist salute. "Dragon Lord, please don't misunderstand. I let them in because this food is absolutely delicious. I couldn't bear to eat it all myself and wanted to share it with everyone, so I let them in. TCH. What kind of food haven't I eaten?" the Fire Dragon girl sneered. "Mingyuan, you're just too young and haven't seen much of the world, then try it." Yang Fushuo tore off a chicken leg and handed it to her. The Fire Dragon girl smiled coldly. "I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Who are you calling bad-tempered? You try it first. Who has a face that looks like they're being ostracized by the other dragons? Try it. Who's hard to get along with? Don't you see I'm the Dragon Lord now? Do you even know what a Dragon Lord is? The leader of the dragon race? I can't talk to you properly," Yang Fushuo said impatiently, stuffing the chicken into her mouth. "Ugh," the Fire Dragon girl groaned, seemingly surprised by the audacity of the human. "I, the mighty Dragon Lord, have been ambushed by you. You really have a death wish." An angry breath escaped her throat. She channeled her dragon power and quickly devoured the fried chicken leg. "So delicious, one more, please. I've discovered that besides your foul mouth, stubbornness, sharp tongue, clumsiness, weakness, love of showing off, extremely poor aptitude, selfishness, and unruly character, you do have some redeeming qualities. You're a good cook." Yang Fushuo's face darkened. "Damn it, you could have just said the last one. I think you're deliberately insulting me." The Fire Dragon girl blinked. "Yeah, I'm doing it on purpose. So what? Bite me, Yang Fushuo. This guy is terrible." Yang Fu, on the other hand, watched with great interest. He hadn't expected that the so-called Dragon Lord was the arrogant dragon Yang Fushuo had mentioned. Now transformed into a human girl, she actually looked quite charming and cute. This was truly unexpected. However, he had a question. "Brother Mingyuan, I have a question." "Brother, please speak frankly," Yang Qiangyao replied. Yang Fu glanced at him, trying to get a beating. "Huh? No, father. I'm just calling you by your seniority. Why are you hitting me?" "Each to their own," Mingyuan said. "You want to ask why the Dragon Lord is so young? Right, that's right. You are all still young dragons. Why do you bear such a heavy responsibility?" "Because we 12 are the last of the dragons." This, Mingyuan's face showed some sadness. "This is a long story. Now, we are the last hope of the dragons. The emergence of the Dragon God Immortal Palace was set up by the Dragon Ancestor to test who among us can truly lead the Dragon Ancestor to rise. This is a trial for us, to let us get to know, understand, and learn from the human race." At this moment, Yang Fu finally understood why the Dragon God Immortal Palace had emerged. "So, we human cultivators are here to select the strongest pawns for the Dragon Ancestor." "That's right, those treasures are the Dragon Clan's reward." At this moment, Yang Fu was fine, but Yang Genshuo felt a pang of pity. How many people have these treasures killed? The Dragon God wanted to train his descendants, to let them see the human race's techniques, schemes, and power amidst the battles and struggles. Countless cultivators became sacrifices in this training. But some, like Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo, gained the real treasures. The dragons who learned the true laws of survival became dragon lords. Cruel, but correct. After chatting for a while, the fire dragon and Yang Shi had finished arguing, just like back in the immortal palace. Arguments and playful banter were fine, but don't joke about treasures. At this moment, the fire dragon had summoned the other 10 giant dragons. They all landed on the palace at the top of the Tree of Life, transforming into human figures. There were 6 men and 6 women in total, each with their own unique appearance. Among them, a dragon dressed in white, resembling a noble young master of the celestial race, was immediately recognized by Yang Fu. Little White. We meet again. Ha ha ha, I knew you would come back. Little White smiled slightly, appearing gentle and refined. He had witnessed Yang Qiangyao being rescued by his younger brother Mingyuan, so he knew then that the dragon tamer had appeared, and that he and Yang Qiangyao's father, Yang Fu, would definitely meet again. The two chatted for a while. The fire dragon opened a bottle of chilled soda. Drunk burp so refreshing. Everyone, eat up. Don't let his stubbornness, sharp tongue, clumsiness, weakness, pretentiousness, poor aptitude, selfishness, and unruly character fool you. He's a really good cook. Yang Fu's eyebrows throbbed with anger. You insulted me again. Here the fire dragon girl went mischievously, eating fried chicken with a smug look on her face. This time, she was the leader. The other dragons also picked up their food to taste, praising it highly. Simple spirit chicken, it's so delicious. Give me some of that black water. Ancestor was right. The dragon tamer really does bring good fortune to the dragon race. Look, aren't we eating something good now? Little brother, you have to work hard. Everyone's eating well depends on you. Listen to others. Would the dragon tamer harm you? The other dragons all gave Mingyuan a thumbs up. It was clear that he really hadn't eaten anything good. At this moment, Yang Fu also took the opportunity to suggest, this delicacy is called fried chicken, a secret recipe passed down through my Yang family. If you brothers and sisters like it, we can send you this delicacy regularly. Great. The dragons had no reason to refuse. They ate it without saying a word. Thus, the Yang family began preparing food for the 12 dragons every day. They carefully selected wild-raised spirit chickens, marinated them with various spices, and then fried them in breadcrumbs made from top-grade spirit wheat flour, ultimately creating premium fried chicken. Dragons have enormous appetites, and the Yang family had to hire 10 key refining stage cultivators skilled in spiritual cuisine to prepare their daily meals, and also spend 5,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy ingredients. That's equivalent to 5 mid-grade spirit stones. This continued for a week. Yang Fu came to the Dragon God Hall again. Taking advantage of the meal, Yang Fu said regretfully, "Today, I've come to say goodbye. It's a great honor that you all enjoy our Yang family's food. However, I'm afraid we won't be able to provide you with food for a long time to come." The dragons, what happened? Don't be like that. Are you short of money? I'll steal 2 treasures from the ancestors' bedroom for you, and you can sell them for spirit stones. At worst, we'll have the dragon lord eat 1 less wisdom fruit each day, and you can have it. A group of dragons immediately objected and began to actively give away their ancestors' possessions. Although the fire dragon girl rolled her eyes, she was also very concerned. After all, she ate the most fried chicken. Yang Fu looked troubled. It's not about money, the dragons said. We entered using my son Qiangyao's dragon god token. I heard the dragon riders have a mission and they're leaving tomorrow. Who knows how long it will be before the next one? Months? Years? It's a pity my Yang family has some new ways to eat, like barbecue, hot pot, and milk tea, that we haven't yet shown you before we have to say goodbye, the dragons protested. There's more good food. The dragon riders really want to leave? Are you busy? Go back in a few years, you have plenty of lifespan. Why don't we leave the token at the Yang family and not delay anyone? The white dragon stepped forward and said. The fire dragon girl's face was frosty. Ridiculous. The dragon god token is for the dragon riders to save their lives. How can we let a bite to eat delay the important matter of my dragon race's rise? The white dragon seized the opportunity to back down, saying, I remember there's another dragon god token. Why don't you just give it to Yang Fu? Yang Fu was delighted. That's excellent. It won't delay things, and I can prepare delicious food for everyone. I just don't know if it'll be convenient. Yang Fu looked at the fire dragon girl. All the other dragons also looked at their dragon lord, their expressions saying, if you don't agree, we'll see if we rebel. The fire dragon girl rolled her eyes several times, then looked at the white dragon, who has clearly planned and transmitted her thoughts to him. Full of bad intentions, always causing me trouble. White dragon, if you're so tough, then don't eat. Fire dragon girl. After weighing her options, the fire dragon girl helplessly tossed out another dragon god token. Take it. But I don't want anyone other than members of the Yang family to appear in the dragon god immortal palace. Deal. Yang Genshuo was overjoyed. Now, the dragon god immortal palace had become the Yang family's backyard. They weren't coming to the dragon god immortal palace to cook for a bunch of dragons. Even without those treasures, the palace was full of treasures. Chapter 339 Dragon God Immortal Palace? Yang Family Immortal Abode. There are only 2 dragon god tokens in total. The Dragon Lord trusts your Yang family quite a bit. He hopes that by having Yang Qiangiao become a dragon tamer, we can become even better friends. After the meal, Bai Long and Yang Fu chatted while strolling around the Dragon God Palace. Thank you for your help, Brother Bai Long. My Yang family also wants to have more contact with the Dragon Clan. To be honest, our Yang family is still weak and needs the Dragon Clan's help. This token gives us a lot of peace of mind. Mutual help is good. To be honest, we 12 brothers and sisters are not clear about the current situation on the continent. The dragon ancestor told us to wait until the right time to leave the mountain. Now is a good time to learn more from you. Whatever the Dragon Clan requests, just say it. I will do my best to fulfill it. Right now, everyone probably wants to eat something better. What have we been eating since we hatched? Bai Long got angry at this point. Without comparison, there is no harm. The Dragon Clan used to live a primitive life. How backward. Fortunately, the Yang family came and helped brought in their culinary repertoire, allowing them to understand the daily lives of humans. Don't worry, I will certainly use my family's ancestral culinary skills to entertain you all. Yang Fu patted his chest and assured them. Well, don't be fooled by the Dragon Lord's harsh words. She understands everything. She just told me that the treasures in the Immortal Palace are controlled by the ancestor and cannot be given away casually, but other uses within the Immortal Palace are entirely at your disposal. You can also practice your spells with those shadows of the myriad races, those old fellows whose souls are still intact. They have things in their hands. How many opportunities you gain depends on yourselves. Thank you, Brother Bai Long. Yang Fu cupped his hands in a sincere bow. Bai Long had helped them greatly. This Dragon God token was essentially a talisman for the Yang family. If anyone attacked the Yang family again, they wouldn't need to fear. At worst, they could all seek refuge in the Dragon God Immortal Palace. Moreover, there were many shadows of the myriad races, all of whom Yang Fu found very interesting. The Fox Demon Clan member who was incredibly skilled at chess, the Itochi who knew the art of divination, and several other challenges that sounded incredibly difficult. He hadn't even dared to try them. These old fellows were treasures from head to toe. But there was one thing that Yang Genshuo cared about most. At this moment, he couldn't help but manifest his spirit. Ask him, can we have some of the wisdom fruit? Even if we have to trade something, only the Dragon God Immortal Palace possessed this. Such a huge tree of life, that fire dragon eats it every day. Can't I have two? One is equivalent to 10 years of arduous cultivation. Yang Genshuo's cultivation is too slow, he needs this thing. Yang Fu also took the opportunity to ask tactfully, Brother White Dragon, I wonder if we can make some kind of trade with you for the wisdom fruit? Can we exchange it for some treasures or spirit stones? Upon hearing this, White Dragon understood. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Dragon Lord eats so much every day. The actual storage capacity is quite limited. Until the next harvest, it can only supply the Dragon Lord. She needs to grow quickly into the strongest of our dragon race. Otherwise she won't be able to keep up with the great contention. I see. That's a bit of a pity. No problem. I can reserve some for Brother Yang during the next harvest. That's wonderful. When is the next one? 200 years from now. He can refuse to give it to her if he doesn't want to. He just casually mentions 200 years. Who knows how far he'll have cultivated by then. The two chatted for a while before parting ways. Yang Fu returned to the Yang family with a Dragon God token, and studied it with the patriarch all night. The next day, the whole family saw Yang Qiangiao off. Be careful out there, do good deeds, and cultivate good relationships. Shen Yao waved tearfully from behind. Looking at her, Yang Fu seemed to see himself back when he was learning martial arts at the True Fire sect. His mother, Zheng Xiaobei, had been doing the same thing. Do more good deeds, make more good connections, Yes, fewer enemies are the way for the family to develop in the long run. Now, with a small merit tower, the Yang family's family tradition has become even kinder. They have transformed from a family focused on self-preservation to one that strives to do more good deeds to accumulate family merit. This allows the family's magic weapon to grow and protect the entire Yang family. Second brother, Yang Qiangjin, riding on a phoenix spirit, rose into the air and looked at Yang Qianggao. Her aura as a 6th-level foundation establishment cultivator was displayed without any concealment. After 3 years of tempering and cultivation, Yang Qiangjin had become less impulsive and more heroic and steady. Cultivate well. Don't make me wait too long at the golden core stage. Take care on your journey. The others also bid farewell to Yang Qianggao. Yang Qianggao stood on Mingyin's head, his feet slowly sinking into the dragon's head. Scales spread from below to Yang Qianggao's body, forming a set of dragon scale armor. He entered his dragon tamer form. Father, mother, sister, and uncles and aunts. I will definitely return safely. Let's go. A roar echoed as Mingyan and Yang Qianggao left the Yang family. As a dragon tamer, Yang Qianggao was no longer free, he was now a member of the dragon clan. He had to shoulder his responsibilities. This parting wasn't too sad, as the Yang family knew how strong Yang Qianggao's companion was. Even if his abilities were hampered by Yang Qianggao's strength, he still possessed the raw power of a late-stage golden core cultivator, practically indestructible. As long as the golden core remained, the physical body would not perish. At this stage, cultivators had completely overcome the problem of weak physical bodies. Even if ambushed, the golden core could protect them. While a foundation establishment cultivator might be killed by a key refining cultivator, at the golden core stage, it was virtually impossible for a foundation establishment cultivator to break through their defenses. For a late-stage golden core dragon, their defenses were at their maximum. Yang Qianggao was now probably the safest person in the Yang family. Now that this matter is settled, I should also properly study my key refining pills. Yang Fu hadn't achieved the golden core stage, but he possessed 6 spirit energy balls shaped like golden cores, extremely rare even in the Earth Spirit Pavilion. No one knew how to use them. Yang Fu currently only knew that these 6 spirit energy balls, formed from extremely compressed spiritual energy, were very hard. His main method of output was to throw them at people. Very crude. The biggest problem he hadn't figured out was that after 3 years, Yang Fu's cultivation level hadn't changed at all. He didn't know how to cultivate to the 22nd level of key refining. These 6 spirit energy balls were too solid, spiritual energy couldn't be squeezed in at all. Without increasing spiritual energy, how could he advance? Yang Fu shook his head, temporarily dismissing these thoughts. Everyone, follow me into the Immortal Palace, explore the opportunities within the Immortal Palace. Since the Dragon Clan allowed him to use a portion of the Immortal Palace, Yang Fu would make full use of it. According to the ancestor, the Immortal Palace had many wonderful uses. After entering, the Yang family members each began to study what they could gain from it. The Celestial Palace now is vastly different from when they first entered. Previously, it was divided into numerous enormous palaces, with the shadows of countless races swirling within, and many quests and opportunities scattered throughout. Now it's simpler. There are still many palaces, but there are also concentrated living areas. These weren't built by the dragons, but by the souls of countless races living within them. These are intelligent souls who have lived from ancient times to the present, not just shadows acting solely on instinct. The dragons call them ancient remnants. After entering the concentrated living area of the remnants, Yang Fu headed straight for the demon fox. The demon fox was happily playing chess with a desert death god when she suddenly saw Yang Fu. She rubbed her eyes. Oh no, I got up early today. I saw a human. The desert death god scratched his head. I saw one too. We both got up early. Yang Fu smiled broadly. Long time no see. Want to play a game of chess with you? Upon hearing Yang Fu's voice, the demon fox's smile gradually vanished. Then, a scream of awe startled the desert death god's remnant soul away. Demon! How come you're back again? You died too. No, I wanted to ask, can I still get gems by playing chess with you now? Get my ass. Go eat shit. How did you even get in here? The fox demon was full of resentment. When the dragon god Immortal Palace opened, Yang Fu treated her like a monster, humiliating her repeatedly. After it closed, she had nightmares for 3 years. She had just gotten a little better recently, but then she saw him again. Oh, My child has become a dragon tamer, and I have this. A token appeared in Yang Fu's hand. Dragon God's decree. Hiss, what a prestigious title. So that dragon tamer is your son? That makes sense. What brings you here today? I've heard that the Fox Demon clan is not only skilled in chess, but in ancient times, they were also absolute neutrals among all races, adept at navigating the complexities of the world, well-informed, and extremely committed to keeping their promises. Hearing this, the Fox Demon couldn't help but smile, his face smug. You've got some knowledge, Yang Fu continued. Back then, many races deposited their wealth with the Fox Demon clan. After the ancient era ended, many races either died or were suppressed, but the Fox Demon clan, possessing countless riches, didn't experience the war, yet they too vanished. That treasure has yet to resurface. Yang Fu's eyes were fixed on the Fox Demon. This was information he had obtained from Yang Qiang. Apart from the Heavenly Mystery Sect, no one knew this ancient secret. So you've got your eye on the treasures of my Fox Demon clan. But you've come to the wrong fox. I'm just a little fox, how would I know such secrets? And even if such treasures truly exist, what does it have to do with a mere golden core cultivator like you? The Fox Demon chuckled, seemingly mocking Yang Fu's overestimation of himself. Here, without her strength sealed by the Dragon God, she wasn't afraid of Yang Fu at all. Because she could run away at any time. Of course I know it has nothing to do with me, but the Fox Demon clan are all learned scholars, familiar with the many classics of all races, and know many secrets of each race. I'd like to ask you for a favor. 6 spirit energy balls appeared in Yang Fu's hand. Upon seeing them, a hint of surprise flashed in the Fox Demon's pupils. Pseudo-core formation. You actually have 6 pseudo-core formation techniques? What kind of cultivation method do you practice? My self-created 6 paths key refining technique. Self-created. Give me your hand. The Fox Demon touched Yang Fu's meridians, a wisp of cool spiritual energy extending into them, sensing Yang Fu's cultivation level, becoming more and more astonished with each sensation. Key refining stage? You actually, cough cough, truly key refining stage. How strange, how bizarre. The pseudo-core formation stage is the transitional period after the great perfection of foundation establishment, where the embryonic form of the golden core is formed. The Yin Emperor that Yang Fu killed was at this stage, possessing immense strength. Not counting the zombie with a golden core body, a pseudo-core formation cultivator possesses the strength of 2 martial ones. And Yang Fu actually has 6 pseudo-core formation techniques, making the Fox Demon marvel. Your body hasn't exploded yet. It's your physical body that saved your life. Speaking of which, how come your cultivation is so complex? You cultivate the 5 elements, and you also cultivate lightning spiritual power. Your physical body has even reached the true indestructible golden body. How did you, a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots, achieve this? It's a matter of fate. The Fox Demon sighed. Perhaps it's because of all your messy cultivation that you've ended up in this state. All sorts of strange things have piled up, giving you the power of the golden core, but the future will be extremely difficult. How can I break through? Is there a way to break this deadlock? Yang Fu sought help from the Fox Demon for cultivation assistance. Among all the races, there is no cultivator like you. This is the first time I've seen one. However, there is a race's cultivation method that might be helpful to you. Yang Fu was secretly delighted. Which one? The Fox Demon's lips curled up slightly. Why should I teach you? You've never given me a kind look. At worst, I'll let you win 2 rounds. The Fox Demon turned and left. No. Sister Fox. Senior Fox. Just tell me your request, and if I can do it, I won't hesitate. The Fox Demon smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. Very good. You only need to promise me one thing, and I will teach you. Speak. Bring the Fox Demon clan from the Myriad Demon realm here. I want to see them. But the Myriad Demon realm is sealed. I asked Itachi to calculate for me. And he said that in no more than 30 years, the seal on the Myriad Demon realm will loosen, and a passage will appear between the 2 realms. At that time, you will naturally have a chance. Within 30 years, Yang Fu's face darkened. It was the same calculation as Lingjizi of the Heavenly Mystery Sect. If the demon race appeared from the Demon Wind Forest, what would become of the Yang family? Could his father and the others withstand it? No, he had to seek help from the sect. Either he could ask the sect's great cultivators for help, or he could bring his family over. This time, their Earth Spirit Pavilion had made a great contribution, and Long Hong's strength had also increased significantly. He sent a vice sect master of the myriad beasts sect flying 100 miles away with a single claw, becoming famous throughout the spirit misty continent. Go ask your master for help. Seeing Yang Fu's uncertain expression, the fox demon comforted him. Don't worry, I won't send you to your death in the demon race. Just go over there and see if you encounter any fox demons. Save their lives and bring them to me. You just need to promise me, and I will teach you this method to break the deadlock. Okay, I promise you. Yang Fu readily agreed. Saving them if he encountered them wouldn't hurt. The fox demon's face was full of smiles as he grabbed at the air. A faint purple mist swirled around, from which a cultivation manual emerged. The multi-eyed golden toad technique. This technique is a legacy of the multi-eyed golden toad clan. Each eye contains a golden core. This toad is a top-tier medicinal herb from ancient times. A single toad can yield dozens of golden cores. Whether for alchemy or absorption, it is highly sought after by powerful beings of all races, with humans being the most numerous consumers. Wait a minute, you mean, I have to learn a technique from a race that gets eaten? After mastering it, I'll become tastier too? Not at all. Although the multi-eyed golden toad suffered a bit during the era of numerous powerful beings in ancient times, they were hailed as the most invincible golden core stage cultivators among all races, ruling this stage, because they possess multiple golden cores. Intelligent. Their race has extensive knowledge of golden cores. What are your 6 pseudo cores? The multi-eyed golden toad has the feat of producing 100 golden cores. Even a golden core stage cultivator can hold their own against a void return stage cultivator. He's so powerful. Your situation allows you to study this technique and see how the toad refines pseudo cores into true golden cores, and how it manipulates multiple golden cores. Thank you, Senior Fox, for passing on the technique. Yang Fuzian solemnly accepted the cultivation manual, filled with gratitude towards the fox demon. Although the fox demon had made a request, it had placed immense trust in him. He couldn't wait to go back and cultivate diligently. He had been stuck in his cultivation realm for 3 years, and he was going crazy with frustration. The Dragon God Immortal Palace is a top-tier immortal abode, with such a high concentration of spiritual energy. Where else do you want to go? Go and study under the Tree of Life. Good. Watching Yang Fuzian leave excitedly, the fox demon muttered to itself, letting someone else practice a demon's technique should probably be fine, right? Keep an eye on it, just in case something goes wrong. If he goes into key deviation outside, he'll be dead for sure. At this moment, a soft laugh came from beside the fox demon. You little fox, pretending to be a great cultivator, it's hilarious. A large door opened, and a jet black weasel walked out, fanning itself. See? I was right, wasn't I? The Yang family and the Dragon clan are destined to meet. They'll definitely return. You didn't believe me, you kept nagging me for 3 years. HMPH, does living a long life mean you're a great cultivator? Although I was only at the key refining stage when I died, it doesn't affect my spiritual realm reaching the void returning stage. I hope he's alright. Itachi looked at the path Yang Fu was taking, his face full of pity. Yang Fu walked to the foot of the enormous Tree of Life, looking up at the towering tree. The spiritual energy here was extremely dense, and there was an extremely dense life force. It seemed to be the source of all things growing. Yang Fu's physical body was slowly improving within this aura. The Nirvana body was advancing. This was terrifying, because after reaching this realm, pills below the 4th grade were completely ineffective. He absorbed a few breaths of spiritual energy here, and his body was actually improving. As expected of a divine tree, the fox demon is still a good demon, guiding me so much. Yang Fu felt that the fox demon was really generous. It not only guided his cultivation techniques but also found him such a good cultivation place. This was much better than any sex training room. If only I could eat 2 more wisdom fruits, Yang Fu thought, swallowing hard as he looked at the fruit above his head. But it was protected by dragon essence, clearly meant to keep him away. Those stingy dragons, Yang Fu muttered. Exactly, came Yang Fushuo's voice from beside him. Hey, you're here to cultivate too? No, the ancestors sent me here to plant trees, huh? Yang Fushuo held a bag of seeds, planting them into the soil beneath the Tree of Life. Yang Fu understood after a moment's thought. It must be because the life force here is extremely suitable for planting spiritual plants, right? Of course, Yang Genshuo chuckled. The Tree of Life won't let me use it, and I won't eat the fruit, but can't I at least get some of its nutrients? As a science student, Yang Genshuo knew this even with his limited biology knowledge. The ground inside the vast jungle was the most nutritious soil. Year after year, fallen leaves and fruits nourished the ground, creating a thick layer of nutrients. Planting seeds here was better than any fertilizer. This was the origin of the black soil everyone talked about. Beneath this divine tree, with countless years of accumulated nutrients, it is naturally the best planting ground. In his sea of consciousness, he saw the soil beneath the divine tree radiating a dazzling light. There was even a card on the soil, Divine Soil of Life Spiritual Energy Concentration. 999 nourished by the divine tree of life for many years, possessing immense life force and spiritual energy. Plant growth speed 100, with a chance to produce rare materials such as medicine kings and tree kings that surpass their own grade, and a very small probability of nurturing earth and wood spirits. Cultivating on the divine soil can grant a cultivation speed bonus, and the physical body will be slowly nourished after the divine soil leaves the divine tree of life. Its effects are greatly reduced, and the spiritual energy will slowly dissipate. This soil, could it be used as a top-grade treasure? This is the land with the highest spiritual energy concentration I have ever seen, bar none. Yang Genshuo thought for a moment. This kind of divine object doesn't exist in the entirely Miao continent, but the Yang family has as many as they want. They could cultivate on it every day without any problem. The tree of life is so enormous that its root system is even larger than the Yang family manor. This soil is inexhaustible, absolutely inexhaustible. Yang Shi's so-called meteorite immortal abode doesn't even deserve to be called an immortal abode. The dragon god immortal palace is the true top-tier immortal abode. This immortal abode belongs entirely to my Yang family. Yang Genshuo was grinning from ear to ear. Those 12 giant dragons probably never imagined that instead of feeding the Yang family the wisdom fruit and the seed of life, they could still use the soil beneath the tree of life for cultivation. It just goes to show how rich the dragon race is. Even a tiny bit of it is enough for my Yang family to take off. From now on, the Yang family will cultivate under the tree of life, significantly increasing the family's cultivation speed. A spirit gathering array? Even a dog wouldn't need one. I have a natural spirit gathering array with a spiritual energy concentration of 999. That's right. Besides having Yang Fushuo cultivate his own spiritual plants, I can use it too. If I lay this under my house, won't it directly transform into a spiritual land? Although the effect will be greatly reduced after leaving the tree of life, it's still much better than some spiritual soil with a few dozen points of spiritual energy concentration. Right, let's get to it. Dig up a bunch for the ancestral worship this year. The path to immortality suddenly became smooth. Yang Fushuo cultivated, Yang Fushuo planted, and the rest of the Yang family weren't idle either. Yang Qiangjin went to chat with a remnant soul of the Earth Core clan in the shadow of myriad races. This race was a naturally born fire race, and controlling fire magic was as easy as breathing. Shen Yao, Eileen, and the other women also went to talk to the remnants of myriad races one by one, looking for some opportunities. Baji walked outside the immortal palace and saw the still floating unconscious shadow of myriad races. He slowly revealed his shuttle. Kill. Baji honed his skills in the shadow of myriad races. The three-tailed fox returned here as if returning home, meeting up with many old friends, and then finding some spirit beasts who, like her, had been hiding in the immortal palace all these years, bringing them with her. Upon seeing this, Yang Genshuo silently memorized a piece of information in his divine sense. Many places that were once sealed have developed cracks. The Dragon God Immortal Palace seems to be connected to multiple small worlds. In other words, not only is the barrier of the myriad demon realm breaking, but many other worlds sealed by the human race are also breaking. Yang Genshuo asked Yang Qiang to ask his master what the heavenly mystery sect would do if the barriers everywhere broke. Would they do nothing? Yang Genshuo didn't believe they couldn't see it. Lingzhi looked at the many active small worlds connected to Heavenly Mystery Mountain and sighed. Disciple, the era of great strife has arrived. Today's update is 6,000 words, a bit low, quite different from my planned 8,000. Mainly because I spent half a day writing the detailed outline. Tomorrow is the next volume. What will the title be? I'm recommending a friend's book. It's long and satisfying. This is the second time I've recommended it, so check it out. Chapter 340. The Immortal Key Group is being targeted. When Yang Fu was cultivating, he always felt he couldn't calm his mind. After sitting for a while, he left the Dragon God Immortal Palace and returned to the Cloud Hidden Spirit Sect, to the Earth Spirit Pavilion. He found the Pavilion Master, Long Hong. Master, during this year's Immortal Path competition, My father asked one of the participants from our Danai dynasty to tell me something. Demons have reappeared in the demon wind forest, and the barrier of the myriad demon domain is cracking. If this continues, when it completely breaks down, the entire Danai dynasty will be razed to the ground by the powerful demons. The participant from the Danai dynasty was also one of Yang Shi's people, pretending to have brought the news from there. Upon hearing this, Long Hong paced back and forth in the main hall of the Earth Spirit Pavilion. If that day truly comes, the sect will intervene. You must trust the sect, but can't we do something in advance? Like reinforcing the barrier? Or building some large-scale formations to block the demon race? If all else fails, bring over the people from the Great Nai dynasty? Better to cure the disease before it manifests. Master, I understand what you mean, but before things happen, the sect cannot intervene. Don't ask why anymore, you'll understand in the future. Long Hong was also a riddle maker, leaving Yang Fu feeling helpless. After bidding farewell to his master, Yang Fu felt that his master knew something but hadn't told him. Why can't the sect intervene? What exactly is wrong with the 12 dynasties that forces the cultivators inside to endure such suffering? Did our ancestors offend someone? Yang Fu couldn't help but think of Feng Zhuang's words again. We are fighting for the 11 dynasties. Yang Fu felt that the Feng family must know something, which was why they were taking such a risk and cooperating with the demon race to create this teleportation array. If only I could go to the Sky Garden dynasty. Yang Fu is now at the Undying Golden Body realm, possessing some self-protection abilities. Unless attacked by a professional assassin organization like the Ghost Shadow Tower or a nascent soul cultivator, he's basically safe. Plus, with a heavenly secret talisman for protection, he's even less likely to die. But unfortunately, he can't go. The only place he can go is the Silverland dynasty. But the Silverland dynasty isn't anything special, it's just closer to the Spirit Misty continent, so I can reach it. Perhaps the root cause lies in the void land that separates the two continents. Yang Fu has tried it himself. When passing through that area, he loses all sense of direction and experiences a loss of spiritual energy, his body constantly depleting. Even his undying golden body can't cross it. Long Hong is now the second in command of the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect, already surpassing the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion Master. Yang Fu is considered his prized student, and even he can't do anything about it. Yang Fu has given up on the sect. As for the Heavenly Secret sect, they're even more absurd, claiming that the great struggle has arrived and they can't change the heavenly secrets. I still need to prepare myself. At this moment, Yang Fu suddenly thought of another sect, the Reverse Flow sect, the arch-enemy of the Heavenly Mystery sect. They were also skilled in divination, but their methods were even more unorthodox. Just by looking at their techniques for reversing yin and yang, one could tell at a glance that they were from a demonic sect. But the fact that they could be the Heavenly Mystery sect's opponent, forcing the Heavenly Mystery sect to specifically cultivate the merit mantra to suppress this sect, meant they must have some strengths. Those two haven't taken their treasures yet. Yang Fu headed towards the special rift not far from Zhangyang City. This place was naturally formed, and occasionally demons would fall into it and end up on the Lingmiao continent. There were also officials from the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect here, who were specifically responsible for capturing demons and sending them to Zhangyang City. After arriving, Yang Fu directly revealed his identity. I hope, senior brother, he can do me a favor. I'm going to collect some demonic spiritual energy from the rift to study techniques. Then, a small bag of mid-grade spirit stones fell into the hands of Himu, who was guarding the rift. He picked it up. There were a full 50 stones. For a cultivator in the early golden core stage, this was a considerable income. No problem, no problem. Our sect knows the Earth Spirit Pavilion specializes in unorthodox methods, so we can certainly help you. Just be careful not to get hurt by the special turbulence. Yang Fu asked curiously, senior brother, has anyone accidentally fallen into the demon realm? Haha, of course not. This is a one-way passage. We can't enter. In all these years, have large numbers of demons emerged from the special rift to attack us. This special rift is very unstable on the demon realm side. Demons crossing it might die in the special turbulence. Basically, only the very lucky survive. It can't attack at all. Oh, I see. Thank you for clearing up my doubts, senior brother. I'll go get some demonic spiritual energy. No problem, no problem. Yang Fu sighed and stepped into the special rift. He had originally thought that if Yang Kaiang Wei and Yang Feng searched for the special rift in the demon realm and then tried to return, it was too dangerous. He decided against it. They couldn't gamble with their lives. They weren't Yang Qiangao. The spatial rift led to a mysterious purple space. Sailing against a current, if you don't advance, you retreat. Going against a current, a sliver of light appears. Yang Fu produced a black and white bagua diagram and threw it into the darkness. Buzz, spatial ripples appeared, revealing a small opening. Yang Fu touched the heavenly secret talisman on his chest. Finding nothing amiss, he stepped inside. There were indeed no traps inside. Only an incense table held offerings. Below the offerings were a cultivation manual and 2 stored rings. Yang Fu picked up the manual, reverse flow technique. Opening it revealed nothing. Yang Fu tried to enter with his spiritual sense, but it was also blank. Some force seemed to be rejecting his probe. Could it be that only members of the reverse flow sect can learn this? Yang Fu was somewhat disappointed. A sect capable of rivaling the heavenly secret sect must possess formidable techniques. I don't know if it's just my perspective, but I always feel that the cultivation methods of sects nowadays are not as good as those of the ancient human race, whether it's the richness and ingenuity, or the suitable group of people to cultivate. Nowadays, the higher the aptitude, the stronger the cultivator. While it's extremely difficult for those with low aptitude, although it felt a bit strange to say this, Yang Fu still felt that cultivation methods shouldn't be like this. A unique skill like the mechanical arts doesn't just depend on spiritual root aptitude, it emphasizes comprehension and wealth. And the merit mantra of the Heavenly Mystery Sect focuses on good deeds. The more good deeds one does, the faster one cultivates. Furthermore, the Yin Emperor he killed, whose corpse was transformed into an external body, was also extremely ingenious. In contrast, the current techniques are all rather mediocre. It's a pity that this reverse flow technique cannot be read. At this moment, a line of text flashed in the sky. Let me see. A prompt flashed before Yang Genshuo's eyes. Yang family descendant Yang Fu has discovered a encrypted, wordless heavenly book. Decipher it. Consumes incense. 1,000. It costs 1,000 incense to decipher a single book. Yang Genshuo was somewhat excited. This just proves the high value of this book. Decoding. A golden light descended from the sky, and countless black spatial fragments exploded on the wordless book. Boom. All the restrictions disappeared, and the text was fully revealed. Ancestors' divine power. Yang Fu was once again amazed by his ancestors' abilities. He always provided strength when he had no other choice. He looked at the technique. The reverse flow sect was established. A unique peak rose abruptly, not following the norm, going against the way, pushing the 8 trigrams yin and yang, understanding the secrets of heaven and earth, cultivating the law of time, manipulating the flow of time. To practice this technique, one must first become a Taoist partner. Disciples of the reverse flow sect must cultivate with a male and a female simultaneously, using the power of yin and yang to break the shackles of fate. This chapter is the reverse flow technique, defying fate, seizing souls and captivating hearts. Yang Fu only discovered that the two were a Taoist partner after killing them. The requirements are quite harsh. Single cultivators have no chance. After flipping through it, Yang Fu realized that this was one of the techniques of the reverse flow sect. The reverse flow sect's techniques should consist of 3 books. This one is a combat-oriented technique, using various evil arts to attack enemies and protect oneself. There's also the yin-yang technique and the time technique, which correspond perfectly to the 3 ultimate techniques of the Heavenly Mystery Sect: Heavenly Mystery Technique, Merit Technique, and Space Technique. However, this technique is a bit evil. It's all about stealing souls and captivating minds. If we cultivate it, won't our Yang family become demonic? No, we can't practice this. Put it away. Yang Genshuo agreed with Yang Fu's decision, since they were currently enjoying the bonus from the Yang family's great merit. Learning this evil technique would only continuously reduce the Yang family's merit. After putting away the technique, Yang Fu opened 2 stored rings. They contained resources for a male and female cultivator to cultivate from the first level of the fetal breathing stage to the golden core stage. From basic pills, magic tools, and talismans to various strange and evil items needed for the reverse flow technique, there was even a large quantity of high-quality fasting pills. With these 2 rings, the 2 cultivators starting from scratch could find a place to hide and cultivate the reverse flow technique all the way to the golden core stage. Tisk, the preparations are truly comprehensive. It's a pity that without cultivating the reverse flow technique, it's useless. My Yang family doesn't lack these ordinary resources. Among them, the 2 most valuable treasures are the reincarnation flower and the reincarnation seed. 2 sets. These are the last life-saving tricks of the two from the reverse flow sect. In the event of an insurmountable crisis, they can directly reincarnate and cultivate again with their spiritual consciousness. The reincarnation flower and reincarnation seed need to be planted in the fetus. The two fetuses with a reincarnation flower planted will have an extra life when they grow up. In the event of a life-threatening crisis, the other two people with a reincarnation seed planted will die in their place. This life-saving technique cannot even be stopped by assassins in the late golden core stage. Only those with great merit can break it. However, a cultivator can only use it once in their lifetime. These two treasures are obviously left by these two to their successors. A chance to start over. Yang Fu glanced at the items a few times before storing them in his storage ring, no longer looking at them. Yang Genshuo, on the other hand, had no interest in the treasures. After all, life on Blue Star was peaceful. He only needed to cultivate step by step, and with some protective magic treasures, he could be safe. Having finished his business, Yang Fu returned to the Dragon God Immortal Palace. He needed to calmly cultivate his magic. He needed to become stronger. Currently, although he possessed combat power comparable to Golden Core Cultivator, he was still at the very bottom. The multi-eyed Golden Toad technique, a technique used by alien races to increase their strength by increasing the number of golden cores when limited by their own talent. Theoretically speaking, I and the multi-eyed Golden Toad clan share the same predicament, both limited by their talent, unable to rise to the next level. This technique is indeed suitable for me. However, the trajectory of the golden cores in the multi-eyed Golden Toad and its meridians are completely different from those of humans. I need to comprehend a technique that belongs to me. Watching Yang Fu delve into this technique, Yang Genshuo directly arranged for him to receive a year of blessing, tranquility. Comprehension plus 30, that's enough for you. The Yang family's merit is already this great with just over 3,000 merits. If it reaches 4,000, wouldn't they be able to reach another level? The Yang family members are indeed like me, all kind-hearted people. The 24-character family motto wasn't taught to you in vain. In just a moment, Yang Fu had entered a meditative state. He spent an unknown amount of time comprehending this technique, and Yang Genshuo no longer paid attention to Yang Fu. While Yang Genshuo was instructing Yang Fushuo to bring over some spiritual soil from under the Tree of Life for the ancestral worship ceremony this year, his phone rang. Ring 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 ring, an unfamiliar number, with no region code. Yang Genshuo answered, and a deep voice came from the other end. Mr. Yang, our boss really likes several products from Yaxi Yankee Group and wants to discuss a collaboration with you. Oh? What kind of collaboration? We want to source directly from your factory, then rebrand and sell overseas. We won't compete with you, you won't bear any risk, you can just stay home and make more money. How about it? Sounds good. What kind of company are you? A major distributor, I guess. Actually, if someone could source in bulk, Yang Genshuo could sell a batch, but he wasn't currently considering the overseas market. We have many subsidiaries, we just lack products. If you can cooperate, I'm willing to buy in bulk at 50,000 yuan per jar of wine and 50 yuan per bottle of, and Shendao, wait? Young master, Yang Genshuo felt like he'd misheard something. Mr. Yang, I'm a businessman too. You and I both know the true factory price of your products. At this price, you'll make a profit. I won't touch your domestic market share, it's like extra income for you. Wait, I didn't hear you clearly. Can you say it again? 50,000 yuan a jar of wine, 50 yuan a bottle of, and Shendao, idiot. Yang Genshuo hung up immediately. Damn, are you crazy for money? Trying to buy my products at 1/10 of my price? Why would I sell to you? I might as well build my own team and sell overseas. What a moron. Yang Genshuo felt disgusted that he'd chatted so enthusiastically with this kind of person. Wait, how come just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can call me? Yang Genshuo immediately called Guo Xiaozi. Guo Xiaozi looked innocent. I haven't given anyone your number, brother Shuo. Yang Genshuo frowned slightly at this point. There's a Fairy Key Winery and a Fairy Key Food Factory, both currently under Guo Xiaozi's name. He's the legal representative, and his information is the only one publicly listed. Yang Genshuo is practically invisible within the company. How did that person just find his phone number? Ring 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 ring. Yang Genshuo's phone rang again, still that unknown number with no registered address. Who are you? Boss Yang, you have quite the temper. Let me give you a piece of advice, you can't earn enough money, but you only have one life. Bang. The other party hung up immediately. Yang Genshuo tried calling back, but the call couldn't be connected. Threatening me, Yang Genshuo's eyes narrowed, radiating a dangerous aura. He hadn't expected his business to be targeted by someone with ulterior motives, and someone of unknown origin at that. An ordinary person would probably be intimidated, but Yang Genshuo wasn't afraid at all. First, this was China. Second, he was a cultivator. Heavy weapons were practically impossible to find in China, and ordinary pistols and sniper rifles couldn't hit him. The pile of defensive talismans and magical artifacts he carried was no joke. However, this feeling made Yang Genshuo extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, he went to tell his parents. "Mom and Dad, stay with me for a couple more days. I just bought this house and there's so much to fill out. Please help me with the details. I have some things to take care of at the company." Dad understands. A man should focus on his career. "Leave the household to me and your mother, Xiaoshu. Don't overwork yourself." "Okay, Mom and Dad, I'm going out." Yang Genshuo drove off directly, aimlessly driving around, observing whether any strange people appeared. He was luring them out. Since the other party had their eyes on him and had said those threatening words, they were definitely going to take action. Yang Genshuo simply went with the flow. He wasn't afraid of others looking for him, he was afraid of others not looking for him. "If I catch you, you're dead." Yang Genshuo's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Having witnessed so much killing in the cultivation world, he had inevitably picked up this kind of temperament. In the modern world, this was naturally not good, but if someone really forced him, he wouldn't blame anyone for being ruthless. Unfortunately, after searching the factory and looking around, he didn't see anyone suspicious. He had a spiritual sense, no one within 100 meters could escape his observation. Strange, could it be a chatterbox? Yang Genshuo began to ponder where his phone might have been exposed. Guo Xiaozi hadn't revealed anything, he was reliable and rarely made mistakes. He asked Changbo, but he said he didn't know either. The lab wasn't profitable and was highly confidential, so it was difficult for anyone to target it. Yang Genshuo then called Fatty Zhe in Southeast Asia. "Beep beep 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 beep, the number you dialed is switched off." He tried several times, but it was the same. Yang Genshuo's face darkened, something was wrong. He knew why the phone number didn't show its origin, because the person wasn't calling from within China. The next moment, another number from overseas called. "Damn it, where are you?" Yang Genshuo cursed angrily. The person on the other end was startled, then a sobbing woman's voice came through. "Boss, I'm Mr. Tian's secretary. Mr. Tian was kidnapped on his way to the airport today. Why the kidnappers made me call you to ransom him. They told me not to call the police, or they'd kill him. Our farm was forcibly broken into, and all the beans on the trees were pulled up. What do we do now? Should we call the police in China?" Yang Genshuo had a slight impression of this female secretary. Tian Zhe had mentioned it to him on WeChat. Something about human resource advantages and lower prices than in China. He'd been busy cultivating immortality and hadn't replied. "Call the police my ass. By the time they react, Tian Zhe will be dead. Give me the kidnapper's number, I'll talk to them. You find a safe place to stay, okay? Phone number, *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** suddenly thought of something. Wait, where did you say Tianzhe was kidnapped from? On the way to the airport. Mr. Tian was dressed very formally today, saying he was picking up an important person. Damn it, Yang Genshuo slapped his thigh. Oh no. Bad things happened all at once. He immediately called Guo Xiaozi. Did you send Su Yannian to Vietnam? Yeah, I figured she should have gotten off the plane a while ago. What? Worried Brother Tian can't handle it? Don't worry, I gave Brother Tian some advice, he'll definitely pull off a big stunt. Hell, Tianzhe stunt probably won't work out, might not even work out at all, huh? After hanging up, Yang Genshuo felt a headache coming on. Tianzhe was Yang Genshuo's best friend, and like Chengbo and Guo Xiaozi, he was one of the people he trusted most. People he could trust unconditionally. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent her directly to Southeast Asia with just one phone call. That's what brothers are for, they'll do anything when you need them, without asking why. Unlike Chengbo, the worldly wise foot massage master, Tianzhe is a genuine, pure-hearted prince. A deeply affectionate one. In layman's terms, a simp. He's been simping on their class's goddess, Su Yanyan, for 10 years, and he's still simping. He's the king of simps. He's even developed feelings for her, a phrase he often says lately. If I give up, wouldn't all these years of hard work be for nothing? Yang Genshuo looks down on Su Yanyan, that scumbag woman, for stringing his brother along, making Genshuo live such a humble life. But his brother is good at everything else. He knows history, philosophy, and human resource management. He just can't see through him. Tianzi came to help him with his business, and Yang Genshuo wanted to help his brother get rid of this obsession. He planned a grand show of bravado and then went over Su Yanyan. So, Guo Xiaozi poached Su Yanyan with a high salary, and after she stayed at the head office for a while, he sent her to Vietnam to be Tianzi's errand boy. Let Tianzi also have his own version of a domineering CEO falling in love with her. Now look what's happened. The domineering CEO and the female lead have both been kidnapped, Yang Genshuo thought, feeling extremely guilty. If I'd known things weren't peaceful over there, I should have gotten Tianzi some bodyguards and a protective charm. Now, Tianzi is a complete blank slate. He used to think of business warfare as using various financial means to acquire your company's shares, buy out your talent, and hire online trolls to attack and smear you. But real business warfare, secretly kidnapping your people and picking all the beans from your orchard. Those calming beans, Yang Genshuo didn't care at all, it was just for show. They were everywhere in Zhangyang City. But the other party's actions were a provocation. He made another call to the kidnappers. Just tell me your conditions, Mr. Yang, that's more like it. We're all businessmen, we don't want things to get ugly, everyone should make money, right? Your friend may look like a pig, but his girlfriend is quite beautiful. Let me go. Don't touch me, don't touch her. If you have a problem, come at me. Tianzi and Su Yanyan's voices came from the other end, making Yang Genshuo's face even colder. If you touch them, there's nothing more to talk about. Okay, I understand. As long as you honestly bring the goods to redeem the people, I promise I won't make things difficult for them. How much goods do you want? 1,000 jars of wine, 100,000 cans of calming beans. Okay, where to send it? Where is your receiving point in China? Send it to China. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I'm stupid? I'll give you a week to send it to Emerald Bay in northern Myanmar. Our people will have a boat to pick up the goods there. Okay, perfect. I don't want to be in China either. Yang Genshuo's lips curled into a cold smile. Chapter 341. If you have to follow the rules to cultivate immortality, then you've wasted your time cultivating immortality. Hey, this woman is really pretty. She looks like my middle school teacher with those glasses. You like older women? Older my ass. Only little guys like you like green apples. You'll know how good ripe peaches are when you're older, especially this kind of top quality one. Bro, can I have some after you're done? Need you ask? I've always made you happy, and this guy, just let him watch from the side. The two guards, all muscular and scarred, were spouting filthy nonsense right in front of Tianzi and Su Yanyan. Fuck you. Come at me if you dare. If you dare lay a finger on her, I'll never forgive you. Tianzi's face was contorted with rage, but he couldn't break free from the restraints on his back no matter how hard he tried. He could only writhe on the ground like a dog. Fuck you, you're lucky you get to watch. The man kicked Tianzi in the stomach, and Tianzi arched up like a shrimp, unable to breathe for a long time. Su Yanyan looked panicked. Don't do anything reckless. The law won't let you get away with this. Kidnapping and assault are not the same thing. What is the law? Does it have jurisdiction here? Don't dream. Once we're in the park, we are the law. These two thugs have murder on their hands. Are they afraid of this? Don't come any closer. It has nothing to do with me. You can kidnap him. I'm just a handy man. Let me go. I promise I won't tell anyone. I don't remember anything. Don't come any closer. Bang. Just as the two men grabbed Su Yanyan, the outer door was kicked open. A skinny man came in. All right, these two can't be moved. Yes, boss. The two men quickly stopped, not daring to move. Cough cough cough. Tianzi coughed and straightened up, sitting up again, glaring at the two thugs, then said to the skinny tall man, "These two are unruly. Bring me 2 more law-abiding people." The skinny tall man lit a cigarette and chuckled. "You're ordering me around? Why don't you become the boss?" Huh? Su Yanyan was also shocked, looking at Tianzi as if he were crazy. Instead of hoping for a change of heart, he was resorting to force? Did he want to die? Tianzhe wasn't intimidated. He snorted coldly. You're after me for money, so there's no need for this. Our boss will give you the goods. You don't know my boss. If you behave yourself, things will go very smoothly. He's not short of money. If you don't behave, my boss will be very serious. I assure you, you completely don't know my boss. Thump. Lu Kun threw down a stack of colorful A4 papers, containing all of Yang Genshuo's information. You, Tianzhe, your boss, Yang Genshuo, and your other partner, Chengbo, if I'm not mistaken, he's the one running the lab. These products were all researched by him, right? If it weren't for the difficulty of operating domestically, your boss would be lying here in the dead by now. Are you trying to act all high and mighty with me? You bunch of losers tinkered with some good stuff and got rich overnight. We prey on fat sheep like you, you know that. Lu Kun, dressed in a tang suit, sat casually in a chair, legs crossed, puffing out cigarettes, 2 pistols tucked into his waistband, arrogant and conspicuous. Tianzhe glanced at the materials, then smiled contemptuously. Your men are only this capable, about the same level as the Chinese netizen RR, but you're right about one thing, we became rich overnight. Very rich. Rich enough to afford international mercenaries. If you think you've got my boss figured out, I advise you to give up that idea. Let's make a good deal, you'll make a profit, we'll just accept our bad luck and be careful in the future. If you don't want a good deal, you'd better guarantee you kill me, my boss, and that guy from the Chinese lab, otherwise we'll hunt you down for money you can't even imagine, until we've riddled you with bullets. Tianzhe's eyes were fierce, like a trapped tiger. Thump. Lu Kun's leather shoe kicked Tianzhe hard in the head. Blood spurted from his nose instantly. Lu Kun grabbed Tianzhe's hair. You fucking threaten me? Do you believe I'll kill you right now? Hell, my brother Shuo won't see the two of us intact. You won't get a single penny, damn it. Lu Kun threw Tianzhe to the ground, his head bleeding profusely, then vigorously ran his hand through his messy hair. You, come here. 2 henchmen approached with beaming faces, thinking it was their turn to shine. Thump. Thump. Each henchman received a punch to the face. You can't even handle a simple task. I told you not to move, and you fucking dared to move. Get out. Bring fat cat and knife. Yes, boss, we were wrong. The 2 men ran outside in a panic to be replaced. You, and your girlfriend, I won't touch you. I have plenty more fun here than you, but you better pray your boss can ship the goods over within a week. Otherwise I guarantee your boss will see the video of you 2 in China. Don't worry, he'll come. Tianzhe's lips curled into a smile. Su Yan'an looked at Tianzhe in disbelief, never expecting he could actually order the boss of a kidnapping gang around. At this moment, she felt as if she had never truly known Tianzhe. Lu Kun left, replaced by 2 more obedient subordinates, a burly man at least 400 pounds and a bald, lean man wielding a knife. The 2 remained silent. Su Yan'an pondered for a moment, then burst into tears again. Why, I knew going abroad wouldn't end well. This time I'm going to get my kidney cut off. It's okay, Yan'an, I'll protect you. It's all your fault. You and President Guo must have conspired to trick me into coming here. If it weren't for you, I would never have come here. I didn't expect Brother Shuo to pull such a big stunt for me. This time I really dragged you into it. Tianzhe only found out what the big gift Brother Shuo had arranged for him was when he received the call yesterday. He never expected to poach Yan'an to work with him, which greatly increased his opportunities. He was extremely grateful to Yang Genshuo. He wouldn't have been this excited even if Yang Genshuo had given him hundreds of thousands of yuan. But Yang Genshuo was willing to spend time bringing him and Su Yan'an together. That was truly a blessing. Everything was fine until this sudden disaster. Tianzhe had analyzed the situation for a while. The bigger the tree, the more the wind blows, and the more demons and monsters have their eyes on it. They can't act domestically, so they can only kidnap him abroad and force the domestic authorities to provide money to save him. At this moment, Su Yan'an gradually stopped crying. At least she was safe for now. Hey, that Yang Genshuo from your dorm, is he a big boss? Yeah, he is. I rushed off from Kyoto to help him with things here. How did he become so rich? Isn't he in the murder mystery game business? It's a long story, but basically, he became rich overnight. You could say that. Can he be trusted? He won't just not come to rescue us, will he? Su Yan'an looked at this terrifying place, feeling it was even more horrifying than those stories about being tortured on TV. Don't worry, Brother Shuo will definitely come. I promise you, this amount of money is nothing to him. Seeing Yan Zi's resolute expression, Su Yannian felt a little more at ease. Meanwhile, Tian Zhe glanced at the two thugs, a thought still lingering in his mind. Brother Shuo isn't someone to be trifled with. The next day, Yang Genshuo flew to Diansheng, located on the border. He found a secluded spot, applied an invisibility talisman to himself, and passed through the checkpoint unnoticed. He went straight to the Vietnamese border town, the place where he had asked Yan Zhe to open the agricultural products company. He took a taxi and headed straight for the agricultural park. There were still people coming to work today, and some of the people managing the agricultural park didn't know what to do. After all, the boss's secretary hadn't told them to call the police yesterday. And all the beans had been looted. Chinese, Yang Genshuo handed his Hongho cigarette to an elderly man. Yes. And you are, where's your boss's secretary? He handed over 10 red banknotes. In this Vietnamese border town, the Chinese currency was hard currency, even more effective than the local currency. The old man was startled and quickly put it in his pocket. I don't know, she used to come early, but she didn't come today. Do you know where she lives? I think it's in the newly built Hongsheng residential area. Take me there. Yang Genshuo took out another 10 bills. Let's go. The old man immediately rode his electric motorcycle and took Yang Genshuo to the Hongsheng residential area. Bang! Yang Genshuo knocked the old man unconscious with a slap, then walked into the residential area and picked up the phone to dial the female secretary's number. At the same time, his spiritual sense spread out. How is it going on your end? Are the robbers looking for you? Yes, don't call the police. I've already settled things here. Go to the company today and get something from Yan Zhe safe for me. It's very important. Found you. Yang Genshuo said, his spiritual sense scanning the woman he was talking to in the neighborhood. Don't hang up yet. I have something to do. Buzz. Yang Genshuo's spiritual power flashed, casting a small spell into the transformer station, directly paralyzing the circuit in this area. Why is the signal so bad all of a sudden? What did you say, boss? I said, you've been hiding pretty well. Yang Genshuo's voice came eerily from behind his female secretary, Jiayu. Snap. The phone fell to the ground, and she collapsed as if she'd seen a ghost. Why are you here? Yang Genshuo was too lazy to waste words with her. Tell me the kidnappers' names, what kind of organization they belong to, and where their hideout is, and I'll spare your life, boss. What are you talking about? How would I know the kidnappers' names? I've never seen them before. Yang Genshuo picked up his phone from the ground and checked a call log. So, the kidnappers contacted you 3 days ago? Jiayu was immediately shocked and started trembling. I was threatened. The boss and the others made me report on President Yan's whereabouts, and they even threatened me with my mother in the hospital. I was also. Slap. A slap landed on her face. Tell me about the kidnappers. Oh. The kidnappers are smuggled in from northern Myanmar. The boss is called Lu Kun. He has many men under him, specializing in kidnapping. They kidnap Chinese people from Southeast Asia and sell them to the industrial park. They must have just happened to see our company. Your heart is racing, you're stuttering, your eyes are darting around, and you're making a lot of weird movements with your nose. You're still lying? No. I didn't. Everything I said is true. Yang Genshuo was too lazy to argue with her. He had already sensed something was wrong with Secretary Yan Zhe from the phone call yesterday. Before Jiayu arrived, he had never shown his face. She didn't even know he existed, let alone know his phone number. Tian Zhe wouldn't have given it to her. The kidnappers knew from Tian Zhe, so where did she know? Clearly, she knew from the kidnappers too, which explains why they deliberately told her. But just now, upon entering, she recognized him immediately. It could only mean she had seen Yang Genshuo's photo and knew about the matter. He directly pulled out a bell, hypnotic bell, a superior magical artifact. Ding 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 ding. Jiayu was more honest than if she had taken a truth serum, confessing everything. She saw how popular calming beans were in China, and thinking about how she only earned 6,000 yuan a month, she felt very unhappy. So she thought about stealing some calming beans from the orchard to sell. But Yan Zhe's men were very strict, and she didn't have a chance to steal. Later, she tried to seduce Yan Zhe. If she could get close to him, wouldn't his be hers? She could have become a rich wife in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, she chose the wrong person. Tianzhe was a pure-hearted warrior. He flatly rejected her temptation and told her to have some self-respect, or he would consider firing her. This was a huge blow to Jiayu. So she came up with a terrible idea, to hire some thugs to steal all the beans from the orchard, make a fortune, and then she wouldn't have to work and suffer anymore. It turned out the people she hired were all desperate criminals, catching pigs in the area. Hearing about the valuable beans, they were immediately overcome with greed. After checking, they discovered that a company called Immortal Key Company was making so much money, and they also had a wine that sold for 500,000 yuan, which they sold in large quantities. So they decided to steal the beans and kidnap Yanzhe as well, making a huge profit. Jiayu ended up with 10 bags of calming beans, which were under her bed in her bedroom. After that, it was none of her business. I never thought he was a mole, Tianzhe thought, his greed leading to his kidnapping. You ruined all the gifts I prepared for Tianzhe. You harmed my brother, you deserve to die. Yang Genshuo really wanted to kill her with a sword, then use a talisman to dissolve her bones. But this was modern society, and laws and rules didn't allow it. He had to consider the consequences of his actions, unlike the world of cultivation where he could do whatever he wanted. Poof, a sword slashed down. Her head rolled 3 meters away. To hell with the rules. I'm cultivating immortality, and I still have to follow the rules? What's the point of cultivating immortality? Corpse dissolving talisman. Yang Genshuo sprinkled a talisman, directly dissolving her corpse into a puddle of powder that was blown away by the wind, without leaving a trace. Lukun, Emerald Bay Industrial Park. Yang Genshuo crossed directly from the border city. With the help of the invisibility talisman, his skills as a grandmaster of the innate realm were no match for his checkpoints. If the checks were too strict, he could simply use a little magic to interfere with the machines. That night, Yang Genshuo arrived at the Emerald Bay Industrial Park in northern Myanmar, Lukun's base camp. He not only kidnapped, but also scammed, the most ruthless kind of shady business imaginable. The park was heavily fortified with high walls and heavily armed thugs, ensuring no one would escape alive. Even a highly trained special forces soldier would struggle to enter without alerting them. But Yang Genshuo wasn't a soldier, he was a cultivator. He donned an impenetrable night suit, a faint glow illuminating him as he completely blended into the darkness. Even right in front of him, he was invisible. This was a high-grade magical artifact, possessing both concealment and defensive capabilities. Ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate it at close range. Not to mention, Yang Genshuo had countless inexhaustible defensive talismans. Even if they ran out of bullets, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. Simultaneously, he drew a transparent sword, the kind whose blade was invisible. For an ordinary person, the moment this sword pierced their neck would be felt. A flash of rage crossed Yang Genshuo's mind. These people deserve to die, but after taking a few deep breaths, he gradually calmed down. It would be too good for them to die. He then put it away and slipped into the darkness with his bare hands. Whoosh! Yang Genshuo leaped more than 10 meters, jumping over the wall. The thugs on the watchtower were instantly knocked unconscious by a black flash past them. The patrolling thugs looked at the watchtower with their flashlights, but it was empty. Damn it, where did Lao Hu go? If Brother Kun finds out, he'll beat him to pulp. He must have gone to patronize some women. Didn't they get 2 new ones today? Hey, the boss told us not to touch those 2. Let's go try out the new ones and catch Lao Hu while we're at it. Hey, what's that over there? I feel something moving. The patrolman pulled out stun guns and slowly moved towards the shadows. Bang 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 bang. Yang Genshuo struck like a ghost, subduing the 4 patrolmen, who lay unconscious on the ground. Then he moved forward again, plunging all the thugs in the park into deep sleep. Only the few rooms on the roof remained. Yang Genshuo scanned the area with his spiritual sense and spotted Yanzhe and Su Yan'an. Seeing that they were unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's not too late. Lukun was still personally torturing a young girl he had captured, making her look at her fingers. Big or small? I'm asking you, are they big or small? Big, the girl cried. Slap. A slap swelled the girl's face. Liar. They're clearly small. You're lying to me? Are they big or small? Why small? Very small. A flash of anger crossed his face. He grabbed the girl's head and slammed it against the wall. Bang bang bang. Damn it, you also say mine are small, right? You look down on me too, right? Fine, Today I'll show you how powerful small is. A morbid twisting appeared on Lu Kun's face. Just like when he knelt down and begged his first love not to leave back in China, and she said he was worthless, even if his fingers were a little bigger. This completely led to his descent into darkness. Why? The girl cried out as her hair was pulled. About to be humiliated, squeaked, the door opened. Who the hell didn't knock? Lu Kun threw the girl aside, grabbed a stun gun, and was about to give his clueless underling a stun gun. But the next second, he suddenly realized he'd locked the door. Bang! He grabbed his pistol and fired directly at the door. No one was there. Gulp. He swallowed hard. He pulled out another pistol from beside him. With 2 guns in hand, he felt a little more confident. 4 eyes, fat cat, knife boy, no one answered. He slowly walked out, both guns pointed at the corridor outside. Still empty. It was as if no one had been there at all. In a room not far away, the burly fat cat came out. Boss, you called me. Lu Kun looked at him strangely, then waved his hand. Nothing, keep an eye on things, okay? Fat cat went back inside. Lu Kun was puzzled. He hadn't even heard footsteps or other sounds, and his men were right beside him. Could I have misremembered? Was the door not properly closed? Although he didn't know what was going on, he had lost interest by now. He sat in the room, pondering the people he had recently offended. But he didn't notice the talisman stuck to the back of the girl behind him. Tianzhe felt like each day was an eternity. The environment here was terrible, and even going to the toilet meant relieving himself on the sidewalk. He looked around. Looking out the open window at the tall buildings, he knew he was at least 6 stories tall, making escape through the window impossible. The 2 thugs, one incredibly strong and the other with a knife in hand, were far beyond his ability to handle, especially considering his limbs were practically atrophied from sitting in the office all day. The surrounding area was open, offering no weapons. After observing for a day, Tianzhe still couldn't find her way to escape. Su Yannian was full of complaints. I knew you were unreliable. I never expected you to get me here. You're really something. After we get out, we're never going to contact each other again, Tianzhe. Being with you is bad luck. Why wasn't Yang Genshuo kidnapped? But you were? You actually came to Southeast Asia. No. How much did he pay you? Are you asking me to risk my life for him? Tianzhe's eyes were filled with helplessness. No money, just some shares. Shares? Wait, how many shares? How much are they worth? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I could have given you some advice. Su Yannian knew from the kidnappers that the Immortal Key Group could make a lot of money. Tianzhe actually had shares? Wasn't he a tycoon? No, the guy who'd been chasing me for 10 years was actually a tycoon. But Tianzhe got me into this mess, damn it. Let's talk about it after we get out. Money is just an external thing, our priority is getting out of here. Tianzhe saw 2 thugs leave briefly and quickly whispered to Su Yannian. Based on what I know of Brother Shuo, his words on the phone earlier prove he doesn't want to talk at all. I'm 90% sure he'll find us and rescue us ahead of time. Huh? He won't pay the ransom? Aren't we in danger? Did you say he'd bring some mercenaries to the deal? Keep your voice down. I was just bluffing them. But Brother Shuo definitely has methods we don't know about. Anyway, he's back. Oh, Fatty Cat and Little Knife went to the door to check. Their boss was back, alright. At that moment, Tianzhe suddenly heard a voice. Don't react. I'm talking to you in a special way. Just listen, this concerns you greatly, Brother Shuo. Tianzhe was immediately excited. He knew Yang Genshuo would definitely come early, but he didn't expect him to find them in just one day. What kind of speed was that? He looked around but couldn't find Brother Shuo, and many guesses began to form in his mind. Before we begin, Tianzhe, I want to ask you a question. Can I trust you forever? Tianzhe whispered. Alright, now, I'll lend you some special power. You'll deal with them yourself. The next moment, a dark shadow slowly moved behind Tianzhe and placed 3 talismans on him. Vajra Talisman, Swiftness Talisman, and Great Strength Talisman. Boom. A surge of power erupted from Tianzhe's body. A faint light shimmered on his muscles, and Tianzhe abruptly stood up. Bang. The ropes binding his back were untied. Tianzhe, who had been pent up for 2 days, had a burning rage in his eyes. He looked at the 2 thugs. My turn. Chapter 342 Sweeping the battlefield with firearms. creating a printer factory. A lean man lunged at him, brandishing a knife, but Yang Shi sidestepped. With a deft dodge, he redirected the knife, which was aimed at his arm, towards his heart. Ouch, I couldn't dodge it, Su Yannian screamed in astonishment as she looked at Yang Shi. But the next moment, it was as if Yang Shi's muscles were encased in armor, and the knife was wedged into his clothes. Get lost, Yang Shi kicked the knife-wielding man away, then dealt with the two men with extremely clumsy and even somewhat awkward movements. Although it was only 3 first-grade talismans, it was more than enough to deal with 2 strong men. At least with a Vajra talisman, ordinary swords and knives couldn't penetrate. Yang Shi's display of power stunned Su Yannian. You've trained, the chubby Yang Shi smiled wickedly. What else, in his mind, Brother Shuo, you're my dad. I've never been this handsome in my life. Could Yang Genshuo, hiding in the shadows, not see through his little scheme? With a fatherly smile, he transmitted his voice. The bandit leader is next door. He's heard the commotion and is coming. For Su Yan's safety, I suggest you go to the hallway outside to confront him. Yang Shi grabbed Su Yan's hand. Yaner, wait for me here. I'll take care of their leader and then take you away. Su Yan's face flushed slightly. The scent of Yang Shi made her feel much safer. Yang Shi, you're so good. I never realized it before. At this moment, the girl's shyness outweighed everything, and Yang Shi felt his energy increase by another 10 points. He grabbed a baseball bat and rushed out. He closed the door and nodded to Su Yan's face. Su Yan's face was covered with emotion. At this moment, Yang Shi was just too cool. Bang! Yang Shi was shot down by Lu Kun. Damn it, you've trained, haven't you? You got away? Run. Try running again. He stepped forward and kicked Yang Shi. Thinking Lu Kun was completely incapacitated, Yang Shi suddenly pulled him to the ground with a burst of strength. Lu Kun tried to resist, but an irresistible force snapped his wrist. The difference in strength horrified him. How could a human have such power? He tried to attack with his gun, but Yang Shi, locked in combat on the ground, was too ruthless, giving him no chance to fire. No technique, just pure power. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as his other wrist was also broken. Lu Kun was now practically crippled. Then, without giving him any chance to recover, Yang Shi, mimicking what he'd seen on TV, bent all 4 of his limbs. The strength of immortal, Yang Shi stood up and spat at Lu Kun. He opened his chest. There was only a faint gunshot wound that had grazed the skin, everything else was fine. At this moment, in the shadows, Yang Genshuo removed his hood, revealing himself. Clap clap clap, not bad, didn't back down, Brother Shuo. Hold on tight, I feel like I've unlocked my genetic lock. Did you inject me with some kind of drug to force it open? I'm going to have extremely painful spasms next. If I can't hold on, my genes will collapse and I'll die. I have to hold on. Bang! Yang Genshuo punched him in the chest. Stop reading those wish fulfillment novels online. They're all fake. Oh, how do you explain what just happened? And why do I feel like you took care of everyone outside before you came in? Yeah, otherwise, would you have been able to show off your big boobs? Damn. Aren't you the standard wish fulfillment novel Soldier King template? No, Soldier Kings aren't as fun as me. Lu Kun was still struggling on the ground. He was covered in sweat, his body twisted, trying to grab the gun on the ground with his contorted wrists, but his hands had completely lost feeling. He could only rub against the side, his fingers couldn't get in, and he couldn't pull the trigger. Don't bother. Just lie there and wait for your fate. Yang Genshuo disdainfully stomped the pistol into pieces. Lu Kun was shocked. Who are you? What kind of kung fu is this? One could withstand bullets with his bare body, the other could crush a pistol with his foot. That immense strength, he simply couldn't resist it. Did you summon a god? Only such legendary divine power could do this. Summon your mother, you're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Weren't you all cocky when you called me? How come you're crawling on the ground like a maggot now? Lu Kun struggled to lift his head and looked at Yang Genshuo, who was actually the person he had threatened. You actually found me? How many mercenaries did you bring in? Why didn't any of my men make a sound? Lu Kun's park was heavily guarded, with a large number of guards. He only noticed when someone rushed right up to him. It must have been an overwhelming attack from all sides, with snipers taking out his men. Yang Genshuo was too lazy to answer his questions. He just felt a surge of anger as he watched this person speak fluent Mandarin. Are you Chinese? I'm asking you a question. How the hell did you get in here? Where are you all? How many are there? You Chinese scamming other Chinese, you deserve to die? Yang Genshuo's spiritual sense swept over the group of imprisoned pigs downstairs, and his anger surged. Tianzi, on the other hand, had a sudden realization. He looked at Yang Genshuo. Brother Shuo, he seems to know too much, should we just… Yang Genshuo gestured, then shook his head. No, it's too easy for this kind of person to die, and besides, he doesn't know anything. Yang Genshuo directly took out the hypnotic bell, shook it forcefully, and Lu Kun fainted with a belly full of questions. The high-grade magic artifact, hypnotic bell, can directly make people forget things, and Yang Genshuo directly erased his memory of the past few days. Su Yannian also came out, and seeing Tianzi standing outside and Lu Kun lying on the ground, her nose tingled, and she threw herself into Tianzi's arms. Why, she started crying. This was the first time Tianzi had been hugged by Su Yannian. Feeling the warmth from her body, he slowly embraced her, gently patting her back. It's alright, it's all alright. Yang Genshuo looked at the two of them, feeling both helpless and relieved. Regardless, it was because of helping him with his work that things had come to this. Tianzi and Su Yannian were both people he was supposed to save. Helping his brother was the best he could do. Although he didn't like Su Yannian. I just didn't expect that the domineering CEO I arranged for Tianzi would fall in love with me, turning me into a hero saving a damsel in distress. Although the process wasn't smooth, the result seems pretty good. Early the next morning, fishermen in Diancheng, China, saw 3 private speedboats drifting towards them from the opposite bank, each carrying a boatload of bound people. 2 other boats were filled with Chinese people. They were disheveled, covered in injuries, and their faces were filled with excitement. We're back soon. Border guards took over the scene and detained everyone. The once rampant Emerald Bay Industrial Park on the border was completely raided and uprooted. Everyone was taken over. Even the Chinese trapped inside were rescued. This incident alarmed not only the entire Yunnan city security system but also high-ranking officials. This was a major event. Numerous reporters rushed to the scene to cover the story, but were turned away due to its sensitive nature. Even so, some managed to piece together the full picture from fishermen and other information. Breaking news from Jiuhe News Agency. The Emerald Bay Industrial Park, a criminal operation entrenched in northern Myanmar, was raided by mysterious individuals. All suspects were captured and smuggled into China via Emerald Bay. The ringleader, Lu Kun, was also captured alive. Many of the deceived and kidnapped Chinese were rescued. According to our interviews, this operation was not officially carried out but likely by civilian forces. This report, accompanied by numerous on-site photos, immediately topped the trending searches. It swept across the nation's internet with overwhelming popularity. Soon, many other articles were also published. Shocking, a criminal fraud gang was wiped out by a local hero. The infamous Emerald Bay Park was completely wiped out. Who's most likely to be behind it? Local rumors say a drone and sniper rifle were found in the old forest, and they took care of Emerald Bay Park. Various versions circulated online, with countless speculations about a mysterious force single-handedly destroying the entire park. This moment of justice that everyone had been waiting for actually happened. And it was the most violent and satisfying kind. Netizens were ecstatic. If the rabbit, referring to a criminal gang, didn't do it, then who else could it be? It must be the elephant. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Other parks, just wait. Your good days are over. My son was scammed. We even sent him money but he wasn't released. This time he came back with us. Thank you so much. Thank you country. Thank you good people. Unlike the champagne celebrations online, the Diancheng security system was dumbfounded. They were at work, and suddenly a star appeared on their uniforms? Which good Samaritan did it? Everyone asked their informants there, but there wasn't a single clue. Ahem. Yesterday my informant said that Emerald Bay Park was celebrating with fireworks. Apparently they'd caught a fat sheep, worth at least 50 million, to celebrate like that. My informant said the local armed forces were completely unaware. They didn't even notice Emerald Bay Park was empty today. Those people are terrified now, thinking our stealth warfare technology is perfected. The higher-ups wanted to laugh but found it bizarre. Who on earth did this? This was the question on everyone's mind. "How is the interrogation going?" the guard chief asked. The person in charge of the interrogation stood up. "Report." Most of the bandits said the same thing. Everything went black, and when they woke up, they were here. The bandit leader, Lu Kun, is the most seriously injured. All 4 limbs are comminuted fractures, violently broken, and his head was also attacked. He has amnesia and doesn't remember anything that happened. Several other leaders were also violently attacked and have amnesia. At this moment, a bespectacled guard said, "Why did they set off fireworks yesterday?" "Did you ask?" "We asked, but they only know they captured a fat sheep, but they haven't seen him." Only Lu Kun and a few of his core subordinates know, but they can't remember. At this moment, everyone looked at each other, sensing the problem behind it all. Someone was trying to cover something up. Just then, an investigator knocked on the door. "Come in." The investigator took out a piece of paper. Reporting, "Sir, we found another piece of paper that we forgot on the ship." "Read it." The investigator took the paper and read it aloud. "A gift for you. I allow each of you to use this merit to exchange for a 3-day vacation. It's on me. Don't be shy. A model citizen who wishes to remain anonymous. P.S. Don't look for me." Everyone looked at the paper and fell silent. They weren't surprised to see the mysterious model citizen, but the mention of a 3-day holiday broke their composure. Some of the rough-looking men couldn't help but rub their eyes. Border guards endure the hardest and most arduous work. Those bandits don't care what day you rest. They can appear anywhere on the border at any time. People have holidays, but they don't. At that moment, everyone felt a pang of tenderness strike them. It was done by our own people. They did what we wanted to do but couldn't. Should we just stop investigating these people? The rest became simple. Crime notices, severe sentences, execution of the ringleader, border warnings. The people who did this anti-fraud propaganda were ignored. The authorities never mentioned it again, leaving a mystery. Meanwhile, Yang Genshuo had traveled several times to reach the hottest battlefield in Eurasia. War raged. The continuous roar of artillery echoed across the land. The power of heavy weapons terrified even Yang Genshuo. If I were hit head-on by that missile, wouldn't I be covered in bruises? That's no less than a full-force attack from a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. One missile, and a skyscraper was reduced to ruins. What's the difference between that and the power of heaven and earth? If they used heavy weaponry, it would be even more terrifying. The streets, now devastated, were deserted. Sigh, peace is best. Yang Genshuo had arrived at the site of the direct confrontation. As usual, he used the invisibility talisman, making him completely invisible. He was also wearing a high-grade magic artifact robe, with 4th-grade protective talismans pasted all over the inside. These talismans can withstand damage from golden core cultivators. If a stray shell landed on his head, at least it would provide some protection. Today, he came here to borrow firepower. Last time, the Yang family was trapped by the Grey Machine Taoists' formation, completely at the mercy of their enemies, unable to break through the formation. Yang Genshuo had learned his lesson. Insufficient firepower, all the fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. If the Yang family were to launch an intercontinental ballistic missile at the Grey Machine Taoist's head, regardless of whether he was a golden core cultivator or not, he would be vaporized instantly. Using a nuclear weapon could remotely destroy an entire sect. Cultivators are strong, but they have their limits. If my firepower exceeds their limits, they'll all die. Yang Genshuo scanned the surrounding area with his spiritual sense, learning from Officer Wu that the next batch of fire support from the west would arrive tonight. A smile crept onto his lips. "Sorry, I'll take this support." Late at night, 3 massive transport planes flew in from the west. Their huge cargo holds were filled with all sorts of weapons and ammunition, drones, missiles, rocket launchers, and various firearms. Just as the two sides were exchanging weapons, a cloud of smoke drifted in from afar. "What? Is there a fire?" "Oh, my dear Sergeant Jess, if this fire affects our return flight, I'll kick your ass with my leather shoes." I swear, smoke enveloped the entire airport. Ding 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 ding. A series of ringing bells rang out, and everyone within 100 meters collapsed. In a cloud of smoke, the pilots of 3 transport planes were knocked unconscious and thrown out. Then, Yang Genshuo placed his hand on the transport planes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 massive transport planes were loaded into a 4th-grade storage ring. Done. Yang Genshuo quickly left. When the smoke cleared, everyone looked at the empty airport, bewildered. Fuck, where are our planes? Damn it. Who took our planes? While they were all in shock, Yang Genshuo had already run to the rear, taken all the missile launchers, and emptied their rear ammunition depot as well. Overnight, the soldiers on the front lines lost most of their weapons, becoming unarmed soldiers. Everyone trembled with fear. When they reported to their superiors, they couldn't find any reason. After a long silence, the highest-ranking officer made a phone call. "Boss, would you believe me if I said this place is haunted and ghosts stole our equipment? Also, we urgently need to retreat now." After being scolded, they were ordered to continue holding their positions. This was no different from sending them to their deaths. The soldiers were desperate, but after waiting for a long time, they found that there was no movement from the other side. "Hey? Where are their tanks? Why haven't we seen them today?" The next day, international news reported, yesterday, Christmas Eve, Yang Genshuo had already boarded the return flight and was sitting in the cargo hold eating spiritual fruits and fried chicken made by Shen Yao. Home fried chicken in the cultivation world is indeed good. Good ingredients are the key. That's the good thing about the annual offerings. You won't go hungry, and you can eat something hot anytime. When I get back, I'll give you guys a big service. During this trip, Yang Genshuo traveled to many places, hitching a ride on planes everywhere, never buying a ticket, so no one could find him. There was even an unsuspecting foreign flight attendant who accidentally came to the cargo hold, saw that Yang Genshuo was muscular and handsome, and wanted to have an international friendly battle with him in the cargo hold. Yang Genshuo ruthlessly refused. This flight attendant, who knows how many of these she eats on a single flight? What if she gets sick? Although there is medicine, it's unnecessary. Every time he went to the club with Brother Bo, he only ordered vegetarian food and didn't do anything fancy. The main focus was on spiritual enjoyment. However, Yang Genshuo felt his surge in blood and energy and realized that continuing like this couldn't go on. Lin Yu's face and those genes flashed through his mind. And a sudden sense of guilt interrupted his reverie. Alice, poor child, why didn't the Dragon God Immortal Palace produce anything that could cure congenital diseases this time? Yang Genshuo had previously thought Lin Yu's condition was easy to cure, but he hadn't expected that such congenital disabilities were extremely difficult to treat in the cultivation world, as it was a kind of defying fate. The life god seed could definitely cure it, but Yang Genshuo didn't have a third one. Thinking of this, he looked at Yang Fujin. Don't let your father down. Yang Fujin became even more diligent every day, practicing swordsmanship and cultivating, and hadn't slept for 6 years. Yang Genshuo looked at his almost frantic state inside. He gave him a year's worth of blessing, tranquility, incense offering 365, manifestation. Cultivation requires a balance of relaxation and exertion, lest you suffer a key deviation. Yang Fujin glanced at the sky. Since receiving the ancestors' reward 6 years ago during the ancestral worship ceremony, this was the first time he had seen the ancestors' instructions. Fujin greets the ancestor. He knelt down and respectfully kowtowed 3 times towards the sky. Yang Fujin was the most reserved and polite of the Yang family children. Every time he spoke to the ancestor, he would kneel and listen to his instructions, cherishing this hard-won opportunity to converse. He had almost never proactively addressed the ancestor. Your son is just a little sad, hating himself for not being able to find such a treasure for his father. Besides desperately cultivating, your son doesn't know what else to do. Yang Fujin, the martial arts leader known for his toughness in the Donai dynasty, revealed his vulnerable side in front of the ancestor. He was somewhat lost. He could only numb himself with constant cultivation. You still haven't taken my words to heart. I told you to find a Taoist partner last time. How come 6 years have passed and you're still not married? Are you trying to anger your ancestor to death? Your son wouldn't dare. Your son just wanted to be stronger, become stronger, and find a Taoist partner after you reach the foundation establishment stage. Don't be obsessed with cultivation levels. It's not too late to get married first. Your mother is also looking forward to your marriage. Yang Shi is old, and Liu Zihan is old too. Liu Zihan's talent is even lower, and she doesn't practice martial arts diligently. She hasn't even reached the divine realm yet, and is only a primordial grandmaster now. She is 104 years old, her ki and blood are declining, and she can no longer make progress. Her lifespan is also coming to an end. At this point, Yang Fujin's eyes reddened. I understand, I will get married this year. Yang Genshuo sighed, withdrawing his spiritual consciousness from the world of cultivation. All other pursuits are inferior, only cultivation is superior. Isn't all this fighting just about lifespan? Everyone talks about becoming an immortal, But isn't it all about wanting to live forever? Yang Genshuo felt from this trip that everything in the world is ultimately just fleeting, and the path to immortality is eternal. I will strengthen security in the future. The company is getting bigger, and I can't take care of everything everywhere. Furthermore, he doesn't plan to send Yang Shi to the orchards in Southeast Asia. He'll just assign someone else reliable to keep an eye on things. It's just for show. There's no need to put his brother in danger. After this trip, Yang Genshuo has a new understanding of just how safe China really is. If someone in China wants to take down your company, at most they can steal your company's seal and kill your company's money tree. But overseas, they can really kill you, Yang Genshuo said, scanning the tanks, drones, missile vehicles, and various missile warheads in his stored ring. These are supplies from the Western battlefield, meant for the country's war effort. The quantity is enormous. Yang Genshuo estimates that this trip will at least bring peace to both sides for half a month. Without supplies, what's the point of fighting? Call me the peace envoy. After getting off the plane, Yang Genshuo returned to his manor, feeling exceptionally at ease. He resumed his daily routine. Yang Guohu and Li Zifeng, after staying there for a week, also decided to leave, despite Yang Genshuo's strong pleas to keep them. But Li Zifeng smiled slightly. Xiaoshuo, although this place is nice and has everything, this isn't your dad's and my home. We don't have any neighbors here. We belong to that little village for the rest of our lives. That's where our roots are. We feel more comfortable there. Alright, enough of this nonsense, Xiaoshuo. Your mom wants to go back to play mahjong, and I'm going back to fish with my fishing buddies. I can't stand it anymore. Let's go. Yang Guohu, carrying the 50,000 yuan fishing rod Yang Genshuo had bought him, couldn't suppress his grin. He just wanted to go back and fish with his buddies. He wanted to show them that before, going home empty-handed was because of a bad rod, but now, with a 50,000 yuan rod, he'd never go home empty-handed again. Absolutely. Yang Genshuo smiled at this and didn't try to persuade them to stay any longer. Okay, since my dad said so, I'll have Brother Wen take you back. These past few days, he'd fed the elderly couple several kidney tonifying pills, making them at least 20 years younger. They were like middle-aged men in their early 40s, full of energy and quick-witted. Plus, they had the protective magic artifact he'd given them, so they were basically safe in China. After seeing his parents off, Yang Genshuo arranged for Guo Xiaozi to buy some land in their hometown and build a small villa to improve their lives. Then he started working on his own things. First, I need to start a factory in the game. Over the past few years, Yang Fu and his daughter Yang Qiangjin sold all of the first batch of 80 heavenly secret talismans, averaging 700 mid-grade spirit stones per talisman, earning a staggering 56,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This was a sum that would drive even a golden core cultivator crazy. This also proved that the path of printing talismans with mechanisms was viable. After accumulating this initial amount of spirit stones, Yang Genshuo didn't plan to have the Yang family continuously sell heavenly secret talismans for a while, fearing it would attract too much attention and cause prices to drop. He would lie low for a few years, letting the market cool down, and then sell again once the initial batch was nearly depleted. A strategy of scarcity marketing. But the path of printing talismans wouldn't stop. Because if he could make heavenly secret talismans, he could make other talismans using the same process. Since the rupture of the 10,000 demon domain 20 years from now is inevitable, let me arm the Yang family, printer factory, start. Chapter 343 The Talisman Plan, General Yang Shi. When poor, strike with precision. When rich, unleash overwhelming firepower. Yang Genshuo felt this philosophy best suited their Batman family. As long as my printer factory is up and running, the Yang family will never lack spirit stones. And with enough spirit stones to buy materials, we can print an endless number of talismans. Yang Shi has repeatedly used talismans to achieve surprising victories against powerful enemies. Now the Yang family can too. They couldn't wait for the demon race to descend. Nor could they hope for the cloud-hidden spirit sect to save the world. They had to prepare enough power themselves to annihilate the demon race. In the past 2 years, the Yang family has sold so many heavenly secret talismans, earning 56,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If I buy talisman materials, that'll be enough for me for a very long time. Furthermore, Yang Fushuo's new grade 3 pills have all hit the market. The Medicine Master Valley's powerful pill-making capabilities have provided logistical support for the Yang family's Rare Pill Pavilion, which has now gained some reputation, and the subsequent income from pills is endless. In the 6 years since the Dragon God Immortal Palace incident, Yang Shi has partnered with the Medicine Master Valley to produce pills, and the Yang family has opened the Rare Pill Pavilion on the Lingmiao continent, selling only various rare pills not available elsewhere. This is based on the many magical pills refined by Yang Shi himself. First-grade pills include the Gathering Fire Pill, Unique Flying Pill, and 5 Elements Nourishing Pill. Second-grade pills include the Human Beast Dual Cultivation Pill, Beast Obedience Pill, I Split Up Pill, and I Joined Up Pill. Third-grade pills include the Immortal Pill, which induces an illusion of attaining immortality, the Depletion Pill, which causes daily decline in cultivation, the Illusion Pill, which makes one believe they have 3 eyes and enhances spiritual awareness, and the 9 Oxen Strength Pill, which causes one's spiritual power to pour out and transform into 9 spirit oxen to attack enemies. There are also many other similar miraculous inventions. This aligns with a motto Yang Shi personally wrote for the Strange Pill Pavilion, regardless of the effects. Isn't it amazing? The focus is on bizarre and unusual pills, showcasing the diversity of alchemy. Of course, it wasn't just Yang Shi's pills, there were also pills developed by like-minded individuals. These individuals, often feeling ostracized and worthless, were taken in by Yang Shi's hidden Lao, and unleashed untold potential. For example, there were the Vajra Indestructible Pill, and 9 Turnkey and Blood Pill, from Wu Wukei, a senior brother of the Yang Shi sect of the Donai dynasty. One could strengthen the body but would turn one into Vajra, while the other could directly convert a large amount of spiritual energy into Qi and blood, thus causing a decrease in immortal cultivation level and an increase in martial arts cultivation level. There was also the newly developed Grade 3 Pill, Divine Cultivation Pill. After Foundation Establishment cultivators consumed it, their Qi and blood would increase significantly. After Divine Power Realm martial artists consumed it, their spiritual power would increase significantly, and for those who cultivated both martial arts and magic, it was a free benefit. There were also some reliable pills. For example, Yang Shi's Grade 3 Clone Pill was the Hidden Lao's trump card product, allowing Foundation Establishment cultivators to possess a Foundation Establishment clone. The opening of Hidden Lao attracted the attention of many cultivators. Many pills are selling very well now. Especially the Immortal Pill, which the Yang family initially didn't think much of. It started out unremarkable, but now it's their best-selling Grade 3 pill. The Yang family has finally established its first legitimate business on the Lingmiao continent, gained some reputation, and made more connections with fellow Daoists. Who knows, they might become an asset to the Yang family in the future. Hidden Lao is earning a considerable amount of spirit stones, and the amount is increasing year by year. It will become a pillar industry for the Yang family in the future. As the Batman ancestor, Yang Genshuo has absolutely no need to worry about spirit stones. Now let's see which talismans to make. First, the higher the grade, the better. A Grade 1 talisman is for the nascent soul stage, a Grade 2 talisman is for the Qi refining stage, a Grade 3 talisman is for the Foundation Establishment stage, and a Grade 4 talisman is for the Golden Core stage. The Yang family has used precious Grade 4 talismans to gain an advantage many times. Grade 4 talismans are also known as Golden Core talismans. They are almost suppressive against Foundation Establishment cultivators, and can also unexpectedly create breakthroughs against Golden Core cultivators. If every member of the Yang family had a stack of 4th grade talismans, I don't know how we could lose. However, 4th grade talismans are not simple. Yang Genshuo communicated with Yang Qiang through their divine senses, learning about the production process of 4th grade talismans. Yang Qiang was the most skilled in talisman making in the Yang family, and his female master, Yu Hengzi, was also a master of thunder magic and drawing thunder talismans. Hearing that his ancestor was interested in 4th grade talismans, Yang Qiang perked up. Ancestor, the 4th grade talismans here are essentially no different from 1st grade talismans. In fact, the art of talismans is a simple art, like the unranked, heavenly secret talisman. All talismans consist of 3 parts: talisman brush, spirit ink, and talisman paper. Compared to 1st grade talismans, 4th grade talismans, besides the different materials, are much more difficult to draw and require more strokes. For example, My master can draw first-grade talisman with just a few light strokes, but a fourth-grade talisman requires half a day of careful drawing, and a fifth-grade talisman requires many days of seclusion to complete. However, the art of talismans is extremely rigorous. Without skills that transcend ranks, without the strength of a golden core cultivator, no matter how intelligent one is, one cannot complete a fourth-grade talisman. Hearing this, Yang Genshuo understood. Okay, I understand. Could you ask your master to draw a fourth-grade long-range lightning attack talisman with your brush? I'll try, but that would require a higher grade, celestial phoenix brush. I don't know if my master will give me one. The Heavenly Mystery Sect's celestial crane feather brush is a rare talisman brush, but it can only draw talismans up to the third grade. Higher grades cannot bear the spiritual power within. The celestial phoenix brush, however, can draw fourth-grade talismans and also has the function of memorizing drawing techniques. Yang Genshuo was waiting for Yang Qiang's news when he received a call from Tianzhe. Brother Shuo, Yan resigned, and I'm leaving too. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Please be our witness at our wedding banquet. Haha. You're leaving? Why? First, ruling out the money issue, Tianzhe is a smart man. He definitely knows how much money he can earn by working for him. It's not surprising that Su Yan resigned. After all, she was sent abroad and almost had her kidneys removed after only 1 week on the job. No normal girl would dare to stay in a company like that. No amount of money could save her. But Yang Genshuo truly couldn't bear to part with Tianzhe. There were some things he only trusted his close brothers with. In this life, how many friends can you find who are willing to open their hearts and leave their backs to you? It's truly rare. On the other end of the phone, Tianzhe smiled slightly. Brother Shuo, you know, money isn't that important to me. What matters is who I'm with and what kind of life I live. Yan chose to leave, and I certainly can't let her be alone. Brother Shuo, you're still a high-class person with or without me, but she really can't do without me. Alright, you're getting all sycophantic again. Get lost, but I have something to do, so you'll have to take a few days off to come and help, definitely. Brother Shuo, I'm so happy for you. Tianzhe's meaningful words made Yang Genshuo realize that his brother understood he was no ordinary person. You, forget it. I can't persuade you after all these years. Remember, if anything happens, call me immediately. I'll always be your good brother, okay? After Tianzhe left, Yang Genshuo felt a little empty inside. If possible, Tianzhe was his favorite helper. He could handle many things for him, especially those requiring force, even though he was a scholar. In ancient times, what kind of general was the most powerful? A scholar general. Tianzhe was the best choice. From the day he received the 3 talismans, his decisive and ruthless actions and absolute trust made Yang Genshuo know he wouldn't misplace his trust. But unfortunately, not everyone is like Guo, a worldly person who toils for money and finds joy in it. Chengbo only cares about scientific research, while Tianzhe only cares about love. Yes, everyone says Tianzhe is a simp, but Yang Genshuo understands that Tianzhe is determined to pursue love. Some people are like that, living only for what they need, unconstrained by worldly views. Perhaps, that's why when we started our business, only Guo and I were together. Tianzhe, may you have a safe journey. Today, Tianzhe is sending Su Yan back to the capital, but he didn't tell her that he would be going with her too. That day, when Su Yan cried in his arms, he knew he hadn't made a mistake in protecting her. Su Yan needs him. At that moment, she also knew who truly loved her. So, after taking all her luggage from the car, Su Yan pulled out a plane ticket. Su Yan was a little confused. This is, Yan, I've decided. Let's go back to Beijing together. Life here isn't suitable for us. We'll face the future together and create the future we want, at this moment. Su Yan covered her mouth, extremely surprised. You're not working for Brother Shuo anymore. Yes, you're gone. There's no point in me staying. What about your shares? I withdrew before they were even in my name. It doesn't matter. Brother Shuo gave them to me for free. They weren't mine. Let's just pretend they never happened. We can go back to normal life. This sentence was probably only understood by Tianzhe. He wasn't rejecting shares, but a colorful and mysterious world, but in the end, he chose the person he loved most. Su Yan was even more surprised, even in disbelief. Are you serious? Are you stupid? You wouldn't take it if it were free? Do you know how hard we've worked in Beijing for so many years, and it's not even enough for someone to sell a jar of wine? Tianzhi, are you crazy? Seeing Su Yannian's consideration for him, Tianzhi was even more gratified. Yannian, you don't understand. If I take those shares, we'll never be able to go back to normal life. He took Su Yannian's hand and placed it on his heart, just like the day she threw herself into his arms. I will protect you for the rest of my life, just like that day. Tianzhi's lips curled up, feeling incredibly handsome at this moment. Su Yannian stiffened, then abruptly pulled her hand away, her eyes darting away. Tianzhi, you must have misunderstood something. Tianzhi, Su Yannian hurriedly glanced at the plane ticket in her hand and said, I have to catch my flight. I'll talk to you on WeChat later. We're on the same flight, don't go. Su Yannian screamed as if her tail had been stepped on. Why? Yan, what's wrong? Didn't you say that day, don't talk about that? You have a more important task now. Go back immediately, find Yang Genshuo, and tell him you risked your life for him. Make him give you the shares right away, and then everything will be fine. Don't do anything foolish. Tianzhi, shares, are they important? Important. What will you do without the shares in Zhangqi Group? You're already 30 and have accomplished nothing. You still want me to wait for you? To believe in you? Your future is bleak. Be more mature, Tianzhi. It's been so many years, don't act like a student. Okay, Su Yannian looked angry, condescendingly accusing Tianzhi. Tianzhi felt as if a thorn was stuck in his heart, causing him great discomfort. He let go of Su Yannian's hand. As she turned to leave, Tianzhi, his head buried in the shadows, used his last ounce of strength to say, Yan, I'm going to get the shares. Will things still be alright between us? Su Yannian glanced at her phone, replied to 2 messages, then turned and said, if you get the shares back, it proves you're still a capable person, and that will be different. Our future won't be bleak anymore. If you really care about our future, then do the right thing. You don't want me to be crammed into a rented room in Beijing with someone else forever, do you? After saying that, she left. Tianzhi stood there, hesitated for a moment, then didn't follow. The right thing, huh? 5 hours later, Tianzhi received a call from his brother in Beijing. Brother Zhi, she got into a man's car. He's handsome. They went to a hotel, I know. He turned and sent Su Yannian a screenshot of the shares he hadn't yet returned at the food factory. Su Yannian, wow, you got it done so quickly? Tianzhi, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Your abilities have been hidden all along. Our family is counting on you from now on, laughs Tianzhi, still calling me Tianzhi. Su Yannian, husband shy upon seeing these 2 words, Tianzhi sighed with relief. Sigh, his heart, already riddled with holes, shattered completely this time. All his efforts couldn't withstand the power of money. And she could sit in someone else's lap and call him husband without a second thought. Tianzhi wasn't stupid. Having studied history and philosophy deeply, he saw things much more clearly than many others. He understood all the reasons. Su Yannian had never loved him. Even if he got these shares, she wouldn't love him. She didn't want to work in a dangerous company, but she was willing to let Tianzhi make money here, make a lot of money. She never considered whether Tianzhi would be in danger, nor did she care whether he would die. She just needed a sycophant, a rich sycophant. Her standards were only for herself, not for the handsome guy in the car. Why bother? Tianzhi recalled the past 10 years and smiled bitterly. Then he dialed Yang Genshuo's number. Brother Shuo, let me risk my life for you, do anything. Take me into your world, can I trust you, forever? Tianzhi returned, this time without any weaknesses, only a heart that yearned for the mysterious. Upon arriving at the manor, Tianzhi saw spiritual herbs and flowers covering the ground, as well as cultivation rooms. Brother Shuo, are you cultivating here? I didn't tell you I was cultivating, but I know, your brain has returned, it's been stored with someone else for too long, I don't know if it still works, have you let go? No, I only realized one of my shortcomings on the way here. What shortcoming? I'm not as magnanimous as I thought. Chapter 344 I want to play a game with you. Be more specific. Seneca said, "A man who is insulted but does not retaliate suffers a greater insult than the one who gave it." Speak like a human being. I can't sleep or eat without getting involved with that bitch Su Yannian. Tianzhe grinned, seething with hatred. He could accept Su Yannian's rejection, but he couldn't accept that Su Yannian treated him like a fool, deceiving and manipulating him. You can say you don't love me, you can string me along, you can make me do everything I can to please you, but you can't lie in someone else's arms and call me husband. This made Tianzhe feel insulted. Everything he did was never treated like a human being. Su Yannian never respected him, and never loved him. After hearing Tianzhe's words, Yang Genshuo felt as if he had eaten an ice pop on a hot summer day. Awesome. You finally spoke like a human being. How do you want to do it? Brother Shuo will help you. I have a corpse-dissolving talisman. Here. Tianzhe was startled when he saw Yang Genshuo's sinister look. No, Brother Shuo, this isn't your style. Don't you usually hand them over to the state for trial? Oh, that's because some people are more valuable when they're on trial than when they're dead. But Su Yannian can only be judged morally, and you can't use the law. What are you planning to do? Write a long essay and post it on Zaya Hongshu to accuse her, then I'll be torn to shreds by my girlfriends. So what are you going to do? Beat her up? Destroy her? Or what? I want to play a game with her. A glint flashed in Tianzhe's eyes, making Yang Genshuo almost unable to open his eyes. He just felt that the chubby guy who is everyone's spiritual mentor in their dormitory had returned. The next day, when Su Yannian opened her eyes again, her whole body was tightly bound. She smelled a rusty and dusty odor. Everything was pitch black. What's going on, Zheng Chen? She twisted her body and found herself tied to a chair, completely unable to move. Her hands were tied high up, held to the left and right sides of her face, like a surrender gesture. Zheng Chen. Stop messing around. I said I don't like bondage. Let me go, say something. She twisted her hips, trying to break free of the chair, but she was tightly bound, only her wrists could move. She grabbed at the air a few times, but found nothing. Soon, a man's voice came from in front of her. Where am I? Who tied me up? Su Yannian. It was Zheng Chen's voice, the one she had shared a bed with last night. If you keep messing around, I'll really get angry. What nonsense. Who tied me up? Let me go. Turn on the light. You bastard, turn on the light. Snap. The light came on. Su Yannian squinted at her surroundings. She wasn't in a hotel room, but in an abandoned basement. The lighting was dim, and a cold atmosphere permeated the cramped space. She was tied to a stool, with two other stools sitting on them to her left and right. They were some distance apart, and neither could reach the other. Thump thump thump. One was Zheng Chen, frantically twisting and struggling. The other was Tianzhe, who woke up with a bewildered expression, looking at the scene before him, completely bewildered. Su Yannian, on the other hand, gaped in horror. Not because she saw two familiar faces, but because there's a chainsaw in front of your necks. A chainsaw was positioned directly in front of the necks of both Zheng Chen and Tianzhe, who were bound, wedging their necks and heads inside. Ah! Ouch! Zheng Chen's neck movement was a little too large, brushing against the chainsaw, leaving a bloody scratch on his delicate neck. He quickly tilted his head back, glancing downwards, before finally seeing the sharp chainsaw. What the hell is that? Take it away, damn it! Tianzhe frowned, deep in thought. Su Yannian, observing her situation, suddenly felt her hair stand on end. Although there was no chainsaw in front of her neck, her hands were tied to her face and couldn't be lowered, and directly in front of her hands were 10 slender, sharp spiral drill bits, aimed at the tips of her 10 fingers. She quickly clenched her fist, hiding her fingertips in her palm, avoiding the sharp drill bit, and breathed a sigh of relief. At least now it wasn't facing her directly. What exactly happened? Who kidnapped us? Weren't we at the hotel before? Su Yannian said, then suddenly looked at Tianzhe, then quickly stopped. But Zheng Chen followed up. Damn. Who brought us here from the hotel? Just for a hookup? Hey. Who are you? Are you also hooking up at the Celia Hotel? He asked Tianzhe. Tianzhe looked at Su Yannian. Su Yannian immediately waved her hand. Tianzhe, it's not like you think. He and I are just friends. We've only met a few times. Yes, we've only hooked up a few times. Wait, why does this place look so familiar? It does look somewhat familiar. At this moment, A small cart was pushed in from outside and stopped in front of Yang Shi. On it was a cassette tape and an old-fashioned radio. Should I put it in? Tian Zhi put it in and then turned on the radio. The gears turned, and a dry, peculiar voice came from inside. Most people live without gratitude, Su Yannian. This is a test designed specifically for you. In your so-called life so far, you've never been grateful to anyone who helped you. Instead, you've comfortably enjoyed the privileges your pretty face brought you, living a refined egoist, ungrateful and treacherous life. Your life is like a castle in the air, built by countless men who admire you, a hollow facade. I want to know if someone like you can have any reverence for life, to truly be grateful even once. Su Yannian, I want to play a game with you, a game about gratitude. 2 men before you, one a suitor who has satisfied your spiritual vanity for 10 years, the other a fresh, handsome young man who satisfies your physical desires. What choice will you make, and what price are you willing to pay? Let me see how far you're willing to go for life. Game, begin. Zzzzzzzzz. The chainsaws in front of Yan Zhi and Zhang Chen's necks began to spin. At the same time, the sharp drill in front of Su Yannian's raised hands also began to spin. Both were pushing forward. At the same time, a red countdown began to tick on the table between them. 3 o'clock, 2:59, 2:58. Zhang Chen screamed in terror. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Damn it, Su Yannian, think of something. Tian Zhi looked at Su Yannian with a worried expression. Yannian, be careful. Su Yannian clenched her fists. She checked the angle. The 10 drill bits would only pass through her hands and then glide over her shoulders, not hurting her. She breathed a huge sigh of relief. How am I supposed to know how to save you? She watched the chainsaws on their necks approach, too terrified to look. After she finished speaking, the still-running tape recorder started playing again. The device in front of you is the switch to turn off the chainsaw. Just press it with your 5 fingers, and it will turn off the chainsaw in the corresponding direction. How much are you willing to pay to save people? Your choice will affect your final test. Su Yannian stared blankly at the switch behind the 10 rotating drill bits. How am I supposed to press this? Her hands could only move above her wrists, and she could only open her palms and clench her fists, rotating them a little bit at most. There was no way she could avoid pressing those 10 drill bits. Press your fingers on the drill bits, let the drill bits pass through your fingertips, and you can turn off the power, Tian Zhi said calmly. Get lost. How is that possible? Wouldn't I be crippled? Zhang Chen suddenly understood. Damn it. Su Yannian, press it now. You'll only lose one hand, but I'm dead. A minute had passed, and the chainsaw was still getting closer to their necks. The drill bit was approaching Su Yannian. She had to spread her palms so the drill bit would pass through her fingertips to press the button on the back of the drill. There were 10 buttons in total, 5 were Zhang Chen's life, and 5 were Yan Zhi's. No. I don't want to. My hands are ruined, my life is over. The thought of the pain made Su Yannian's scalp tingle. Her fingers were connected to her heart. I'll heal you. I'll definitely heal you after I get out. I'll use all my money to heal you. Put it on now. Zhang Chen was going crazy, feeling the sharp point on his neck. Tian Zhi looked at Su Yannian with hopeful eyes. Yannian, are you willing to save me? I can pretend nothing happened and treat you even better. Su Yannian's eyes flickered, looking back and forth between the two people, then back at her beautiful hands. Save me, you bastard. What the hell are you hesitating for? Didn't I satisfy you last night, Yan? If it were me, I'd save you. The 2 men tried to persuade Su Yannian, but she remained silent, her mind racing with conflicting decisions. With only 1 minute left, she seemed to make a ruthless decision. She looked at Tian Zhi. Tian Zhi, you won't lose your shares again, will you? Shares, are they that important? I just saved you in northern Myanmar. Stop talking nonsense. Speak up. Su Yannian stared at Tian Zhi like a gambler. I won't lose them, Tian Zhi answered dejectedly, his face full of disappointment. Then you'll take care of my future wealth and luxury. Su Yannian suddenly opened her right hand. A sharp drill bit pierced through her right hand. Skin, flesh, bone, were directly destroyed by the drill bit. White bone fragments and red flesh fragments sprayed everywhere, and countless drops of blood gushed out, flowing down her arm. Ah! Su Yannian let out an uncontrollable scream, the terrifying sound echoing throughout a basement crack. The chainsaw in front of Yang Shi stopped. But Jiang Chen's chainsaw continued forward. Save me. Save me. Please. Save me. I'll give you anything. Su Yannian, her face pale, looked up at the 10-second countdown, a cold smile playing on her lips. If you live, you'll disrupt our lives. At this moment, she made a choice that best served her. She couldn't let Yang Shi ever see Jiang Chen again. The chainsaw sliced towards Jiang Chen's neck. Splat. 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 A large amount of blood gushed out. Jiang Chen's head was severed, rolling to Su Yannian's feet. His face still contorted in terror. Su Yannian vomited violently. After vomiting for a while, she kicked her head away. Thud. Then, weakly looking at the surviving Yang Shi. Tian Shi, I saved you. Tian Shi's face was filled with complex emotions as he looked at Su Yannian, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, a loudspeaker blared from inside the room. Su Yannian, who did you save? And what price did you pay? I hope you understand that what you give, you receive. Now, it's your turn to play. A terrifying chainsaw sounded above Su Yannian's head. The countdown, which had already ended, lit up again. 3 o'clock. I don't want to. I don't want to play. Su Yannian instinctively tried to dodge, but her head was immobile. The only part of her body she could move was her wrist. Your blood will flow down your arm onto the table and into the container below. Below the container is a weight. If your blood flattens the weight, the saw above your head will stop. The blood from 10 pierced fingers of an adult woman can flatten the weight in 3 minutes. But if you didn't choose to save 2 people, I have another way to help you collect enough blood. Clang. 2 trays fell from the sky, one within reach of her left hand and the other within reach of her right. Each tray contained a pair of scissors. Su Yannian, your beauty is the root of your ingratitude. Only when you lose your beauty will you truly understand how the ordinary world works. Now, let's see if you're willing to focus on your inner self rather than your appearance, to give up what you depend on in order to survive. Time is life. The recording ended, and the countdown began. 2:59, 2:58, 2:57. Su Yannian looked at the trays, then at Yang Shi. What does he mean? What should I do? Pick up the scissors on the tray, cut off what you can reach, let the blood fill the container below. I can, what I can reach. Su Yannian picked up the scissors with her intact left hand, spun the blade around, and left it on her left cheek. No. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to choose. Why did I choose? What did I do wrong? I've never forced anyone. Tian Shi. Did I force you? You were the one who did it. Su Yannian looked at Yang Shi, countless tears streaming down her face. She thought her game was over. Tian Shi looked at her and calmly said, Yannian, to survive, you have to hurry. Cut your face. Otherwise, there won't be enough blood. I don't want to. Who would like me if I'm not pretty? I will. I'll like you no matter what you look like. You really? Su Yannian looked at Yang Shi with teary eyes. This was the first time she had seriously looked at this chubby man. She had never liked Yang Shi because he was not handsome at all, nor did he have any money. He was just a warm-hearted man. She loved Yang Shi's meticulous care, but she didn't like him interfering in her life. She only wanted him to be her servant. She'd gotten used to it over the years. She'd never considered marrying Yang Shi, but at this moment, she finally understood that true love could only be revealed in the face of death. Tian Shi would love her after her disfigurement. And he had money now. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Su Yannian's will to live surged. She suddenly plunged sharp scissors into her face and ripped it off. A gash appeared on her delicate skin, blood dripping down her chin. Not enough. Continue. Faster. Tian Shi urged anxiously. Su Yannian cut again. Not enough blood. Time's almost up. Su Yannian frantically slashed countless wounds on her left cheek, turning her beautiful face into a tattered rag. Blood flowed like a river. 003, 002, 001. Su Yannian's eyes were fixed on the countdown. She felt her hair being cut by the drill saw, her scalp stinging from the sharp vortex of air. In just 1 second, it would pierce her brain. Clang. The weight was pulled up, and the drill saw stopped. I survived. Su Yannian's face was covered in blood, but she had a relieved smile. She had done it. At this moment, her left cheek was like a fishing net. 5 large holes were in her right hand, blood flowed all over her body, and she was extremely weak. Click click click, the straps binding Yang Shi and Su Yannian automatically untied. Su Yannian lay limply on the ground, looking at Jiang Chen's headless body. A relieved smile appeared on her face, and she whispered, "Tian Shi, let's be together forever." At this moment, she had already decided that she would spend the rest of her life with Tian Shi and live the life of a rich wife. Fortunately, there is still Tian Shi. At this moment, Tian Shi stood up calmly and stretched his limbs. Looking at Su Yannian, who was reaching out her hand to him from the ground, he calmly said, "Su Yannian, most people don't appreciate what they have while they're alive, and you probably won't anymore." Jiang Chen's head, "Your scars, these are the last gifts I'll leave you. My game is over." Tian Shi took out his key and opened the door to the basement. He strode out. Su Yannian, she stared at Tian Shi's back in shock, even losing the ability to speak. Her mouth was wide open, but she couldn't utter a single meaningful sound. Why? Su Yannian lay in a pool of blood, covered in blood, her mind filled with countless whys, the only time she had truly considered Tian Shi, and then, this was it. At this moment, she had not only lost her face, but also Tian Shi. She had nothing left. She didn't even have the mind to consider how Tian Shi had done it. Her heart felt like it had been torn apart. And a fresh voice in her head said, "This is all your own doing." She was an ungrateful person. She remembered the sycophants she had ignored over the years, the tools she had used, and the moments when she accepted gifts but didn't agree to date him. This time, her hopes were completely shattered. With a head full of thoughts, she fainted. Afterwards, Jiang Chen's head, which had rolled to the ground, turned into a piece of wood. Tian Shi took out 2 pills and put them in her mouth, then left with Yang Genshuo. "Brother Shuo, thank you for everything, you're a true buddy. I want to learn, I'll teach you." Su Yannian woke up to find herself still lying in her hotel bed. She was startled, then suddenly realized, ugh, it was all a dream. That coward Tian Shi, he wouldn't dare even if he had 100 lives, but she remembered everything in the dream. "Forget it, I'm not playing anymore. I'll just live a normal life as a rich wife with Tian Shi." She subconsciously touched her face, a sharp pain shooting through her fingertips. Then she touched the uneven scars. Ah, this is a bit of a free-flowing, rambling piece, written with a lot of time and energy, but it might not all be well received. Let's put a period to this part of the story. Welcome philosophy expert Tian Shi to join Yang Genshuo's team. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, 2 New Rank 4 Talismans. The police station. Su Yannian ran inside, her face filled with terror. "I need to report a crime, miss, please come with me." "What happened? Tell me slowly." "I was just kidnapped by Jigsaw." "What kind of jigsaw?" "Not just any kind of jigsaw, jigsaw. A jigsaw with a tape recorder, a mechanism, and a game, drawing, game data, a page of code line drawing, not this fake data, it's the real jigsaw, drawing, this kind of data, a USB drive line drawing, it's the jigsaw from the movies. My suitor is Jigsaw." "Oh, drawing, a horizontal saw line drawing, jigsaw, rotating paper 90 degrees, a vertical saw line drawing, Jigsaw is actually a nickname, he's a person. Tian Shi. You need to arrest him immediately. He smeared my face, just yesterday, to be precise, around midnight this morning. And my hand was pierced by a drill, my face was slashed, and my scalp was broken." Su Yannian forcefully displayed her wounds, now completely healed and only bearing some scars. At this moment, the faint red scars on her left cheek looked somewhat ugly, new flesh had grown on her fingers, and there was a bald spot on her head, indicating an injury from a long time ago. "These, all from today?" "Yes. I was still sleeping last night." "Oh, right. My boyfriend's head was cut off. It just fell at my feet." The police officer hesitated slightly. "Miss, please show your ID here, go check which hospital he escaped from." Whispering to his assistant, Su Yannian, under Su Yannian's insistence, which was due to her abnormal mental state during the examination, and also out of concern for the possibility of a decapitated person, the police followed Su Yannian to the crime scene, the hotel. Then they saw Jiang Chen checking out at the front desk. Ah! Su Yannian screamed in terror, falling to the ground with a thud. Then Jiang Chen glared at her. You bitch! Then, clutching a red mark on his neck, he quickly walked away. Miss Su, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, it's nothing. I won't report it. I had a dream yesterday. It's my fault. Her voice trailed off. The police looked at Su Yannian and shook their heads. If it weren't for the fact that the blood test hadn't shown anything unusual, they would have thought Su Yannian was high. Take her to the hospital for observation for a while. Su Yannian thought of Yan Zhe's last figure. Su Yannian, most people don't appreciate what they have while they're alive, and you probably won't in the future. Jiang Chen's head, your scars, these are the last gifts I'll leave you, she murmured. I can't tell. I can't tell. Tian Zhe had already witnessed his own mystery. He had even imagined a cultivation system and was sitting in Yang Genshuo's garden, trying to draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate immortality. Brother Shuo, I feel like I'm already cultivating immortality. My spirit and body are undergoing subtle changes, and my mind is becoming clearer. Is it time for spiritual consciousness to appear? Yang Genshuo rolled his eyes at him. Nonsense, whoever sits there is energetic. You'd feel the same way even if you smoked a few pockmarks. If cultivating immortality were that easy, wouldn't the Yang family's 80 years of hard work seem dull? After sitting for a while, Tian Zhe realized that besides being a little more energetic, there was nothing special about it, so he got up. Brother Shuo, how do you do it? I want to set up an array like you, it's so cool. Last night, their surprise attack on Su Yannian relied entirely on Yang Genshuo's array formations and mechanical arts. They didn't have time to make the mechanical traps like in the movies, but for making those simple traps, Yang Genshuo only needed to piece together a few materials, fuse them using the mechanical arts, and control them with spiritual power. Actually, they'd been in the hotel all day yesterday. A simple illusion array plus a few small mechanisms achieved the effect Yan Zhe wanted, leaving Su Yannian with a deep memory of being torn apart. You need to have the innate talent first. Forget about it now. Let's get practical. What? Martial arts? I'm already 30, is it too late? Besides, I have hereditary obesity, and even with years of exercise, I can only maintain a reasonably healthy level of fat. The doctor said I'm not suitable for any kind of strenuous exercise. Tian Zhe looked at his slightly chubby figure and sighed. He knew perfectly well that he would look better and be more in line with women's aesthetic standards, but he couldn't do it. It's alright. Martial artists have strong blood and qi, and extremely high metabolism. Moreover, it not only strengthens the outer skin but also trains the internal organs, which is perfect for you. So can I also be invulnerable to swords and spears like that day? Yes, you just need to reach the divine realm. Ordinary firearms can't penetrate your body. Then let's get started. Your foundation is too weak. Go and brew some qi and blood powder first, and eat spiritual food with me for 2 days. Qi and blood powder. It sounds like something a martial arts master would use. Yang Genshuo looked at the enthusiastic Yan Zhe with a smile of relief on his face. Tian Zhe, this world isn't just about love. There are so many other things worth pursuing, aren't there? Sigh. Tian Zhe sighed deeply, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes. He softly recited, I never realized how many times I had wasted my life, only wishing to spend my heart with her. Suddenly I awakened to the truth of my actions. This place is not where I entrust my heart. The tide rises on the Qiantang River, and only today do I know who I truly am. At this moment, Tian Zhe truly saw through the first half of his life. Yang Genshuo was startled. The simp program is off, and your intelligence has taken over again. Get lost. Where's the medicine? I'm going to practice martial arts. Tian Zhe, before everything officially begins, I'll ask you one last time, are you willing to follow me forever? The road ahead won't be as easy as you think. If you want to give up, I can use the bell. A lifetime. Tian Zhe's face was resolute. Okay, Yang Genshuo smiled. It's good to have someone to walk this path with. Now, Yang Shi and his family face the danger of the demon race's arrival, and Yang Genshuo's potential has been forced out. He devised many methods to help the Yang family resist the demon race, but this would require a great deal of his time, and he also needed a trusted assistant to help him accomplish these tasks. A clever assistant. With the Yang family's current resources, they could quickly cultivate a grandmaster of the innate realm. They could even force-feed him pills. Especially the grade 3, divine cultivation pill, invented by senior brother Wu Wuke, combined with his grade 2, 9 revolutions key and blood pill, which is extremely beneficial to martial arts cultivators. Once Yan Shi becomes a grandmaster of the innate realm, he can handle any violent incidents that occur later. Yang Genshuo would not allow anyone to stand in his way. Your descendants in the cultivation world are about to begin this year's ancestral worship ceremony. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed in the cultivation world. This time, Yang Genshuo only cared about 2 things. Your descendant Yang Qiang offered you a phoenix brush, a heavenly thunder talisman, and a thunder-slaying sword talisman. Your descendant Yang Fu offered you a bucket of thunder crystal ink and 100 sheets of wind spirit silk talisman paper. Good. Yang Genshuo had asked Yang Qiang last year to get him a higher level talisman brush for drawing 4th grade talismans, and he had indeed obtained one. Yang Qiang's 2 masters really like him. This immortal phoenix brush was not only a top-tier talisman brush for drawing 4th grade talismans, but it also stored the drawing methods for 2 types of 4th grade thunder magic talismans. Both were personally drawn by Yang Qiang's master, Yu Hengzi, and were incredibly powerful. Yang Genshuo still couldn't see the cultivation levels of his 2 masters, and it remained a series of question marks. They had personally concealed the secrets of heaven, and with extremely sophisticated methods. But according to Yang Qiang's description, nascent soul stage cultivators were as weak as children in front of his 2 masters. At least a nascent soul stage cultivator, Yang Genshuo judged. This level was probably the ceiling of combat power in the Spirit Misty continent. No wonder they could go to various small worlds to save the common people and earn merit. Just like Confucius traveling around the states, did you think he was just carrying a book and lecturing to everyone? According to reliable records, he was 9 feet 6 inches tall, and everyone called him a tall man and considered him extraordinary, and Confucius' appearance was like that of a masked man, a burly, strong man from the state of Lu, over 2 meters tall. If you don't understand the analects, I'm somewhat skilled in martial arts. Only with strength can one do good deeds. This is the rule of a heavenly mystery sect. It's obviously not a sect of saints, very Taoist. Yang Genshuo held a immortal phoenix brush, carefully feeling the brush strokes recorded inside. There were 2 types, heavenly mystery divine thunder, and thunder execution sword. One for long range, one for short range. Among them, heavenly mystery divine thunder was very simple. The ultimate thunder technique drew upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and at the same time, it had the heavenly mystery sect's locking ability. It could lock onto your person through luck, making it unavoidable. Once a talisman was released, unless you could deceive the heavens, you would be struck. This was a thunder technique that Yang Genshuo specially selected from the many thunder techniques of the heavenly mystery sect. Only such a thunder technique could allow the Yang family to pose a threat to the golden core demon race, even if it meant crossing levels. Otherwise, ordinary foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't even be able to reach the golden core stage. The other talisman, the thunder-slaying sword, is the complete opposite. It's a thunder technique for close combat. After use, it transforms into a sword, using the force of heavenly thunder to slay demons and evil spirits. This is even more useful for martial artists. Because the biggest weakness of martial artists against cultivators is distance, if they can engage in close combat, they can unleash even greater power. Of course, this talisman can also be used as a movement technique. If the tide turns against them, they can simply use a talisman to transform into a thunder sword and escape. It's a dual-purpose offensive and defensive technique. The destructive power of these 2 talismans far exceeds that of ordinary 4th grade talismans. If we can mass-produce them, the Yang family's power will experience a qualitative leap. Thunder techniques represent the ultimate offensive power. With 2 4th grade thunder technique talismans per person, every member of the Yang family could be a golden core cultivator for 5 minutes. In addition, he also took out the 2 materials that Yang Fu had offered from his stored ring. Thunder crystal ink, a 4th grade thunder elemental spiritual ink, is an excellent material for drawing thunder spells, and wind spirit silk talisman paper, a wind elemental material. Thunder borrows the power of the wind, increasing speed even further, making it the perfect combination. The wind and thunder combination is the ultimate in fast attacks. The moment the talisman tears, there's no time for reaction, the spell has already reached the target's face. These 2 materials aren't cheap, they're both made from 4th grade spiritual materials. The materials for these 100 talismans cost my Yang family 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The average material cost for one talisman is 100 mid-grade spirit stones. It's clear how precious they are. However, if these 4th grade talismans are successfully drawn, they can be sold for 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. A tenfold profit. Of course, drawing talismans also has a success rate. If only 1 out of 10 succeeds, you won't earn a single penny, wasting a lot of cultivation time. Therefore, to make money with talismans and ensure a high success rate, the talisman brushes produced by the Heavenly Mystery sect can significantly improve this. If they weren't kept secret, a single rank 4 talisman brush would likely fetch over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This shows just how much Yang Qiang's master spoils him. Hopefully, such precious materials won't be wasted. Yang Genshuo wasn't entirely confident this time. After all, this was a rank 4 high-grade talisman, and whether the mechanical printer could even produce it was uncertain. Chapter 346 Upgrading the Technology of the Machine Printer. Yang Genshuo entered his workshop. He started the mechanical printer, removed the ink tank previously containing Azure Jade Marrow ink, replaced it with a new one, and added Thunder Crystal ink. He then took out the 9 Heavens Profound Yellow paper, and replaced it with Wind Spirit Silk Talisman paper. Finally, he replaced the Crane Feather brush in the core mechanism with the Phoenix brush, and scanned the talisman record related to Heavenly Mystery Divine Thunder. He then placed a finished Heavenly Mystery Divine Thunder talisman, offered by Yang Qiang into the scanning area. Everything was ready. Start. Yang Genshuo's modified mechanical printer began to work. ZZZZZ scanning, recording the color and ink information of each pixel. Then it was transmitted to the processor, and ink began to spray. The core mechanism synchronously sprayed spiritual energy according to the records of the Phoenix brush, restoring the spiritual energy concentration of each point. After spraying for a moment, the core mechanism went black. Then it printed out a piece of waste paper. Materials 1 copy. Huh? Yang Genshuo checked and found that the 10 low-grade spirit stones inside the core of the mechanism had dimmed and lost their spiritual power. Oops. I forgot about spiritual power. This 4th grade talisman definitely needs mid-grade spirit stones, insufficient energy. Yang Genshuo replaced them with 10 mid-grade spirit stones and started printing again. This time it worked. The core of the mechanism was exceptionally bright, releasing a large amount of spiritual power as it spewed out. Yang Genshuo, who was close by, could even feel the aura of a powerful expert drawing talismans. As the core of the printer grew brighter and brighter, turning reddish, the temperature also rose rapidly. Suddenly, a dangerous aura came. Not good. Stone Turtle Shield. A huge shield appeared in Yang Genshuo's hand, protecting him. Boom. Tian Zhe, who was brewing key and blood powder for himself in the yard, felt a manor building tremble. Is Brother Shuo's practice so noisy? Then he silently moved away from the building with his medicine. PFFT, cough cough cough. What happened? Yang Genshuo crawled out from under the Stone Turtle Shield, covered in dust and debris, his body shimmering with spiritual light. The explosion wasn't just due to the high-grade magic artifact's defense, it had also triggered the protective talisman he wore. Its power was evident. His mechanical printer had been completely reduced to dust, leaving nothing behind. Materials -1. Mechanical printer -1. Fortunately, among the dust, a talisman, a pen, and 10 mid-grade spirit stones remained. Luckily, I didn't detonate this talisman, otherwise my newly bought manor would be completely ruined. A 4th grade talisman detonating here would undoubtedly split the house in two. Yang Genshuo would have had to waste a protective talisman worth 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones to withstand it. As for those outside, that would depend on luck. The stability of 4th grade talismans is strong. Without spiritual energy, external force cannot detonate them. It seems talisman masters are very cautious, otherwise, carrying a full set of talismans in a battle would result in them being detonated and instantly killed. As for mid-grade spirit stones, it's normal for them not to explode. As the universal currency of the cultivation world, their greatest characteristic is stability. His workshop is entirely paved with 3rd grade spirit material blocks, which not only bring spiritual energy but also resist explosions. Yang Genshuo recalled the details before the explosion. The immense spiritual energy, the extremely high temperature, the red-hot core of the mechanism. This 1st grade mechanism core couldn't withstand such a large fluctuation of spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy impact of drawing the 4th grade talisman also caused the internal temperature of the printer to rise dramatically. The 1st grade, cooling array, I set inside couldn't achieve the cooling effect, causing the entire mechanical printer to explode. This is a bit troublesome. Yang Genshuo sat cross-legged on the ground. With his current strength, according to the strength classification of the mechanical arts, he was a beginner level 1st grade mechanical master. With his 8th level nascent soul spiritual power, he could only create a grade 1 mechanical core, at most. This grade of core was clearly insufficient for drawing grade 4 talismans. I estimate I'll need a grade 4 mechanical core to operate stably, otherwise it'll explode again. So what if his grade 1 mechanical core exploded? The raw materials weren't valuable. Gray Machine Taoist had a whole bunch in his storage ring. If all else failed, Yang Genshuo could make his own. But he couldn't make anything higher. Yang Fushio entered his storage ring with his spiritual sense and retrieved 2 round, luminous devices from beside the damaged wooden ember swordsman spirit puppet. The moment he brought them to the workshop, a beam of light swept out, bathing the entire room in a layer of spiritual light. Gray Machine Taoist has been in the golden core stage for so many years, and he's only managed to make 2 grade 4 mechanical cores to power his golden core spirit puppets. I wonder when I'll be able to make one. The grade 4 mechanical core problem was solved. Gray Machine Taoist had 2. These things were extremely hard. Yang Fushio's all-out attack couldn't even break them. They were much harder than the wooden ember spirit puppet. However, how do we cool it down? This time, we definitely won't let the core of the mechanism explode, but the printer will still be destroyed by the high temperature. The precision components inside will be burned out, so how can it print? Yang Genshuo scratched his head. With his current abilities as a newly initiated mechanic, he could only make a 1st grade cooling array. This was only because Fuse added 30 points to his comprehension. Otherwise, he would have to study this 1st grade small array for quite some time. After thinking for a long time, Yang Genshuo couldn't solve this problem on his own. Sun Lai, he directly called out to the Yang family descendants. Make a 2nd grade large array that can cool down next year. Although Yang Genshuo couldn't make it himself, he had now become a cultivator and had learned a little bit of the mechanical arts, so he could at least set up a small array. 1st grade wouldn't work, but what about 2nd grade? If it was just for cooling down equipment, Yang Genshuo felt it would be fine. If 2nd grade wouldn't work, he wouldn't be able to, because he didn't have the ability to set up a 3rd grade array yet. He would need to be at least in the key refining stage to have enough spiritual power. No, I need to cultivate properly. Yang Genshuo felt his body, the medicinal power of the pills and the essence of flesh and blood he had absorbed were almost fully refined. Pound the pill, he swallowed a key-gathering pill, and a burst of spiritual energy exploded in his danshin. Yang Genshuo began refining the pill's spiritual energy, and his cultivation level slowly increased. After 5 hours, Yang Genshuo had refined about 60–70% of the pills, and the remaining medicinal power was being slowly absorbed by his body. Time to absorb more. Yang Genshuo now used blessing absorption once every 3 days for optimal effect. After the first 2 absorptions, he looked back and carefully reviewed the records of Yang Shi and Yang Fu's absorptions from 60 years ago. He discovered something interesting. Back then, they absorbed from any demonic beast they encountered. Some would yield talent, some wouldn't, with a ratio of about 1:5. That is, 1 in 5 would yield talent. However, as they absorbed from more and more demonic beasts, this ratio increased infinitely. Eventually, dozens of demonic beasts wouldn't yield even 1 talent. At first, they thought it was because Yang Shi was too eager for quick results and had exceeded his physical limits. Later, they slowed down the absorption of demonic beasts, but the situation didn't improve. So they just absorbed them randomly. Even if they didn't absorb any demonic beast talent, they could still increase their ki and blood and spiritual power. Ki and blood could improve Yang Shi's martial arts cultivation realm, and the accumulation of spiritual power could be converted into his own ki and blood using senior brother Wu Wukei's 9 revolutions ki and blood pill. This was the fundamental reason why Yang Shi, despite not having any martial arts cultivation talent, still grew very rapidly back then. 60 years later, Yang Genshuo looked back on this period and finally saw the clues in all the written records, summarizing 3 rules. 1. The higher the level of the demonic beast, the higher the probability of absorbing its talent, and the higher the quality, This was summarized back then, but at that time, the Yang family's strength was weak, and they only dared to wander around the outer edge of the demon wind forest. Apart from the occasional 2 scraps that fellow Taoist cat caught for them to eat, they basically couldn't absorb any high-level demonic beasts. 2. Talents in the same physical location will not stack. For example, if he absorbed the talent Thin Skin, mortal level, from the Earth Storm Bear, his skin will already be like that, and he can no longer absorb talents from other monsters that enhance skin, such as the Sharp Skin, mortal level, from the Firethorn Boar. 3. However, talents related to spiritual power can stack. There are some extremely rare and special talents that can increase spiritual root talents, such as the unique Fire Affinity, Earth, increases fire spiritual root aptitude by 5 points, allowing for faster absorption of fire spiritual power, of certain high-level fire-type spirit beasts. There is also 5 elements harmony, Earth level, 5 elements spiritual root +2, that Yang Fu once absorbed. Both of these increase spiritual root aptitude and can stack. For example, basic earth absorption, and basic water absorption, can also be possessed simultaneously. However, these talents are very rare, as most monsters survive by physical strength. And spellcasting monsters are already rare. Once you understand these 3 basic theories, you need to choose carefully, especially regarding physical abilities. You should avoid ordinary talents and choose better ones, otherwise it will be a waste. At the same time, Yang Genshuo still had something he didn't understand. Because of my high merit, the effects of other blessings have increased by about 3 times, but why does this blessing, absorption, seem unchanged? Yang Genshuo felt there must be an effect, but he had used it too little to feel anything. This year, he had Yang Fu Zhen steal a relatively common high-level demon beast from Yang Fu King's den, a rainbow winged rock, using blessing, absorption, incense -300, you use blessing, absorption on yourself, absorbing the essence of the rainbow winged rock, increasing your ki and blood, increasing your spiritual power, and gaining the talent, 5 elements harmony, Earth level. A surge of spiritual power rushed into Yang Genshuo's danshan, making him feel that his 8th level of fetal breathing was almost full. When I absorb the essence of a spellcasting demon beast next time, I'll probably be able to break through to the 9th level of fetal breathing. This rainbow winged rock was the demon beast that Yang Fu had absorbed years ago. Standing on the shoulders of the Yang family, Yang Genshuo could now anticipate what talents he might absorb using this blessing. 5 elemental roots +2, awesome. Yang Genshuo currently possessed 5 elemental roots, initially without any talents. This meant he had the worst innate talent. None of his 5 elemental roots stood out, all at 20. However, after consuming the marrow cleansing pill, his 5 elemental roots increased by 1. He also gained the 5 elemental harmony talent. All 5 elemental roots rose to 23. I also have 5 second-grade 5 elemental replenishing pills, which can permanently increase aptitude. If I take them all once, my 5 elemental roots will reach 25 points, a significant improvement. Yang Genshuo planned to start taking them tomorrow, 1 a day. Suddenly, he realized something. I used blessing, absorption, 3 times and absorbed talents each time. Perhaps this blessing is due to the blessing of merit. After this round of cultivation and absorption, it was already late at night. Yang Genshuo stepped out of the room, deciding not to sleep tonight and instead go to the 5 elements unity chamber to cultivate and further consolidate the effects of the pills and absorption. His 8th level fetal breathing cultivation was too weak, he needed to become stronger. Brother Shuo, cultivating? That commotion at noon was really loud. Tianzi was doing push-ups in the courtyard, an empty bottle of qi and blood powder beside him, his body emitting a faint warmth. Yang Genshuo's mind stirred. He wanted to use his blessing skill on Tianzi. In this world, only you can enjoy the Yang family's incense offerings. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it. Yang Genshuo was slightly disappointed. Thud, a martial arts cultivation manual was tossed into Tianzi's arms. After you finish drinking this, practice this to digest the medicinal effects. Wind and cloud steps. Is it a movement technique? I thought it was some kind of Yang family ancestral sword technique. Huh? How did you know? But you should learn this first, and later learn Yang family sword. Both are my family's techniques. Ancestral. Yang Genshuo thought for a moment. Passed down by Sun. I understand. Sun Bin's lineage, right? I told you ancient martial arts weren't a scam. This society isn't a cultivation world. You don't fight at the drop of a hat. You can't just run into the street and throw a few swords at someone, can you? Mastering movement techniques is basically enough. Wind and cloud steps is also a top-tier martial art created by Yang Fujin, one of only two top-tier martial arts in the Donai dynasty and the Liang dynasty. After reaching the 5th level of body tempering, one can cultivate the Mingxinju. Thinking of this, Yang Genshuo glanced at Yang Fujin in the cultivation world with his divine sense. He's actually researching martial arts techniques. A new technique combining cultivation and martial arts. Good lad, do you intend to surpass the martial saint? Chapter 347. Yang Fujin created the Seeking Truth technique, and his family's merit points exceeded 4,000. Whoosh! In the Windpool Valley of the demonic wind forest, a fierce wind, like invisible swords, shot out from the cracks in the valley, striking Yang Fujin, who sat in the center, with a clanging sound. Yang Fujin sat cross-legged, his head flashing with spiritual light, his true energy circulating. He simultaneously circulated his true energy and spiritual power, but the two were distinct, each operating independently, completely unable to merge. Faced with a natural fierce wind, Yang Fujin's true energy struggled to cope, and his spiritual power was also on the verge of collapse. 7 years had passed since he used the seed of life. Even with the infusion of numerous rare and precious herbs and elixirs from the Yang family, supplemented by the blessings of his ancestors, Yang Fujin, with his 5 spiritual roots, had only cultivated to the 8th level of the fetal breathing stage, the same realm as Yang Genshuo. The 10 years of cultivation gained from the fruit of wisdom that Yang Genshuo had consumed were roughly equivalent to the 7 years of diligent cultivation Yang Fujin had achieved. His spiritual energy was thin, and the fierce wind, powerful enough to kill a key refining cultivator, dissipated Yang Fujin's spiritual energy, penetrating his spiritual energy shield and striking his peak divine power realm body. It left a slight itch. Many people cultivated in this Windpool Valley, mostly key refining cultivators from the Donai dynasty. These young cultivators, looking at the motionless Yang Fujin, secretly rolled their eyes. Why are you, a great cultivator, crowding into this small training ground with us? Showing off, Yang Fujin opened his eyes, scanning the area. The young cultivators quickly moved aside, avoiding eye contact. Yang Fujin was infamous. A huge demonic beast was stabbed to death with a single sword strike, instantly refined, and swallowed. He was the leader of the beast-eating school. His martial artists were also such roughnecks. They were the second strongest force in the Donai dynasty, alongside the beast tamers. Everyone focused on their cultivation, ignoring this killing god. However, no one was worried or afraid. After all, the Yang family's reputation was undeniable, and they were all reasonable people. The son of a grandmaster like Yang Shi wouldn't make things difficult for them, mere nobody. The cultivators exchanged thoughts. He's been sitting here for a year, and his cultivation is progressing slowly, not even as well as ours. With such a powerful body, what's the point of coming here? He feels no sense of crisis. He could just lie there and sleep. How can that stimulate cultivation? Don't speculate wildly. Who doesn't know the talent of Yang Fujin, the #1 swordsman of 2 dynasties? The swordsman's meditation here must have a profound meaning. Perhaps another heaven-level martial arts technique comparable to the Yang family sword and wind and cloud steps will be born. That's just crude martial arts, not as good as our immortal techniques. So young, yet so rigid, still living in the past? Do you know how many methods martial artists use now? Talismans, magical artifacts, pills, mechanisms, hidden weapons. They'll use anything. Someone like you will learn to behave after being beaten up by a martial arts sect. Although Yang Fujin's cultivation level was low, they were all very envious of the faint spiritual light emanating from him. That was brought about by a top-tier treasure capable of transforming one from mortal to immortal. Yang Fujin was once just a mortal without spiritual roots. The Yang family's foundation was terrifyingly powerful. Yang Fujin felt the prying gazes and their clumsy spiritual communication from those around him, but his heart remained unmoved. He came here to cultivate not because he was bored and wanted to show off with his supernatural power realm cultivation, but because he was pondering a problem that had remained unsolved for a long time. What exactly is the relationship between true ki and spiritual ki? Pure martial artists don't have this problem because they only cultivate true ki. Pure immortal cultivators also don't have this problem because they only cultivate spiritual power, occasionally strengthening their physical bodies without cultivating true ki. This problem only those who cultivate both immortality and martial arts would notice. It had been troubling Yang Fuzhen ever since he began cultivating immortality. True Qi and spiritual Qi reside in the Danshan, unable to merge, repelling each other, and used separately when needed. As a martial artist of the divine realm, Yang Fuzhen's true Qi was stronger than the spiritual Qi of someone at the 8th level of the fetal breathing stage, but still limited. This was because at his level, the physical body was the strongest, followed by supernatural abilities, then talismans and magical treasures, and finally, true Qi. The boost that true Qi could provide to a martial artist like Yang Fuzhen was minimal. Yang Fuzhen pondered this deeply, unable to sleep. From countless cultivation experiences, he noticed two words that seemed amiss: cultivation techniques. The mind clarity technique created by the martial saint was the key to advancing to the supernatural abilities stage, and when combined with the visualization technique, it allowed martial artists to enter the divine realm. However, after reaching the divine realm, it lost its effectiveness. After reaching the divine realm, one stopped cultivating true Qi and switched to cultivating supernatural abilities. Supernatural abilities evolved from spiritual consciousness and had little to do with true Qi. Therefore, all these years, his true Qi remained at the great perfection of the innate Grandmaster level, as weak as his current spiritual Qi. Yang Fuzhen began to ponder something. Could it be that the martial saint didn't choose the right path back then? Perhaps the divine power realm was the wrong direction. Because of this, Yang Fuzhen, who rarely sought help from his ancestor, asked him last year to pass on a message to his brother, Yang Fu, to obtain a cultivation technique from the immortal martial sect of the Spirit Misty Continent. He wanted to see how that sect, one of the 10 great immortal sects, practiced both immortality and martial arts. Basic cultivation techniques weren't hard to find. After all, which sect hadn't lost disciples? This wasn't some top-tier inheritance, it was something all disciples practiced, so it naturally ended up on the black market. This technique was called Immortal Martial Divine Body. The name was imposing and powerful, but after studying it, Yang Fuzhen was extremely disappointed. The so-called Immortal Martial Arts cultivation was, in essence, still a cultivation technique for immortality. It involved storing spiritual energy in various acupoints of the body, supplemented by various rare and precious herbs to nourish the body, giving every part of the body a divine quality. It was said that after reaching mastery, every hair was like a precious artifact, and the body was immortal. Yang Fuzhen commented, "A pile of dog shit. The immortal martial sect doesn't understand martial arts cultivation at all. In the end, it's just a kind of immortal cultivation technique. They don't even understand what true Qi is. There are some merits, but not many. It's completely different from what Yang Fuzhen wanted to achieve." So he sat here in meditation for a year, contemplating true Qi and spiritual Qi, wanting to create a new cultivation method to meet his ever-increasing cultivation needs. A year of solitude. Today, he understood. Yang Fuzhen reversed his danshan, as if dispersing his internal energy, forcefully slamming the swirling spiritual Qi into his true Qi ball. Boom! A burst of energy was generated, followed by a powerful surge of force erupting from his body. Boom! An even larger shockwave directly dispersed the gale force winds of Windpool Valley. Many Qi refining cultivators practicing here were shocked and stood up to avoid Yang Fuzhen floating in the middle. At this moment, a golden aura erupted from Yang Fuzhen, extremely violent. If before, true Qi was a thin membrane covering the skin, now it was like Yang Fuzhen's explosively swollen hair, expanding dozens of times. Yang Fuzhen's body, crackling with explosive golden true Qi, shot out, crashing headlong into the Windpool Valley. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, smoke billowed, and stones flew everywhere. The vast Windpool Valley was reduced to ruins. Yang Fuzhen, with his golden afro, floated in the air, like a god. All the cultivators were stunned. Holy crap, our spiritual land, even the tribulation lightning for foundation establishment cultivators advancing to golden core didn't have this power. What terrifying power is this? Even golden core cultivators are no more than this. Is this the sword god Yang Fuzhen? Everyone was amazed by Yang Fuzhen's destructive power. At this moment, Yang Fuzhen's aura began to weaken, the expanded golden spiritual Qi slowly receding into his body as he descended from the sky. He glanced at the chaotic state of the sacred ground and said calmly, "I was practicing here and disturbed your cultivation. You may use my name to cultivate at the Yang Shi sect's immortal abode for a year." He tossed out a talisman and then flew away on his sword, leaving behind many grateful cultivators. Yang Fujian, meanwhile, flew through the air, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. It's done. True Qi, in essence, is a chaotic, modeled, and unstable form. While spiritual power is too stable, the two will never merge. Everyone reveres cultivators and despises martial artists. However, true Qi can also unleash destructive power far exceeding that of equal spiritual power. When you reverse your Danshan and pour out your own spiritual power, it can be drawn into true Qi, becoming its chaotic true Qi, and then igniting true Qi, resulting in a direct explosion. Although it cannot be used for prolonged battles, its explosive power far surpasses that of equal spiritual power. While this method is best for cultivating both immortality and martial arts, if one is purely a martial artist, one can also absorb spiritual energy from spiritual objects and then reverse it into true Qi. Although the efficiency is slightly slower, but, from now on, martial artists in the world will have another path, cultivating spiritual consciousness, physical body, and true Qi together to reach the divine realm and transform into the true divine realm. I use this method to find the wondrous uses of true Qi and rediscover the true heart of a martial artist, so I will name it the Seeking Truth Technique. Yang Fujian attained enlightenment in one day, his own strength skyrocketed, and at the same time, he further enriched the divine realm, a realm explored by the martial saint. The Minxin has officially evolved into the Qianju. It's a martial arts technique even those at the divine power realm can cultivate. Yang Fujian's Danshan spun, channeling all his true Qi back into spiritual energy, instantly breaking through his cultivation level. Bang! Bang! The immense spiritual energy rapidly expanded Yang Fujian's Danshan, directly reaching the great perfection of the fetal breathing realm. I can advance to the Qi refining stage on a chosen day. Yang Fujian smiled slightly. His years of martial arts accumulation could actually be used to improve his cultivation. If I teach this method to my father, he will have a greater chance of advancing to the Nirvana realm. Yang Fujian flew towards Bright City on his sword, his eyes filled with urgency. After swallowing that one and only, life divine seed, he often felt guilty, fearing that his father wouldn't be able to break through the lower realms, and they would be separated forever. With a Qianju, he could give his father another chance. When the 10,000 demon domain barrier opens in the future, my martial arts cultivation will also have more methods. Being able to use spiritual energy as nourishment to increase true Qi will further enhance the overall strength of martial arts cultivation. Ding! At this moment, a golden light flashed in Yang Genshuo's mind. Your descendant Yang Fujian has created the heaven-level martial arts technique Seeking Truth with unparalleled talent, bringing prosperity to the family and increasing incense offerings by 1,000. Yang Fujian has found a new path for martial artists across the world, accumulating immeasurable merit. Family merit increases by 500. Awesome, Jian, isn't this a Super Saiyan form? Yang Genshuo had to admit that Yang Fujian's talent in martial arts was indeed quite strong, at least 3 times stronger than Yang Shi. Your father didn't waste the life seed he gave you. If he can pave a stable path for martial artists to reach the Nirvana realm, then it will truly be a blessing for the Yang family. Yang Genshuo didn't even dare to imagine what it would be like if a group of Saiyan martial artists from the Donai dynasty, radiating golden true energy and reaching the Lingmiao continent, would emerge from the void. The 10 immortal sects would tremble. At that time, even the 11 immortal sects wouldn't be out of the question. No, there are only 10 large spiritual veins. That means we'd have to drive out an entire sect. The Emperor's throne rotates, maybe it'll be my turn someday. Yang Genshuo became increasingly excited. If this were the case, the Yang family would control a major sect, truly bringing boundless prosperity to the clan. At this moment, a notification popped up. The Yang family's merit exceeds 4,000, making them a virtuous family. Heaven blesses the Yang family, granting them a new blessing, spiritual light, blessing, spiritual light. When crafting talismans, pills, formations, mechanisms, etc., the success rate is slightly increased, potentially triggering a flash of inspiration, gaining new insights, plus 10 luck, and 5 incense offerings day. Person, Fujian's got some skills, he's given me another new trick. However, whenever Yang Genshuo saw the blessing, spiritual light, description, an emoji would involuntarily flash through his mind. Old man, finger pointing to the sky JPG. After carefully reviewing it, Yang Genshuo felt this new blessing was quite something. This is the first blessing that improves the Yang family's craftsmanship, enhancing all aspects of immortal cultivation. It's an epic boost for Yang Fushio and Yang Qiang. He needs this for drawing talismans too. Of course, the best one is for myself. The success rate of mechanical arts is extremely important to me. Concerning the establishment of the entire 4th grade talisman production line, giving it to the Yang family would require considering the cost-effectiveness of the incense offerings, but even if it consumed 10 times more for himself, Yang Genshuo wouldn't hesitate. It's just 50 points a day. A drop in the ocean. Yang Genshuo immediately added one to himself. A golden light enveloped his body. Unlike other blessings that directly strengthened him, this blessing made Yang Genshuo feel very comfortable and relaxed. Luck is ethereal and intangible, you can't see it until something happens. These 10 points probably won't be very noticeable. Yang Genshuo didn't consider himself a lucky person, otherwise, he wouldn't have opened new stores amidst the wave of murder mystery game store closures. He missed the boat, catching the last train, only to find himself further from his goal than before. I'll keep going, I need to make a new version of the mechanical printer tomorrow. Late at night, Yang Genshuo was cultivating in his training room. I'll also cultivate the seeking truth technique. To some extent, Yang Genshuo was similar to Yang Fujian, both had spiritual roots cultivated using divine seeds, lacking any talent for cultivation, and had previously been martial artists. Only Yang Fujian's cultivation level was slightly higher. Now I have quite a bit of true ki. If I can reverse it into spiritual ki, I can directly advance my cultivation level. Reversing it into true ki at crucial moments will unleash the fighting power of a Super Saiyan. That's so cool. Yang Genshuo couldn't wait to start cultivating. Yang Fujian eventually got married, to a female cultivator he didn't love. But seeing the relieved smile on his mother Liu Zihan's wrinkled face, and his father's words, "I haven't let the ancestor down," he felt it was all worth it. Love wasn't important to him, his family's happiness was paramount. Even those you don't love. On this day, countless spirit beasts swarmed across the sky. Yang Fuking, whom you hadn't contacted for many years, carrying a pagoda and wearing a phoenix robe, slowly flew over on her long-haired parrot. Little Jian, congratulations on your wedding, sister, it's been a long time. Yang Fujian was somewhat emotional. The martial arts sect killed beasts to strengthen themselves, while the beast-taming sect raised spirit beasts. They were incompatible. Even under the constraints of the ancestors' rules, which prevented them from attacking each other. Minor frictions were constant. As the leader of the martial arts sect, he naturally distanced himself from the beast-taming sect, and so did Yang Fuking. Counting carefully, the two hadn't seen each other for almost 10 years. Little Jian, you finally listened to the ancestor for once. Yes, it's time for me to get married. Yang Fuking was now a married woman for many years, with 2 children. And still the leader of the beast-taming sect. She had long lost her former dashing spirit, but gained a mature and commanding aura. However, the female beast-taming cultivators who came to her wedding banquet clearly didn't look at the burly martial arts cultivators below with disdain. Neither side looked down on the other. If it weren't for Yang Fujian's wedding day and so many people crowding together, all sorts of old grudges would have exploded, and a brawl could have broken out on the spot. Uncle, did you have Haagen-Dazs at your wedding banquet? A boy and girl stood behind Yang Fujian, just as mischievous as they were back then. Always, Yang Fujian smiled and patted the 2 children's heads. Compared to the strained relationship between the siblings now, he preferred his sister's 2 children. The wedding ended perfectly. That night, Liu Zihan lay in Yang Shi's arms, murmuring all night, her pillow soaked with tears. Senior brother. I miss my father, where did he go? Why, the gray-haired Liu Zihan sobbed uncontrollably. Master, he must have pursued a higher realm of martial arts, that was all Yang Shi could say. But he calculated the years. Master, if you haven't broken through to the Nirvana realm, your time is almost up. Yang Shi was lamenting Liu Wuhan, and at the same time, lamenting his own fate. His time was running out. If he didn't break through within 10 years, his ki and blood would decline, and his daily cultivation level would drop until it was too late. I hope Jianer's cultivation method can help me break through. Too difficult. The next day, Yang Genshuo stormed out of the cultivation room in a fit of anger. The difficulty of the seeking truth technique was far greater than that of the enlightenment technique. He hadn't even grasped the basics of this new heaven-level internal energy cultivation method in a whole night. Forget it, forget it. I'll work on the mechanical printer first, and continue cultivating once the assembly line is up and running. With the help of the new blessing, spiritual light, Yang Genshuo felt incredibly good. Just as he began accepting offerings and creating the next generation of mechanical printers, a knock sounded at the manor door. "Is Mr. Yang in?" Yang Genshuo scanned the area with his divine sense and frowned. It was someone from the government. Chapter 348 How should a cultivator war be fought in the new era? The people outside were dressed in civilian clothes, but Yang Genshuo could scan the expressionless men in their windbreakers behind them, their vitality far exceeding that of ordinary people. Although far from being innate grandmasters, they were at least at the third level of body tempering. In unarmed combat, one of them could easily handle 10 or so ordinary people. They're all trained fighters. They weren't ordinary soldiers, they were most likely special forces. Yang Genshuo knew a little about them. These people were proficient in various fighting techniques and possessed formidable combat abilities. Why would government officials come here? He ruled out Su Yannian first. They hadn't left any information there. In fact, both of them had gone there stealthily. Even if Su Yannian had desperately started self-destructing, they wouldn't have any information to refute it. They had even taken the traps they used into their storage rings on the spot. In modern times, capturing a cultivator with a golden core immortal clan descendant was extremely difficult. Moreover, although these people had made a large fuss, they seemed very polite, lacking the aggressive demeanor of security guards. Yang Genshuo observed the man leading the group with his divine sense. A man in a perfectly tailored, dark blue custom-made suit, his hair neatly combed back, wearing black sunglasses, looked to be in his 30s. He politely knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. Is Mr. Yang Genshuo home? We're here to discuss business with you. Business. Tianzi, who had just finished his morning exercise, walked over. The two exchanged a brief glance. They're government officials. Let me see. They opened the door. The man at the head of the group politely extended his hand to Yang Genshuo. Mr. Yang, my name is Li Chenfeng. I'm the head of the Miracle Drug Group of the Medical and Health Association. They are all staff members of our department, mainly responsible for protecting the safety of drugs. They're both from the association. Haha. He then showed his identification. Medical and Health Association? Miracle Drug Group? Yang Genshuo and Tianzi exchanged glances, roughly guessing each other's intentions. Head Li, please come in. Tianzi, go prepare a pot of good tea. Yang Genshuo invited them in for a detailed discussion. The others consciously remained outside, but blocked the automatically closing door. Mr. Yang, this manor is quite nice, just like in the movies. This garden, it seems to have some feng shui elements incorporated into its design. Yang Genshuo was slightly surprised. This was a spirit garden he had Changbo and the others arrange according to the spiritual construction technique, containing the flow of the 5-element spiritual energy. It was indeed quite sophisticated. Team Leader Li has a good eye. Having dealt with it more, I naturally know a little. Oh? I hear that Team Leader Li's organization seems to have some legendary aspects. If I'm not mistaken, you've come here for some of my family's ancestral medicines, right? Yang Genshuo asked directly. Li Chenfeng smiled slightly, adjusting his slightly lowered sunglasses to block out the sliver of sunlight. Mr. Yang, do you know anything about our Medical and Health Association? I've heard of it. It seems to be related to health product approvals. It's done there, right? It's quite difficult to get approved. Yang Genshuo couldn't sell the 5 kinds of pills that martial artists used for body tempering to strengthen their internal organs because they couldn't get past this hurdle. They couldn't provide the effective ingredients, otherwise it would have revealed that he had obtained some new species that hadn't been discovered on Earth. Unlike food and alcohol, the review process for health supplements is extremely rigorous, requiring numerous tests. We absolutely support health supplements that are legally produced and have pharmacological certification. I've reviewed several health supplements this year, and they've all greatly helped patients. Yang Genshuo nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Seeing that Yang Genshuo didn't say anything more, Li Chenfeng also abandoned his conversational skills, because this time, the initiative wasn't in his hands. Let's get back to the point, Mr. Yang, we know from some old friends that you have a kidney strengthening tonic, quite potent, even stronger than sildenafil. You sell these drugs, but haven't registered them, and we haven't received any related applications. Team Leader Li, are you here to cause me trouble? In that case, I think you can talk to my lawyer. Yang Genshuo had long realized the risks of selling this kind of drug and the potential problems in the future, so he had hired a lawyer and signed a contract with each customer who bought the drug, ensuring they consumed it on the spot before leaving. The drug hadn't even left the factory, so the law couldn't hold him accountable. Moreover, he has long since transitioned to legitimate business, mainly selling alcohol and calming beans. He's now a major taxpayer in Shiman City, and many officials want to invite him to dinner, but it's always Guo Xiaozia who goes. Haha, Mr. Yang, you misunderstand. Since I've come here today, I've brought ample goodwill. A friend of mine suffering from severe kidney disease has seen his kidney function improve after taking your medicine, a true medical miracle. I wanted to see what this ancestral secret formula is all about. It's purely an academic discussion, that's what our group is. If we can work together to develop it into medicine and promote it, how many patients could we save? How many families could we save? Upon hearing this, Yang Genshuo looked at Li Chenfeng with newfound respect. However, this medicine was difficult to explain. Yang Genshuo couldn't fool a professional like Li Chenfeng by saying he was from Southeast Asia. This man definitely knew more about Southeast Asian medicinal herbs than he did. I see. To be honest, Team Leader Li, this medicine is a family heirloom, passed down for many generations. It can only be sold when the family falls on hard times. I was forced to sell it out of desperation. The quantity is limited, once it's gone, it's gone. There's no recipe for it, and some of the ingredients might even be lost to time. Li Chenfeng understood Yang Genshuo's predicament. Many precious medicinal herbs were used up in the early years, even to the point of extinction. This kind of thing happened generation after generation until modern countries developed a sense of protection and began classifying animals and plants as protected species, otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. If it really was a medicine passed down for several generations, then it was quite possible. Based on some historical facts he knew, several rare medicines disappeared into the annals of history during the Qin dynasty and could never be recreated. How much is left? A little. I want to buy all your remaining medicine on behalf of the Medical and Health Association. No problem, but you have to take it here before you leave. Afraid I can copy it. Wouldn't it be a good thing if I could copy it? It's an ancestral rule. To be honest, do you still have a lot? A little. What do you want to let me take the medicine? Li Chenfeng asked, looking into Yang Genshuo's eyes. He felt that the man in front of him was waiting for a condition he couldn't refuse. There were no rules in his dictionary, only bargaining chips. Tea is here. Thank you. Yang Zhe brought tea, and the three of them sat down and slowly sipped it. At this moment, Yang Genshuo pondered for a moment, thinking about how to refuse. But he also felt that this man was not so simple. Being able to take this group of special forces soldiers out, this man was definitely not as simple as he said. Wait a moment, I need to say a few words to my brother, please go ahead. Li Chenfeng sat there drinking tea, the mist clinging to his sunglasses, creating a gradient white mist, like the glint of light in his eyes. Back inside, Yang Genshuo explained the situation to Tianzi. This was originally a body-strengthening medicine that the other party wanted, but you also have a secret you don't want him to know, right? Tianzi analyzed briefly and then said, Brother Shuo, it's not easy to refuse this. The other party is here today representing official status. If you refuse him, he might not be able to do anything to us, but there are always people who can. We can't question the power of this system. What the authorities want to do, they can do. We can't refuse, since the other party has already noticed, we will have to deal with them a lot in the future. Why not negotiate with him here and reach a condition that is favorable to us, leaving a good impression? This powerful force can also become your help. You mean to befriend them? Yang Genshuo understood the power of the authorities. Before truly reaching a certain level, such as before the nascent soul stage, one cannot ignore the authorities' arbitrary actions. Yes, at least this person seems quite young. Old fogies are not so easy to talk to. The two returned to the courtyard. Yang Genshuo had already made up his mind. Although these medicinal herbs are unique to the cultivation world, they are not spiritual medicines, but merely mortal medicinal herbs. What harm is there in giving them to them? Discovering one or two ingredients that could promote bodily repair wouldn't affect him much. It would be difficult to manufacture the medicine without such ingredients anyway. It's been passed down for generations. Team Leader Li, I want a license. What license? A pharmaceutical company license. I want to sell my own medicine. No problem, he agreed so readily. Yang Genshuo knew that the normal approval process was very complicated and had many requirements. Li Chenfeng's power was greater than he had imagined. I'll look forward to your new drug. Yang Zhenchuo immediately understood, if he wanted to sell any medicine, the other party could also obtain information about it. Then I'll give you 10 Gujinghuing pills, a flat price of 5 million, can you give me a discount, Mr. Yang? Our department's budget is a bit tight. Every discount you give gives us the opportunity to discover more good medicines and benefit more people, it's hard to say. The purchasing departments I've seen all buy goods at market price. It's good enough if they don't overpay. It's more realistic to keep this money for me to benefit others, Mr. Yang, you're humorous. Li Chenfeng seemed to have thought of something too, and smiled bitterly twice. He asked his assistant to get the qualifications done, and stayed behind to chat with Yang Zhenchuo. That same day, Zhangyi Pharmaceutical Company passed the review. Yang Zhenchuo now had the qualifications to manufacture and sell medicines. The immense power behind Li Chenfeng made Yang Zhenchuo and Yan Zhe realize once again that this man was definitely not simple. Pleasant cooperation. After the transaction, Li Chenfeng left with 10 Gujinghuing pills. The car drove all the way to the sanatorium in Beijing. After passing through many guards and security checks, Li Chenfeng entered a large courtyard. Upon entering the building, one could see the walls covered with medals. Entering the bedroom, an elderly man lay on the bed, on a ventilator. Beside him hung the medical team's log, which prominently displayed 3 large characters: late-stage kidney failure, how is my teacher, not optimistic. His kidneys are failing, his metabolism is extremely weak, and he needs an immediate transplant, but given his current condition, the success rate is limited. The doctor carefully chose his words. Li Chenfeng nodded. I understand, teacher, there's no time to do the experiment, I can only try now. The old man opened his cloudy eyes and weakly nodded. Li Chenfeng took out a sperm strengthening and vitality returning pill from his pocket and placed it in the old man's mouth. There was no golden light, no fluctuation, nothing at all, only the old man's weak breathing. The next day, the doctor was overjoyed. There's a reaction. Kidney function has recovered a little, and it's starting to actively participate in the body's metabolism. Team leader Li, what did you feed him yesterday? A life-saving drug. Li Chenfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He had lied. This trip wasn't official, it was a private matter. He wasn't acting for the people, but for his teacher. Teacher, you'll get better. You will definitely get better. He would feed his teacher these 10 pills one by one, pulling him back from the jaws of death. If Yang Zhenchuo hadn't agreed yesterday, he would have done something crazy. Those people weren't brought along for nothing. But Yang Zhenchuo helped him, and he would never let Yang Zhenchuo suffer in the future. A pharmaceutical company? Brother Shuo, aren't we taking too big a step? And I study seed science, have you forgotten? Chengbo was shocked. A gardener who doesn't become a pharmacist isn't a good seed science PhD? The two aren't completely different, but they are unrelated. Chengbo felt the gardeners were better off. At least they could sense the movement of that magical radiant gas, observe how it altered plants, and synthesize it. I'm not asking you to actually make medicine, just to be the legal representative. Don't run away. Chengbo. Dao Yi. Come back. We're going for a foot massage this afternoon. Chengbo ran back. A foot massage is fine. I don't care about your pharmaceutical company, just a salesperson. What are you afraid of? You don't need to produce the medicine, and besides, it's not like you don't have shares. In the future, you researchers will also have your own company, and the company's money will be available for you to use. Don't you want to expand the lab? Don't you want to recruit new people? Don't you want your own pharmaceutical building? The more Chengbo listened, the brighter his eyes became. Can the pharmaceutical building have a dedicated floor for foot massage? If you become the legal representative, I'll make it for you. Let's do it. Chengbo also boarded the warship of the Zhangyi group. Yang Zhenchuo mainly wanted to maintain his transcendent status. As long as he wasn't directly targeted, he could manipulate many things, even taking people out of prison wouldn't be troublesome. Moreover, he didn't intend for this company to do anything illegal. He recently spent 50 million on this manor, which was expensive, but worth it. Moreover, half of the mountaintop is still developable, and Yang Zhenchuo plans to develop the other half as well, turning it into his own gang club. Tian Zhe, who knows his secret and trains with him, can serve as the leader of this gang. Ideally, his men should train here to develop self-defense capabilities to avoid a repeat of their previous kidnapping by bandits. Yang Zhenchuo also plans to excavate the mountain below, inserting a spiritual vein to completely transform it into a blessed land. This requires a massive undertaking and substantial funding. He needs to make a lot of money. He's long wanted to get into the pill business. With his own pharmaceutical company, he can openly sell his medicine. And with Li Chenfeng on good terms, many things are much easier for Yang Genshuo. The money is there, take it or leave it. He's going to make it. Cheng Bo and his research team have suddenly transformed into the management of a pharmaceutical company. Yang Genshuo no longer worries about the details, letting Guo Xiaozi handle them, while he focuses on developing his mechanical printer. After today's offering, he has an extra second-grade, cold wind array. When activated at full power, it can unleash a biting wind that can freeze someone to death, a rare water-based killing formation. This should be enough to cool the printer. He had assembled another mechanical printer using a rank 4 mechanical core today. After setting up the frost wind formation in his workspace, he gripped the formation plate and started the mechanical printer. Buzz! The mechanical printer began to operate, a large amount of spiritual energy surging out, drawing the patterns of the heavenly thunder talisman on the wind spirit silk talisman paper. The temperature inside the printer also rose higher and higher. Frost wind. Yang Genshuo manipulated the formation plate to blow out a cold wind, a flash of inspiration striking his mind. Wouldn't this be too cold? Could it damage the printer? He subconsciously adjusted the formation plate, softening the cold air slightly. The cold air blew in, the water spiritual energy neutralizing the high temperature, maintaining a normal temperature. The printer started printing at high speed. More and more spiritual energy was emitted. However, because drawing a 4th-grade talisman is extremely complex, the core mechanism slowed down the inkjet nozzle, gradually channeling spiritual energy through the thunder crystal ink into the wind spirit silk talisman paper. It took a full hour to print the talisman completely. Although the printer's internal temperature wasn't overheating, an hour of high-intensity printing had reached its limit, causing it to malfunction and go into sleep mode. Yang Genshuo looked around. The printer seemed fine. He took out the newly printed talisman and input a tiny bit of spiritual energy. Whoosh! The talisman instantly came to life, emitting a faint blue light, and then disappeared into Yang Genshuo's hand. It's done, a 4th-grade talisman, printed, success on the first try. Recalling the exquisite control of his flash of inspiration, Yang Genshuo gained a better understanding of Xinfuse. It can lend a hand at crucial moments, as if divine intervention. If he hadn't adjusted it immediately, the strong cold wind might have frozen the printer, wasting another batch of materials. Yang Genshuo stroked the divine talisman, feeling the immense lightning spiritual power within. It gives me the feeling, like you can just kill me at will. This was a golden core talisman. Yang Genshuo had just replicated it in modern times using a mechanical printer. Why bother learning talismans anymore? I might as well just study mechanical arts. Bonus, Talisman Master. Yang Genshuo was also glad he had chosen to study the mechanical arts technique. Only this skill can combine the strengths of two worlds. Besides drawing talismans, Yang Genshuo had thought of many other fun uses, but there wasn't time to experiment now. 1 day for me, 1 year for the rest of me. I need to make more. Yang Genshuo had decided that if he hadn't made enough talismans by the time the Myriad Demon Realm arrived, he would slow down the game and wait for himself to accumulate enough. This time, get enough talismans for the Yang family. As long as you Golden Core stage demons have any health, you'll die. Since the experiment was successful, Yang Genshuo installed another 4th-grade mechanical core into a modified printer to create the Thunderstrike Sword Talisman. In addition, there were 8 3rd-grade mechanical cores, among the relics of the Grey Machine Taoist, which Yang Genshuo also modified one by one. While 4th-grade talismans are powerful, they are expensive and slow to produce, and the number produced is limited. I also need to supplement them with some 3rd-grade talismans. I can't just throw out powerful talismans every time I see one, can I? I need more talismans to deal with different situations. Moreover, my modern equipment needs talismans to help it inflict tons of damage on cultivators. For example, rocket vehicles are indeed powerful. But how do I hit a cultivator? How do I hide a moving Golden Core stage cultivator? The Heavenly Mystery Sect's 3rd-grade talisman, the Locking Talisman, is an auxiliary spell that locks onto a person's heavenly secrets, allowing you to continuously track the opponent. Would using this on missiles perfectly solve the navigation problem? Navigation solved. We still need to increase the shell's strength. This thing is definitely enough against Foundation Establishment cultivators, but against Golden Core cultivators, even if it hits, it won't break through their defenses. The biggest characteristic of Golden Core cultivators is, the Golden Core is indestructible, and the physical body is immortal. All external damage is resisted by the Golden Core, and it can quickly absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth to replenish itself. It's like everyone's a turtle shell. Therefore, the mortality rate of Golden Core cultivators is very low, and they are difficult to kill at the same level. Then the firepower is still insufficient. Just add some fuel to the missiles, put 10 grade 3, flame burst talismans, on my missiles, and they'll explode instantly upon impact. That's equivalent to increasing the gunpowder yield. Enchant machine guns with extreme wind blade, and they'll fire wind attribute bullets directly. One Type 96 can easily destroy a group of Foundation Establishment demon beasts. Enchant tanks with grade 3, divine armor talismans, supplemented by formations, and they become small combat bases. Just sit inside and fire. This is how cultivator warfare in the new era must be fought. Many ingenious ideas popped into Yang Genshuo's mind. Finally, he realized a problem. How do we defend against aerial demons? What if they sneak over? Is there any way to defend against them? Yang Genshuo asked Yang Shi. If someone can fly very fast, and carries highly destructive weapons, and attacks you at night, how can you defend against them? Tian Shi had his own ideas on this. Ship-mounted anti-aircraft guns. These things fire over 10,000 rounds per minute, directly intercepting in the air. What can possibly fly past their noses? Holy crap! There are such good things, not just these. There are all kinds of interceptor cannons, strafing cannons, not to mention the Dongfeng Express. These are all tough weapons for our country. The question is, how do I get them? Putting everything else aside, he really wanted that ship-mounted anti-aircraft gun with a rate of fire of over 10,000 rounds per minute. With this thing, after some modifications, he could install it on Bright City, and any demon at the Golden Core stage would be blasted apart the moment they showed their face in the air. You really want it? That's impossible. After all, they're all in service, unless you have official cooperation. Hearing this, Yang Genshuo thought of Li Chenfeng, who had come yesterday. This guy has a lot of influence. He could go to the western battlefield to steal some equipment because that's for maintaining world peace. He's doing good, saving many people. His merits are immeasurable. But he doesn't want to do that for his own country. It feels despicable. And he doesn't want to cause unrest in his hometown. Cooperating with the government is too risky. Yang Genshuo felt it wasn't the right time yet. Tian Shi, I remember there's another place where there's fighting, and there's an aircraft carrier there. Does the aircraft carrier have this thing you're talking about? Chapter 349. Senior brother, have you heard of the assembly line refining method? Shipborne anti-aircraft guns are good, but life is more important. Let's be cautious. Yang Genshuo finally decided that he couldn't directly steal these things from the other side's aircraft carrier for the time being. Those were the elite forces of the US, far superior to the forces of Ukraine and Russia in the West. Various countermeasures were possible. Although Yang Genshuo had many magical artifacts and talismans, he wasn't invincible. If caught, he would die from being shot. There was no need to take such a big risk now. He had plenty of time. As for cooperating with the domestic government, Yang Genshuo believed that at this stage, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. It would be better to negotiate when he had enough power to stand on equal footing with the government. At that time, he would have the power to overturn the table, and no one could force him to do anything. For example, people like Li Chenfeng were just weak novice martial artists in the eyes of cultivators, easily crushed with a finger. But with the support of the massive system, he represented the power of the collective. Yang Genshuo couldn't do anything to him and could only settle for cooperation. Fortunately, the result was not bad. Both sides got satisfactory bargaining chips. Forget it, let's put the new shipborne anti-aircraft guns aside for now. Ordinary anti-aircraft guns will do. Yang Genshuo glanced at the equipment stolen from the western battlefield and saw some mobile, multi-caliber self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, some even equipped with radar vehicles. While they certainly wouldn't reach 10,000 rounds per minute, Yang Genshuo glanced at the instructions and figured firing over 1,000 rounds per minute wouldn't be a problem. With some high-penetration attack talismans, those 20-odd third-grade talismans per second hitting you would be quite painful. Yang Genshuo believed the most powerful aspect of modern weapons was speed. Even a Golden Core cultivator, without using a flying magic weapon, could barely break the speed of sound at full speed. These anti-aircraft guns' bullets travel at twice the speed of sound. Coupled with a radar scanning system, which is practically divine sense, once a golden core cultivator entered the range, they basically couldn't dodge. If they went even further, installing some accelerating wind arrays on the anti-aircraft guns and increasing the bullet speed, then it would be even more. Golden core stage? Just targets. The firepower is sufficient for now, but a massive supply of talismans is needed. One talisman on each bullet is different from one on an anti-aircraft gun. Only by establishing a proper mechanical printer factory can we provide the Yang family with the strength to deal with the golden core stage. Yang Genshuo assembled 8 mechanical printers using third-grade mechanical cores today, but another problem arose. We don't have enough talisman pens. We must use the crane feather pen from the Heavenly Mystery sect, which can record the patterns drawn by cultivators. Yang Genshuo currently only has 1 phoenix pen and 1 crane feather pen. 2 4th-grade printers are manageable. Due to the machine's capacity, it needs a long rest after drawing a 4th-grade talisman, so 1 pen can be used interchangeably between the 2 machines. A simple spiritual energy channel can be built using the mechanical arts to complete the process automatically. Right now, these 2 4th-grade mechanical printers haven't stopped printing for a moment. Yang Genshuo controlled the printing of more versatile, Heavenly Thunder Talisman, and fewer, Thunder-Slaying Sword Talisman, for extreme situations. These 2 printers, using 4th-grade mechanical cores, could print 24 talismans per day, a respectable output. As long as he had enough materials, he had plenty of time to print. He could simply slow down the game. Time wasn't an issue. I need to print 3rd-grade talismans, and I also need to prepare some 2nd-grade ones. The talisman pens are the biggest problem. The only talisman pens compatible with his self-developed mechanical printer system were those produced by the Heavenly Mystery sect. This problem needed Yang Qiang's help. Spiritual appearance? Qianger, the Heavenly Mystery sect's pens are good. I'm currently researching the automation of several low-level talismans. Could you find me 7 more crane feather pens? Of course, the more the better, no upper limit. Yang Qiang was shocked. Had the ancestor come to the Heavenly Mystery sect to buy talisman pens wholesale? Having just finished a mission, Yang Qiang felt a headache coming on. The thought of making such a request to his master was more appealing than wanting to spend a few more days soaking in the lava of the Earth's core. Last time, when he asked his master for the fairy phoenix brush, he used all sorts of tricks and feigned cuteness to get it from Master Yu Hengzi. Ancestor, don't laugh at me, but that fairy phoenix brush was one my master used himself. I went to great lengths and even sold my dignity to get it. If I ask him for another talisman brush now, I'll really get struck by lightning, and he might even take it back. Besides, you're asking for too many. Our entire demon-subduing vein probably couldn't even gather 7 talisman brushes. Ancestor, I really can't do it. Yang Genshuo, seeing Yang Qiang's troubled expression, felt somewhat helpless. But this was the system he needed. Otherwise, all the printed talismans would be useless. Your demon-subduing clan doesn't produce these talisman brushes. Of course not. We're a lineage of sects that descends the mountain to subdue demons and monsters. Besides the 2 basic cultivation methods, Heavenly Mystery and Merit, we mainly cultivate killing techniques. We're all rough men. How would we know about this weapon refining art? That's made by the Divine Craftsman clan. The Divine Craftsman clan? Then you can just buy them directly. You have spirit stones at home. Yang Genshuo didn't like always getting things for free. If someone could trade with him, he would have a lot more confidence. Yang, the Batman, lacked everything except spirit stones. Yang Qiang was slightly embarrassed. Ancestor, the Heavenly Mystery sect doesn't lack spirit stones, nor does it need them. I've had some dealings with disciples of the Divine Craftsman clan before. They're both very arrogant, and it's almost always the other Heavenly Mystery clans begging them. They also have terrible tempers. Go try going to them first. Everyone who lives in this world has something to ask for. It's just a matter of whether the offer is right. Yang Genshuo didn't believe that someone could be completely without needing anything. Yang Qiang agreed and took the internal teleportation array of the Heavenly Mystery sect to the Divine Craftsman Mountain. Upon arriving at Divine Craftsman Mountain, a wave of heat washed over him. It was mixed with dense fire spiritual energy, almost liquid. This was also the first time Yang Genshuo had explored this new map. After all, within the Heavenly Mystery sect, He could only see a fixed range of 100 meters around Yang Qiang. Until now, his understanding of the Heavenly Mystery Sect was extremely limited. He only knew that this sect had few people, but was very powerful, and dealt with things like world-ending crises. At this moment, a scorching cloud of fire drifted down from the mountain, forming in front of Yang Qiang the upper body of a stunningly beautiful fairy, with a strand of fiery red hair on her head. Yang Qiang, what are you doing here, Senior Zia Oxeo? I've come to find Senior Brother Dafan and Senior Brother Zio Fan to refine some tools. They're busy, you can leave. The woman in the fire cloud waved her hand, telling Yang Qiang to leave. Who is this? Yang Genshuo opened the woman's attribute card. Divine Craftsman Mountain Spirit, Zia Oxeo, Cultivation, Abilities, Attributes. This is the guardian spirit of the Divine Craftsman lineage of the Heavenly Mystery Sect, possessing many wondrous abilities. It once fought alongside the sect leader of the Heavenly Mystery Sect and enjoys considerable prestige within the sect. Another damned question mark. Everyone in the Heavenly Mystery Sect is a question mark monster. Fortunately, this time there was more information, but it wasn't detected by the system. It was added based on what Yang Qiang knew. From the brief introduction, Yang Genshuo knew that this spirit was definitely not simple. Only spiritual weapons can possess spirits, and a spirit can protect a golden core immortal for countless years. These things are truly immortal. As long as the weapon doesn't break, they won't die. The lowest level spirits are all at the golden core stage. This spirit, which fought alongside the Heavenly Mystery Sect's ancestor, has lived for at least 5,000 years. Yang Genshuo felt that this thing's cultivation might even be higher than that of Yang Qiang's two masters. There are still these ancient big shots hidden in the Heavenly Mystery Sect. However, Yang Qiang wasn't afraid of her. Instead, he said with a grin, Senior Zia Oxeo, I really have an urgent matter to ask of my two senior brothers. Could you please do me a favor? What urgent matter? It's just my two grandsons being used. Your ancestor has made me work like a slave for him for so many years, and in the end, my disciples have been working like slaves for the sect generation after generation. The weapon refining plan is already scheduled for 50 years. Get out. Zia Oxeo became angrier as she spoke. Senior, this is just a small job, something my two senior brothers can do in the middle of it. Or you could lend a hand, you're just sitting around doing nothing anyway. Me. Zia Oxeo pointed to herself, amused by Yang Qiang's words. Your sect leader begged me to forge a weapon for him for 300 years, and in the end, he only gave me 100-year right to use a small world before I could barely manage to get him one. And you want me to forge a weapon for you? Are the young disciples these days so audacious? Yang Qiang's face flushed slightly, but he knew that Senior Zio was the elder of everyone in the Heavenly Mystery Sect, and she usually liked to bicker with the disciples. So she wouldn't really punish them. So he shamelessly continued to linger. After dawdling for a while, a figure walked by on the mountain. Yang Qiang shouted, Senior Brother Dafan. Senior Brother Zio Fan. Wait. I have something important to discuss with you. Two strong, muscular male cultivators looked at Yang Qiang below with blank expressions. Do you know him? No. Oh, let's go. We still need to forge weapons. Yang Qiang was extremely embarrassed. If he didn't know that the ancestor was watching from the sky, he would have definitely run away immediately. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and climbed up the mountain. Senior Zio, please move aside. Hey you. Ancestor Zio watched Yang Qiang's departing figure, and the seriousness on her face disappeared. He chuckled. That kid from the demon-subduing vein is quite something. It's amazing he even thought of having me forge weapons for him. Yang Qiang sat with his two senior brothers and explained his purpose. The two looked at him. Why should we help you? Our weapon forging work is exhausting. It'll take us 70 years to finish, and it's all stuff that's been forged thousands of times. No fun at all. It's all torture. Remembering the ancestor's words, Yang Qiang patted his chest and said, whatever you two senior brothers want, as long as I can afford it, I'll definitely find it for you. Just forge the immortal crane feather brush for me. The two extended their hammers. You, come and forge weapons for us. We haven't done anything we're interested in for a long time. I don't know how either. Then let's go. Don't hold us back. Also, tell your two unlucky masters to stop rushing us, or we'll jump into the lava and drown ourselves. There was no enthusiasm in the two senior brothers' eyes, only exhaustion. Seeing this, Yang Genshuo finally understood why Yang Qiang had said the two had bad tempers. If you were assigned a 70-year work quota, you'd hardly be smiling either. Yang Qiang said many nice things, even tempting them with the Yang family's special delicacies, but the two men's eyes didn't change at all. Finally, Yang Qiang said to his ancestor in his heart, "Ancestor, you see, there's really nothing I can do. These two senior brothers just want others to do their work, to be freed from their busy weapon refining work. They don't want anything else. I can't very well become their apprentice." Yang Genshuo's eyes lit up. Too much work to finish. That's a demand too. Why don't you help them solve the problem of slow weapon refining efficiency? Yang Qiang, huh? Me, okay, first, take me to see their weapon refining process. The other party didn't refuse this request. Anyway, they had to work, so he might as well watch. Yang Genshuo slowed down time and carefully observed the weapon refining process for a day. Finally, he made up his mind. Tell them, if I can get their work done in 10 years. What price are they willing to pay, huh? Yang Qiang's eyes almost popped out of his head. Ancestor, you're also skilled in weapon forging. Here your weapon forging techniques are too crude, still at the stage of manual polishing. Our immortal realm has long since invented a new method for this kind of highly repetitive weapon forging work. What kind of immortal technique is it? This method is called assembly line weapon forging method. It only requires this and that. After hearing this, Yang Qiang was amazed. Truly worthy of the wisdom of immortals, now Yang Qiang felt confident and went to the two Fan brothers, Da Fan and Xiao Fan, and said, I have a method that can shorten your work period by several decades, allowing you to complete the sex weapon forging task within 10 years. The two brothers were immediately shocked, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Junior brother Yang, is this true? Can you shorten our 100-year weapon forging task to 10 years? Yang Qiang's lips twitched. How many years have you been doing this? I've put up with you for so long, countless, utterly countless. Junior brother Yang, you have no idea what kind of lives we've been living every day. We wake up to another mission from the sect, and we can't finish it all. We just can't finish it all. An old senior once said, when a hobby becomes work, you lose all interest. Don't say I didn't warn you, please. Junior brother Yang, help us escape this misery. Two guys, seemingly on par with their master in terms of fighting strength, hugged Yang Qiang and wept bitterly. Yesterday's aloof weapon refining master was now showing his true feelings. Only then did Yang Qiang understand the wisdom behind his ancestors' words. Everyone who lives in this world has desires, it's just a matter of whether the offer is right. Every word was precious. If I can help you two senior brothers significantly shorten the construction period, how will you repay me? 3rd grade, crane feather brushes, as many as you want. 3 4th grade, phoenix brushes, 2, and I'll forge you a spiritual weapon. The two senior brothers were going all out. They've even promised a spiritual weapon. Yang Genshuo's eyes lit up. What's the difference between this and giving away a golden core cultivator? No, the spirits of spiritual weapons are all at the golden core stage. If the physical body performs well, it can even surpass the power of a golden core cultivator. At the same cultivation level, a golden core cultivator with a spiritual weapon can absolutely annihilate a golden core cultivator without one. A spiritual weapon can even kill a golden core cultivator. The Yang family doesn't even have a single spiritual weapon yet. These two brothers are incredibly generous. Yang Genshuo believed that with the strength of the divine craftsman lineage of the heavenly mystery sect, the spiritual weapon they forged would definitely be of extremely high quality. With one more spiritual weapon, the Danai dynasty would have a greater chance of resisting the demons of the myriad demon realm. At this moment, a red cloud drifted in from the sky. The old baby Xiao Xiao from Divine Craftsman Mountain, who had been eavesdropping for a long time, couldn't help but come out now. If you can really free my two disciples, what harm is there in letting you go to my mountain to brew a magic weapon? Brew? What does that mean? Yang Genshuo was confused. Yang Qiang, on the other hand, was overjoyed in his divine sense. Ancestor. What a windfall. Senior Xia Oxio is the true form of Divine Craftsman Mountain. This mountain is a wonder of heaven and earth, containing the spiritual essence of all things. Any magical treasure that enters it and is nurtured for a period of time can awaken its spiritual essence and become a spiritual weapon. The longer the nurturing time, the stronger it becomes. This is a great opportunity for my heavenly mystery sect. And I never expected to receive it today. Another spiritual weapon. Yang Genshuo gasped in astonishment. The heavenly mystery sect is too rich. As expected of the only sect left over from ancient times, it truly has a foundation. The small divine craftsman mountain actually possesses such a divine artifact spirit. At the same time, Yang Genshuo was also thinking about something. If Xiaoxiao can nurture a spirit within her body, then what level is her true form? Just thinking about it is terrifying. However, if you're trying to deceive my two grandsons, you can come into my divine craftsman mountain yourself and let me properly polish you. Headley Xiaoxiao let out a strange laugh and stretched out her dragon claw hand towards Yang Kang. Senior Xiaoxiao, your smile isn't scary at all, it's even kind of cute. Oh really? I don't quite resemble those old demons, mainly because your aura isn't cold enough, it's too warm, and you don't have any killing intent on you. Then I'll try using the 9 netherworld fire next time. Senior brothers Xiaofan and Dafan were speechless. Stop talking nonsense, this is embarrassing. Yang Kang grasped the hands of his 2 senior brothers on each side, while simultaneously using his own spiritual energy to form a hand to hold Xiaoxiao's hand. It's decided then. Next, please listen to my explanation of the new technology from the immortal realm, the assembly line weapon forging method. The key points are 3 words: standardization, simplification, and sequencing. Weapon forging isn't something 2 people can do alone. You'll need to bring in help, create molds, build an integrated assembly line workshop, and break down the weapon forging task into countless small processes. The environment over there in the Earth's core tribe is perfect for establishing a weapon forging assembly line workshop. The Earth's core tribe lives a harsh life, with an extremely poor environment and little to no good food. You can recruit a large number of skilled blacksmiths by providing some good wine and food, and, after Yang Kang's explanation, Dafan and Xiaofan's eyes widened. Weapon forging can be done like this, Yang Kang chuckled, mimicking some of the terms the ancestor had used. This is just the tip of the iceberg of immortal realm weapon forging techniques. There's also information-based weapon forging, photolithography weapon forging, and third brother, learn printing weapon forging. Learning is endless, the 2 gasped. Such exquisite techniques, and junior brother Yang is actually willing to pass them on to us. It's truly touching. In comparison, our master's weapon refining techniques are so outdated. They haven't been improved in 5,000 years. She just talks to us about ancient forging methods, traditional craftsmanship, and the spirit of craftsmanship every day. They're practically ancient relics. That's right, it's her traditional weapon refining techniques that have burdened us with such a heavy load. Yang Kang understood. This is the inevitable result of outdated production processes, failing to keep up with the sect's ever-increasing demand for weapon refining. Junior brother Yang is truly talented. This is the true secret of heaven. Once you understand the Dao, the world will be completely different. Xiao listened, her head full of black lines. She wanted to scold her 2 treacherous disciples, but then again, she felt that what they said made some sense. She wanted to argue, but knew she was wrong. So she shouted, "What kind of attitude is this? Is this how you treat your elders? It's a waste that I've painstakingly raised the Xianji sect for over 5,000 years, the 3 of them." This statement was a fatal blow. After the 3 of them spoke kindly to Xiao, the old ancestor finally calmed down, and then they got down to business. But Dafan and Xiaofan couldn't help but praise Yang Kang's assembly line weapon refining method, offering sincere compliments. Yang Kang, beaming, gestured with his hands towards his 2 eager senior brothers. Alright, since you 2 senior brothers have already grasped the Dao, then I'll take my leave. About my talisman brush, spiritual weapon, and the promised crafting, the talisman brush will be delivered to your door next month. As for the spiritual weapon, crafting it is quite troublesome. Junior brother Yang, you'd better consider carefully what kind you need, offense, defense, flight, or some other function. Finally, Yang Kang looked at Xiao. She rolled her eyes. You really put on airs, kid. Fine, it's rare for me to enter Divine Craftsman Mountain. Think carefully before bringing your magic weapon. You only have 1 chance, don't regret it. Then Yang Kang thanks you, senior brothers and senior. I'll visit again another day. Yang Kang left happily. Yang Genshuo was also grinning from ear to ear. What a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that getting a few talisman pens would come with 2 magical artifacts as a bonus. One is custom made, and the other is upgraded. I need to think about it carefully. These 2 magical artifacts might be the key for the Donai dynasty to defend against the demon race of the 10,000 demon realm. Chapter 350. 10 years later, Yang Shi attempts to break through to the Nirvana realm. The following year, during the ancestral worship ceremony, Yang Genshuo received 20 crane feather brushes, as he wished. Although his senior brothers, Da Fan and Xiao Fan, had promised him 3 phoenix brushes, Yang Genshuo only had 2 4th-grade mechanical printers, and 1 brush was enough for each of them, so he didn't have them forge any for the time being. Instead, he requested more crane feather brushes. Furthermore, Yang Genshuo also decided on the crafting and upgrading of the spiritual artifacts. They were to be crafted as family heirlooms of the Yang family. They needed to be versatile, allowing each generation of family heads, regardless of their attributes or specialization in magic, to wield them. And since it was a 2-piece set, one should be offensive and the other defensive, capable of both offense and defense. Yang Genshuo's desired effect was that a Yang family head wielding both spiritual artifacts would be able to dominate even golden core cultivators. This made things easier. Yang Fu's superior grade treasure, the Ruai sword, was the best offensive weapon. While it might not possess top-tier offensive attributes, its ability to freely change shape and its inherent attributes made it suitable for all members of the Yang family. As for the defensive magical artifact being crafted, it should complement the Ruai sword perfectly. Yang Genshuo couldn't think of any specifics, and none of the Yang family members were skilled in weapon crafting. Nobody understood this stuff. It was better to let the professionals do it. I understand, ancestor. Yang Qiang received the Ruai sword from his father remotely and took it to Divine Craftsman Mountain. His 2 senior brothers, Da Fan and Xiao Fan, who had already begun establishing a preliminary weapon crafting production line, were completely different from before. Their complexions were rosy, and their eyes shone brightly. Their faces were filled with longing for the future. Junior brother Yang, your weapon crafting production line technique is truly astonishing. We've already established the first production line with the Earthcore clan. All the earlier processes have been delegated to them. We only need to assemble and condense it at the end. It saved us 90% of our effort. Junior brother Yang, you saved us. The 2 were extremely enthusiastic towards Yang Qiang, pulling him along to drink tea and eat pastries. HMPH, you do have some real skill, but calling it celestial technique is a bit of an exaggeration. Give me the item. Yang Qiang handed the Ruai sword to ancestor Xia Oxio and then told his senior brothers Da Fan and Xiao Fan his requirements. They all agreed. However, junior brother Yang, the forging of spiritual weapons is not something that can be done overnight. Nurturing the spirit is extremely time-consuming. This piece of armor will take about 20 years to complete. Your sword has a good foundation, so I'll allow you 20 years to nurture the spirit. Yang Qiang quickly thanked him. However, this time was indeed quite long. Yang Genshuo calculated the time. If we follow Ling Jizi's deduction, the next opening of the demon realm will also be in 20 years. Hopefully, it will be ready in time. Now that the talisman pen was done, Yang Genshuo went to continue tinkering with his mechanical printer, debugging and testing various talisman materials, recording new talisman drawing techniques and the talisman pen, and setting up arrays for these mechanical printers were all extremely troublesome. 3 days passed before all 8 grade 3 printers were running stably. The 8 talismans used were carefully selected, most importantly, compatible with modern weaponry. Ultimately, this would help the Yang family win a war between cultivators and demons. After completing this, Yang Genshuo felt it wasn't enough. Firepower is never-ending. If the Yang family is to fight the demons, grade 4 talismans are the killing blow, and grade 3 talismans are the backbone, capable of dealing with a large number of Foundation Establishment stage demons. However, using grade 3 talismans for suppressive fire is too extravagant. Grade 2 is sufficient. Grade 2 spiritual materials are almost inexhaustible in the Demon Wind Forest, and Yang Shi can supply me infinitely. I don't need to worry about calculating Yang family spiritual stones. The Demon Wind Forest had been developed for 50 years, and many rare and precious materials had been discovered, becoming the cultivation resources for the cultivators of the Great Nai dynasty. First-grade spiritual materials are already dirt cheap. After all, this place hasn't been disturbed by cultivators for hundreds of years, so the spiritual energy is abundant, and even the wildflowers and grasses grow there easily, producing first-grade spiritual materials. Second-grade spiritual materials are also plentiful. For example, Phoenix Pool Valley, where Yang Fu Zhen comprehended the Seeking Truth technique, produces a large quantity of second-grade, wind whisper stones, which can be ground into second-grade wind-type spiritual ink. These stones can be dug up in a single go, yielding a whole mountain of spiritual materials. As the combined power of the three major forces of the Donai dynasty, with Yang Shi, Yang Fuking, and Yang Fujian each leading a faction, the Yang family receives the largest quantity of rare and precious materials, without exception. Even Ding Zhen, the sect leader of the Xuanxi sect, doesn't receive as much benefit as the Yang family. Third-grade spiritual materials are precious and rare, and are limited in number. Second-grade materials are truly inexhaustible. The printing speed of second-grade talismans is also much faster. The second-grade mechanical cores, left by Gray Machine Taoist are 20, which can print a large number of consumable talismans. These are no longer combat talismans. For example, using second-grade talismans on the bullets of those hundreds of machine guns, second-grade talismans are at least the attack power of a key-refining cultivator. If the density is sufficient, they can also pose a huge threat to Foundation Establishment cultivators. Without a golden core, the Foundation Establishment body is quite fragile. It should be very useful for defending against large-scale small-scale mobs. Yang Genshuo chuckled, preparing to tinker with another 20 second-grade mechanical printers. At the same time, he felt the activity and growth of his spiritual power. Successfully creating the mechanisms, my mechanical arts technique is constantly operating and receiving feedback, gaining an increase in cultivation speed. With the absorption every 3 days and the infusion of pills, I hope to break through to the key refining stage before the demon race arrives. The opening outline of mechanical arts clearly states that it can improve the cultivation speed of cultivators with low spiritual roots by creating mechanisms to absorb a special power called skillful power, which is then added to one's body to increase cultivation speed. The more mechanical printers Yang Genshuo creates, the higher his accumulated skillful power becomes, and the faster his cultivation speed. However, it seemed that because the mechanical printers were too simple in structure, each one didn't accumulate much skill power. Even the nominally fourth-grade mechanical printers were no different from ordinary first-grade mechanical creations. I need to make some more ingenious mechanisms to accumulate more skill power. The reason Yang Genshuo didn't use the second wisdom fruit to rush himself to the key refining stage was because when he advanced to the key refining stage, he not only had to refine a wisp of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, but also accumulate a certain amount of skill power. Practice, practice, practice. After I finish these, I can make some new things. Why can't I put some mechanisms in the house? Yang Genshuo felt his strength was improving little by little, and he also experienced the joy of being a cultivator. Being able to feel his strength advancing was really happy. And there was another person who was equally happy. Whoosh! Brother Shuo, I did it. I did it. Watch my first move of the wind and cloud steps, walking on the wind. Tianzi, immortal, actually used this move to continuously run and leap between 3 trees for several seconds. Although it was just a stiff demonstration, it was indeed the beginning. Looks like your physical condition has improved quite a bit these past few days, of course. 2 packets of key and blood powder every day, plus all that radiation-laden food from your house, plus the divine intoxication. I feel my stamina increasing dramatically every day. Don't move, let me see. Yang Genshuo placed his hand on Tianzi's shoulder, a wisp of spiritual energy probing into it, sensing it slightly before nodding. You've barely reached the level of a healthy normal person. Tianzi's family has a history of obesity, and he has hidden health problems, making him weak. After some treatment, he's now only at the level of a normal adult. Brother Shuo, should I practice horse stance and use trauma medicine to strengthen my tendons and bones next? Yang Genshuo looked at Tianzi with surprise. Is that something a 30-year-old martial artist should be thinking about? Just take the shortcut honestly, open your mouth, huh? A first-grade dragon key pill was inserted, and Tianzi's muscles swelled and his ki and blood surged. In just one afternoon, he directly reached the second level of body tempering. His physical condition had reached the level of a well-trained soldier. Tianzi clenched his fist, feeling the immense power, his pupils dilating in shock. Brother Shuo, is this the legendary elixir? It's not really an elixir, just a regular body-strengthening medicine. Eating more of this is what a 30-year-old martial artist should be doing. Brother Shuo, this pill has a kind of ethereal beauty. Haha, it really is. Tianzi's description was apt. Martial artists are essentially mortals. Even a grandmaster of the innate realm can't physically withstand American Iajutsu. The body-tempering realm is ultimately about accumulating experience. Even a first-grade elixir from cultivators is enough to help a martial artist quickly pass through this refining stage. Now, relying on the abundant first and second-grade spiritual herbs and materials produced by the demon wind forest, the Danai dynasty has many alchemists who have created numerous first and second-grade pills. Many of the body-tempering pill formulas were even scavenged from the Lingmiao continent by Yang Fu and sent to Yang Shi. The level of martial arts cultivation has improved dramatically. Back then, when a martial saint led an army, an innate grandmaster could already hold the rank of commander. Now, in Yang Shi's heavenly dragon army, the lowest rank is grandmaster of the innate realm, and only martial artists at the divine realm have a chance to become commanders. Times have changed. I used to think that becoming a grandmaster of the innate realm was the pinnacle of martial arts, requiring 20 or 30 years of one's strongest body to cultivate and become a martial arts master. Now, it can be mass-produced with elixirs. Yang Genshuo himself witnessed this process. Tianzi, on the other hand, benefited from the mature martial artist cultivation system. 7 elixirs were consumed, and he became a grandmaster of the innate realm. Now that he had nothing to do, Yang Genshuo let time fast forward so he could busy himself with his talisman factory. Tianzi practiced the wind and cloud steps daily while taking elixirs, and his cultivation level rose rapidly. After Changbo's team finished decorating Yang Genshuo's garden, the entire estate was filled with a faint spiritual energy, beginning to resemble an immortal's residence. Afterward, he went to take up his post as CEO of a company with immortal energy. One of the products Yang Genshuo gave them was qi and blood powder. Unlike prescriptions that strengthen the 5 internal organs, this is a basic tonic for replenishing qi and blood. Many modern Chinese medicines claim to replenish qi and blood, but their effects are far inferior to this martial arts-specific tonic. Yang Genshuo launched this product partly to continue making money and partly to build his reputation in the pharmaceutical industry. His transaction with Li Chenfeng regarding the pharmaceutical company's qualifications wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. While minor incidents occurred frequently within the Yang family, none warranted Yang Genshuo's involvement. Even Yang Feng and Yang Qiangwei in the demon realm were living far more comfortably than they had anticipated. The blessing, bloodline activation, technique had been a great help to them. After activating their bloodlines, they could directly transform into pure-blooded demons, and no one doubted their human-human hybridity. Instead, they were treated with exceptional respect due to the strength of their bloodlines. Currently, the two have found a treasure trove in the demon realm and are cultivating. Yang Feng possesses extremely high talent. Given time, advancing to the golden core stage will be as easy as eating and drinking. Yang Qiangwei is protected by the top-grade treasure, the Dragon Essence Talisman. Aside from nascent soul stage demons, even golden core stage demons can't touch them, providing a safety net. Yang Genshuo left a slight mental imprint before going about his work. If danger arises here, he will sense it and come to check immediately. The current Yang Genshuo is different from before. Since the opening of the merit section, he obtained his first miracle, Ancestor, please grant me power, which can grant his descendants the power to turn the tide of battle at crucial moments. For example, last time, Yang Fu borrowed Yang Shi's great merit and Yang Qiangxiu's merit technique, directly transforming into merit Davidar to capture 2 reverse flow sect cultivators. He can temporarily borrow the abilities of other Yang family descendants, which is very flexible. The Yang family should be multifaceted, mastering more skills so they can help others at critical moments. Talent can also be borrowed. Unfortunately, none of my Yang family members have a celestial level talent yet. Although Yang Feng has a celestial level talent, he is not a descendant of the Yang family, so Yang Genshuo cannot borrow his power. Luckily, my daughter Qiangwei and Yang Feng have been deeply in love since childhood. If they have children in the future, they might inherit Yang Feng's immortal level talent. Actually, whether or not Yang Feng's immortal level talent is borrowed isn't that important. This talent is called Dark Supreme, only suitable for cultivators with dark spiritual roots like him. It's practically useless for others, with very low versatility. Yang Genshuo finds it hard to imagine an opportunity to borrow this talent. So far, among the hundreds of thousands of character cards Yang Genshuo has reviewed, the most useful immortal level talent he's ever seen is still Cat Soul Feather, Fox Moons, 9 lives. If this talent were on one of my Yang family descendants, when someone is about to die, I could just borrow it and escape death. Yang Genshuo has already thought of the lines. With a wave of his hand, life, come, a golden light saves the Yang family descendant from certain death. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. It's a pity Yang Shi ultimately couldn't consummate his marriage with Cat Soul Feather Fox Moon. Cat Soul Feather Fox Moon is still in Bright City, having learned more about human etiquette, and occasionally teaches a few human cultivators, but she and Yang Shi have always maintained a respectful distance. Neither of them has spoken of their relationship. I finally understand where Yang Fujian's stubbornness comes from. Yang Fujian is stubborn because of their different lifespans, and has never married a cultivator. And isn't Yang Shi the same? The lifespans of humans and demons differ greatly, and Cat Soul Feather is a high-level demon bloodline, already at the golden core stage with a lifespan of 1,000 years. He, on the other hand, is already 110 years old. If he doesn't break through soon, he'll be dead in 40 years. Yang Genshuo looked at Yang Shi, who was diligently practicing the seeking truth technique, making final preparations for his breakthrough. This time, he was going to gamble everything to reach the Nirvana realm. Everyone's working hard. Yang Genshuo glanced around before getting back to his own work. Time flies like an arrow. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. 10 years had passed in the cultivation world. On this day, Yang Shi stepped into the deepest part of the demon wind forest and found the golden core stage bull. Brother Bull, today I will borrow your flesh and blood to help me achieve rebirth. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.